You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. You here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh, punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พูดไม่ได้พูดเก็บไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาpound pound pound pound. Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of breaths for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลแต่ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh, push me. Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Capital said,
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. while the credits roll. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Il brillait fort pendant qu'il dort, monte dans le ciel. Dans son éclat, sans se cacher de l'horizon si belle. Soleil d'or, source divine, si jolie lumière. Chasse les ombres, caresse le vent, danse sur la mer. Il brillait fort pendant qu'il dort, monte dans le ciel. Dans son éclat, sans se cacher de l'horizon si belle. Soleil d'or, source divine, si jolie lumière. Chasse les ombres, caresse le vent, danse sur la mer. Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining light. Wanna feel the freedom of Tuesday.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up the score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone to VCT EMEA on a snowy day. Thank you so much for being with us on site, first of all. And today hits a little different because every single team that's going to be hitting the stage tonight carried the EMEA banner to Champions Paris last year. For amazing team, amazing caster, a host. I'm Lou, and I'm very glad to be with you today. And above all, two smart and radiant analysts, of course. Minnie and Billy, what would be the desk without you? Really glad to have you here once again. We've seen yesterday in the upper bracket, 2 Titans fell. So any thoughts about this? Any surprises? Let me know your thoughts.
Well, I think if you had BBL and Gentlemates being the 2 upper bracket grand finalists before this, then you're a much smarter person than I am, because I thought they were good, but I didn't think they'd be this good so quick.
Is it too late to say that I actually did have BBL potentially making a run?
But not through the upper bracket?
Not through the upper bracket. I think it's crazy to think that one of those teams is going to be EMEA's #1 seed heading into Masters Santiago, but it just shows how competitive EMEA has gotten. You know, we've been kind of speaking about all week, and it's really exciting times.
For me, the big surprise has to be Vitality. I was expecting Vitality in grand finals. Well, you too, Minnie?
What happened?
Are we dumb like the both of us?
What, sorry?
Are we dumb like both of us?
I mean, I thought that Vitality would win, but given how BBL just embody everything about this meta that I think is perfect. Like, they play aggressive and fast. And in the green room just then with like Hypok, like we were just like analyzing some of the rounds, and like BBL, like on the surface you think they're a bit like, you know, dumb, but they're not. There's like a lot of layers behind what they're doing.
Guys, we're clipping this. But no, I get you.
Don't cut that part. The fans are going to be wild.
No, all of the flowers need to be given for Rose and his eye gelling, because the actual macro behind BBL's game plan coming into that game, going up against the Titans such as Vitality and Fnatic as well. Don't forget they had to take them down to be able to get to that point. Really, really great story for them.
And right before we delve into the deep analysis, just before kickoff, we asked you guys to submit your best Bandit clips. Let's check them out.
No. That's better than anything we've seen so far in VCT EMEA, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, by far.
I feel like some of the clips that we've seen in VCT EMEA have been a little tragic, but to be able to get an ace with the Bandit, I respect it.
But it seems to be an eco pistol, right? We don't see it much on like pistol rounds, but when you don't have much, you can't really afford a sheriff. Is this the kind of situation where you see a Bandit buy coming up?
Perhaps. I know, like you were mentioning, you might not be able to afford a sheriff, but I think if I can get a sheriff, I'm always still going to be able to favor that over the Bandit. And shout out Focus Jessie as well, one of the DAC representatives, being able to get a clip in here as well. We love Jessie here at VCT EMEA, and I mean, what a clip. Tapping heads.
Yeah, but I don't like Clove. I'm sorry, Jessie. I like the Bandit. I like the Bandit in your hands, but I'm not buying Clove.
That's ranked, though.
Yes, and what?
Ranked Clove, highest win rate agent in rank?
Please, are you doing that to me?
Are we arguing again in the green room about something?
We didn't see any Clove in VCT EMEA, and there is a reason for that. Let's take.
We almost saw it yesterday.
Almost, but let's take a quick look at the bracket and discuss it. Of course, we saw Navi and Vitality falling in the middle bracket yesterday, and Navi is going to be facing the winner of Team Liquid Fnatic. Vitality is going to be facing the winner of GNX TH. Any surprises here?
I mean, I think this middle bracket, I guess, from the beginning is a big surprise in itself. Like, the middle bracket looks like what the upper bracket probably should have been coming into this tournament, you know? What most people would have thought.
Right.
So I think that it's a really big map. Like, the theme of today, I think, is like these champions teams finding their identity in this new meta, right? Like, they have a playstyle that worked last year, but how do they adapt now for this year?
That's going to be the big question, I think. And I don't have the answer, to be fair, and I'm really looking forward to having it, especially with today's matches, because the 2 matches we're going to be having today are going to be first Team Liquid versus Fnatic secular teams in VCT EMEA, the big names since the very beginning of the league, of course, and right after will be GX versus Team Heretics. And guys, I wanted to ask you an important question. We only take today's form, and we need to send one of these 4 Titans to Santiago to represent us. Who are you sending? Give me your honest answer, please. Billy, you go first.
What if I said none of them? Is that crazy?
Oh, you're gonna get enemies. You're making enemies.
Do I care? No, not really.
Who was your 3 picks?
I think I had. Oh, who did I have? you know what? I think I might have had Fnatic up there, to be fair. I think I had Fnatic, BBL, and Vitality. So I guess on that note, maybe I have to say Fnatic.
Oh, that's annoying, because I was going to say Fnatic.
It's fine. I mean, I said the last time that you were getting paid to disagree, and you tend to agree a lot.
We
on this
do,
list,
yeah.
So it's completely fine. So
I
Fnatic
think if Fnatic understand that they can simplify some of the approaches of the compositions, Alpha maybe is desperate to maybe play some different agents than
yes,
Vice.
he is, for sure.
Then maybe that will be better for them.
Fair enough, fair enough. So we have a Fnatic couch here on the EMEA desk.
What a surprise.
Of course, if they can get the win. But speaking about their opponent, which is going to be Team Liquid, and we have Wayne, who's going to be playing, of course, in the Team Liquid roster. Any thoughts? Are we happy to see him back?
Yeah, I think for us, like, obviously Wayne's come into this region and is someone that we're looking to see warm up to the stage. That first kind of debut game was a little bit difficult for him, I think is fair to say. So yeah, I think from Wayne's perspective, it's just, yeah, let's give him a chance to be able to warm up to the stage.
He was really good on that last map of Breeze they played.
Yes.
Like that was a great kind of way to finish that series off on a high performance. I think that there's been glimpses of brilliance from every single player. Honestly, bar Nats so far. Nats is yet to give one of those vintage Nats performances that we just know that he's going to give. For the rest of the players, it's been a little bit like, well, Camo has a game, Minibu has a game, Purple has a game. Like,
but it's not like huge consistency.
No, so everyone on the team probably just needs to kind of level up a little bit if they wanted to go to Santiago.
I agree with you. And, you know, there was also a big question mark looking at Team Liquid's roster, the duelist mains that were in the team. You know, many players that can play duelist. And when we think about them, we think about Purple and Minibu, who have been, yes, amazing, but there's been, you know, some question about them. Redemption Arc, players that have been doubted. What do we think about this?
Yeah, so I think like coming into this roster, both Minibu and Purple probably, you know, they actually have 3 duelists with the Camo sometimes
right.
too, but these two are the ones that are playing it the most. I think that, yeah, both of them have some questions over them. Minibu obviously leaving Heretics, having some very, very high highs, but some very low lows. Purple being someone that last week I said that, like, he's one of those players that in scrims, demon, absolute demon. He's going to fry you every time. Never quite converted that to stage performances. But last week, both of them were popping off. And I think if this Team Liquid, again, this is about Santiago for them, those 2 players are key for that.
Yeah, and I think as well, something I want to touch on is their game against KC, because for me, it was those 2 that were able to help pull it over the line. And we have a quote from Pogba here as well after speaking with him after that game where, you know, I think being able to be that vulnerable, I really, really respect. And of course, he had a very difficult year last year, having to change roles whilst he was on Giant X, to then being dropped, to then having to go back to Tier 2, to now being back in VCT EMEA.
Yeah, and apparently the key point for Purple was to stop doubting his talent as a player. And we think about talent, we have to think about Fnatic. We have to think about the cooks that are in Fnatic also, and the comps that they've been bringing up. Of course, we think comp, we think kayak also, that we were used to seeing on Euro last year that we don't see that much. And I know, Mini, for a fact that this annoys you a little bit.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot here to dissect. Like, personally, yeah, like if you go straight for the kayak angle, we see in the upper bracket both Mates and BBL doing very well, and they both have just Yoru mains. Locking in Yoru every single time, and that's what we knew from Kayak last year, was him just playing that Yoru over and over again. I still think that Yoru is the best duelist in its role.
In the game? Okay.
Waylay, a little bit fun in Americas maybe, but I think it's more like not a gimmick, but like it's more like an unseen thing. Like if you're really good at it, you can catch people off. Yoru is just that stable, best in slot duelist, I think. So I think for Fnatic, it's just about simplifying some of these things.
I think to
put Kayak on Yoru.
Yeah, I think to jump into this kayak conversation, that something that we saw from last year's kickoff is that he had a slow start, right? And that the very high expectations were on him because of the shoes that he was having to fill coming into this Fnatic roster. I think this year's a little bit different in terms of our expectations because of the amount of awards that he was able to pick up in VCT EMEA at the end of the season last year. It felt like 2025 very much did become the year of kayak, which is why we are perhaps scrutinizing this a little bit, because he's not performing at the kind of level that we would expect from him.
There we're expecting him, yeah, for sure. And real quick, because this is a question, I am French, right? I am biased, we know that. Let's move on to another topic, but Vekaj, what do we want to see him playing today? Real quick, Mini.
More KO.
He's been good on KO, but I don't think it suits Fnatic. I want to see Alpha on duelist, basically. So that means that Vekaj can't play KO.
So what should he play then?
he fills in that Sentinel spot.
Okay. So we need Vekash Sentinel and
To
Alpha
suit
Duelist.
this meta, and the fact that Kayak and Alpha Year are now needed to be big hitters on this team, I think Fnatic need to be playing much more double Duelist or Alpha Year Chamber.
I hard disagree. Not hard disagree. I think, like, yes, Alpha is a great duelist, but after seeing Vikaj's KO, just keep him on the KO. He had like 17 assists in the first map, 24 assists in the second map. He is quite literally performing so well, potentially even one of the best KOs that we have in the region based off of that performance.
We love a good ego battle. We're gonna see, of course, if we have the answer to all our questions, but we also love when coaches know when to be serious or not too much. I had the chance to sit down with Lohan and Milan. It's now time to pick your fighter. When it comes to masterminds, cooks, and weird comps, I think we have here on the couch two pillars that we can always rely on. Lohan, Milan, thank you for joining me. First of all, I'm really excited to see, of course, your matchup later. The first question I wanted to ask you, Milan, is about, you know, the mental aspect of your team. We know that you have very experienced players, right? But you lost to a team that is less experienced, at least in VCT. And we know that sometimes strategies and shooting doesn't make it all. So, you know, how did the boys recover? How did you handle that on your end?
I think the only slight concern for me is that it happened twice now, right? Like we have a really good start and then something changes and we do, first game was one really good half, second series it's three really good halves and then it's just done. Yeah, obviously that's not great. I don't think any of us took it really bad. We know what we're capable of, we've shown it, and I think it's now up to us to just do it for an extended period of time.
Right, and Lohan, now I'm turning to you. I mean, Fnatic is one of the most anti-stratted team, but you are also, and you do a lot of anti-strat too. Yep. You knew the score by heart. Before we started the interview, I asked, what was the score of Fnatic versus BBL? He said it straight away. So, you know, I want to know how you handle that on your end, you know, keeping at the same time your identity, your game style, and at the same time adapting to a team that everyone had their eyes on for years now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite early to say what is our identity. Honestly, we're still in kickoff, we're still experimenting a lot of things. Obviously, preparation for these games, especially during kickoff, is a bit harder because we don't have as much time to prepare. But yeah, we're just taking kickoff basically as experimenting ground to understand our identity and how to prepare for this game.
Sorting things out, right, during kickoff. Fair enough. Now my question goes to both of you real quick. You both stick to a same core of player, at least three players. So how are these decisions made in general, or even with the staff? You know, is it the favorite option, and when it's not possible, then you make a change, or are you looking for a change, and then if you don't get, you know, the pick that you want above all, then you don't make any? How does that work?
Just from experience, I feel like that you should always look at making changes. You know, you should always explore and see what works and see what options you have. For us personally, we kind of did the same thing, and this is just how it turned out, right? Like, I think some things were in our control, other things weren't. I'm very happy, obviously, with where we are with the group of 5 players and our new assistant coach that we have. So. But it's just about, you know, being flexible, but also, even though you're in a comfortable position, always trying to, you know, upgrade and go from there.
What about for you, Lohan, real quick, because I have another question afterwards.
I mean, I do agree with Milan's point. For us, we actually didn't kept a core of 3 players, just 2, right? Just 2 players, right? So we had to rethink a lot of things. Obviously, the method of working and our ideology and the way you approach basically working, it's still very similar to last year, but it's quite still in another way quite different. Yeah.
Right. Real quick, how many points does the opponent get in skirmish? How many points does Milan get, Lohan?
Oh, that's going to be a hard one.
Come on, man.
I don't like to make predictions.
Come on, please.
Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's have fun.
I think I'm going to get absolutely destroyed.
Obliterated?
In skirmish. Yes. I don't play the game. I checked his match history last night.
He's trying to put pressure on me, so now I have expectations.
I will say, I did some warm-up yesterday. I played against Alfie and I played against Vekash, and it did not look good for me. And then I checked his match history, and he's playing with pros.
So let's see if your humility gives you the win. Thank you so much for joining me, and let's see who wins the skirmish and the game.
All right.
Whoa, 1 HP? No. Whoa. He's fast. Oh, knocked the up.
Okay, okay.
I always go left. I always go left.
Okay, I'm going left as well.
Okay. Oh no. You want to go up only?
Up
only?
Up only? Let's go.
Okay.
Oh. No! I'm terrible.
Are you going back to rifle?
What?
You're rifling?
What? I cannot hear you.
Are you rifle?
No, no, no. Up.
Okay, okay. CS peak. Come on. Hello? What do you want to do? You want to do knife?
Knife. Let's go knife. Let's go
Yeah,
knife.
knife? Okay. Oh, scheiße.
No. No! Good game.
That was fun, man.
That's fun.
Appreciate that.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made me? All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Will orange be the new black tonight, or will the plushies take over the stage? We're gonna have the answer in a few minutes as the EMEA Titans take the stage. And I wanna have your first thoughts. I wanna have your prediction. Is something I didn't get to ask you on the desk, of course, while we discover the map veto. Who are we seeing victorious on this matchup?
I think that Fnatic should be slightly favored in this. I think it's a very close matchup though. It just depends who's going to hit that form. Map veto here, very interesting. Fnatic going for Corrode here when Abyss was open. A map they won 13, I think 3 last week. 13-2,
yeah.
And on the flip side, Team Liquid lost that map, I think also
Pretty
very
heavily,
dominantly.
right?
So question for me is, why did Fnatic pick Corrode here when Abyss was open?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they decided to go for that. I guess maybe it's a question of what have they been prepping this week and do they just play into that, as we kind of mentioned. I also want to highlight the fact that we got to see a head-to-head between the coaches in that skirmish, the first time that we've had, I think is pretty exciting. Obviously, second map being split as well. We know that Team Liquid have a great history on this map, especially under Nats's leadership. And then Breeze as the decider, I think is super interesting.
Yeah, I think Split is a map where both teams historically been very good on. I think that's going to be a very high skill ceiling map. Breeze as well, just a map that both teams looking like they're leaning into playing this season. So for me, Corrode is actually the most interesting here. Why have Fnatic gone into this? Have they changed something? Because they went to OT and lost against Foot last week on it. It wasn't pretty.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Do we see any maybe weakness on the side of Team Liquid that Fnatic wants to exploit on this Corrode map? Or is it just, do you think, Fnatic that think that they're strong on the map, that they can come back from their loss against Foot that could maybe have been an incident, an accident?
I think it quite literally is that, Lou. You know, we know Fnatic do just like to play into their strengths. They don't like to overthink things in terms of coming in, playing their game. We hear that from a lot of teams.
But if that's the case, wouldn't you just pick Abyss? Their strength. They won it last week.
Yeah, they did, but like maybe they want to show that they're not bad on Corrode. And like you said, maybe they have made a change to the composition. Maybe it's been working out well for them this week. Maybe we're going to see that double duelist that you want to see, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see my boy Alpha happy.
If I can, also share a little bit of my experience as a GC player, it also comes up to momentum sometimes. You've had a good week of practice on a map, you're feeling confident, you have one of your players that has been farming on this map on a specific role, and you're like, why not?
Yeah, I think that is the difference, like when I was working with Fnatic, it was often we'd look at our official results. When I was working with PaperX, it was often just the vibe. Like this week, Abyss felt good, let's go for Abyss. Oh, Bind didn't feel so good, let's not go for that. So it just depends what kind of approach you have towards your map veto.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I think Team Liquid as well, they had obviously lost this map to Vitality. But here we do get to usually see the KO and Waylay synergy between Miniboot and Purple, which it looks as though they should be continuing.
Yeah, double initiator when you have 3 players that can play duelist for me is crazy, and at the same time it's interesting to see how you can have your players play what you want them to play.
Both teams looking like they're just going back to their bread and butter here. Nothing interesting here, no changes. I think the key thing for me to look out for was that Fnatic were really struggling on those second hits. So like that first hit comes in on an exec, and then the gravity well is going to be coming down from Nats. And then Fnatic was struggling after that initial entry period. Kayak was going in, not being able to get anything done, and that second part of the exec was disappointing.
Yeah, it was the attack that struggled enormously. It was what allowed Foot to be able to get back in, to bring it to an overtime, to push to a third map. So yeah, I think for me, the highlight is seeing Vikash back on that KO. So I'm happy to see that at least. I think Alpha on the Rise has proven to be decent on this map. I know that you would have preferred a double duelist here, Mini, but honestly, maybe they didn't want to change things around.
I think it's just about, I mean, both were doing very well on these agents. There's nothing wrong with it. To me, it's just about identity. Are they going to be able to play this meta in this style in a way that it is best, basically, with these agents? And I think further down the line, they might have problems. Right now, it should be okay.
And on a personal level, I'm very glad to dodge the Viper on the Corrode and to have, of course, double controller on the side of Liquid with Omen and Astra, but no Viper. Mini, any thoughts?
I think Viper is a must-have on this map, personally. But
you should tell them.
We can get into the details later on that one. I think it's just too important to have both control on B and middle at the same time. But again, neither are playing it, so I'm not going to get too into the weeds. Yeah.
And for a battle of EMEA Titans, you need Titans on the mic. So who are you backing today, Pensy and Hypuck?
Well, Lou, you kind of stole my question here in a weird way, because I was going to ask you, Mike, does a win either side restore faith in either of these teams? Because we've been a little bit burnt on their results.
No, but for me, the win means less than if we see notable changes in game, right? In a round-by-round comparison, because there's concerns on both sides. Obviously, with Liquid, we can talk about obviously the one and missing full 5, and but it's just been concerning. And I guess we're taking it at face value that it's Fnatic versus Liquid here. We just need to see high-quality VALORANT today.
Now, something that was missing from Fnatic, especially on this attacking side, was high-quality VALORANT. It was rough to watch, Mike.
Yeah, it's that old definition of insanity, right? Again, not enough splitting through mid, not enough awareness across the rest of the map. They were losing not just losing info, but losing players quite far ahead of when they needed to be stacked up. So certainly got my eye on here. And you said it was a benefit to see Fnatic on the attacking side first. I'm a little concerned that we could see a scoreline that is worrying.
Yeah, but I almost want to kind of lean into what Lou was saying in a way that maybe they've gone back and worked on this specifically and then come back in going, right, let's give it a go in an official game. That momentum build through the scrims, through practice, does it actually reward us in a game? Because look, Liquid are a very capable side of handling that. They've got very good composure, very good diligence when it comes to their mentality of a read. So if there's going to be an opponent to do it to you again, it would be Liquid. Now, as highlighted, if you're just tuning in, Fnatic will be on the attack, and that was dreary, to say the least. And Liquid will be on the defending side. This is, of course, Fnatic's map choice, so we wait and see how prepared they are. But, of course, it's Fnatic, so prepare yourself for about 30 seconds left before anything happens.
Yeah, and this is obviously one of the issues, this slow default that was kind of investing some util here and there and not really netting anything on the back of that. Mini Boost still decent grasp on mid here. He's the only player. Aljo not going to spot it or confirm anything. Oh, wow. Timing for purple, and the knife is brilliant.
Yeah, and if they're not getting that cycling correct on the side of Fnatic to kind of keep that in mind. Oh dear, I didn't even notice that. Well, Boast is now on a recovery mission, and they're getting swung. This is the problem, when things go wrong this late into a round, you can rarely recover. That is what we are constantly talking about. Fortunately, they can even run away, but 10 seconds? I don't think they can do much with this. 8, I don't know if they make it even to sight. Look towards the site, do they get the plant down in time? It's close, hold on. Just want to see if that's actually gone through. And, okay, Fnatic, that's ridiculous. Look, we know you play late, but that's too far. And now it's a 2v2, and I'm pretty sure Liquid thought they had that in the bag. However, Wayne's on an island here. Oh, and that might have been his one chance for it. Kayak goes in for the kill, and now Mini Boo in a 1v2. Vekash barely alive. It comes around. Less than a second, Fnatic. That is all too far.
I mean, just round one as an example of some of the concerns.
There it is.
Yeah, it's... I didn't even know that it was Crashies that had... Again, he's the late piece, right? He's droning late to try and, I guess, figure out if Liquid have drifted into mid, to try and clear that space actively, go hunting on the map.
Nice,
they plant
boy.
with like less than 0.2 of a second. I mean, sure, great recovery, but it's not the sort of round you want to see to start the map.
No. We're not banking on that by a second. Absolutely not. And I genuinely think Liquid thought they had that. Maybe lost that little bit of focus for a second because they've got to be thinking, look, Spike's down in middle. We've got plenty of time. I like what they're up to here, though, for Liquid, right? Smoke towards B main, buys a couple of seconds, get involved. A tester on this deeper default, but so far so good, but overwhelmed. There it is, Purpo catching Boaster, and the deep default is crumbling.
Wayne's caught this info as well, so knows exactly what's going on the other side of the map. This is the sort of round you want to see from Liquid, right? If they've done their homework, if they watched what Fnatic struggled with, certainly got an early indication here, potentially, of the game plan.
Spike planted.
Plant will go in. I mean, just pistols. That's with an upgrade, to say the least, but Alpha still on a ghost here. This is winnable for Liquid.
It is, but you've got to be able to imagine where they find that little bit of a way in. This could be helpful. No, Kayak doesn't get cleared.
He's on a pre-fire! Oh my god!
That was a really weird choice by him. I thought he had that in the bag. And now they're down to 2, and Alpha's on a ghost. It's got to be on Crashies, right? Like, contact on Alpha. Okay, Alpha outdoes Nats anyway, but the crossbeam and watch 9, John. Oh, okay. Fnatic, one of these win cons you're actually getting away with.
My blind is dead.
It's done for Fnatic. Winning in the worst ways, it feels like, but winning nonetheless. 2 rounds to their name. How many times does it feel like Liquid had done the right thing, and it just goes away? That's 2 rounds already.
Crashies didn't get the rifle either. I mean, again, it's by the finest of margins. Crucial shot here from Crashies.
One enemy
But again, like you said, there's no comfort. Like, it just looks so dicey the entire way through that, and the byproduct going to be that Fnatic going to be struggling to get themselves comfortable here for the round 3. 2 rifles, couple of sheriffs, and both of them, nothing. Huge opportunity here for Liquid to find their first round. Fnatic stacked up here. I mean, both of the Crashies a little bit disconnected, but just fishing for info elsewhere. Popo going to have good timing on this knife once more.
He's doing very well with this. Excuse me. I feel like his timing's been nice. Interesting look here from Mini. Not going to get a reward on it. Smoke fading. He's got to be careful. Just wants to sit back towards that sort of Aspas angle. And away we go on site now. Going to be able to call that out to Purpo. Hopefully get to deal with that. But Miniboo's making a bit of a meal of it. Gets out of danger, but does get tagged on the way out, or at least pinged out, so they know where he's fallen back to. Trying to tee up Purpo here. Miniboo needs one of these shots to land, ideally, but he's just not hitting at the moment. But Purpo is all good with this man on the site. The knife has been solid. The information was there. All good crossfire. Even just crashes. We hit a belting shot
30
from here
seconds
before,
left.
but get another? Unlikely.
I'm really just hoping that after breaking the bank for Fnatic previously, they keep this flawless. They absolutely do. First round posted here for Liquid. Again, seeing hints of proactivity or looking to at least be aggressive towards these choke points from Miniboo. Again, struggled a little bit in terms of pinning down a 1v1. When it mattered most, I mean, alongside Purpo finding 3.
Flawless.
Makes it count for sure. Again, on both sides of the coin here, Ultimates on the horizon, but won't see any here in round 4. Both are still on the board. Didn't buy anything in the previous year. And
See the skin. What's happened?
I mean, I said broke the bank, but they shattered it.
Financial advisor in pieces. Miniboo again, he hasn't been checked on doing this. Oh, that's good stuff. That's a really nice layer to this that I hope they keep exploring. Those little kind of pushes, those little looks of aggression, testing this default, not letting Fnatic even get that space to execute into.
Like I said, if they'd done their homework, they'd know that they were spread very thin previously. And I guess in the previous series, losing out in mid was the issue, but they can now address what's potentially the adjustment for Fnatic, which is to stack heavier on the sides of the map. Miniboo certainly shows if that's the intention for him.
I didn't even notice the Odin out to play as well. I think
Camo had it in the previous. Yeah, Camo had it in the previous. Yeah.
Okay, so what's now the kind of mid-rounding that comes out from Fnatic? They've kept Alpha over towards B. The rest still slow progress towards this A site, but it's been very red. You've got 3 players here, Mike.
Alpha was actually tagged up previously by the spam from Miniboo.
30 seconds left.
Create some pressure here, but this is going to be an awkward engagement.
I don't know if Fnatic realize how many are still on this side. The man advantage is going to be worked. Kayak goes in, gets absolutely slaughtered, dropped like a sack of potatoes. Man, it's a massacre on the site. Look, Crashies is doing well, but simply the numbers, right? It's a 1v2, 9 seconds. And what are you meant to do? Try and get a plant? Okay, they've got that down. They do have elbow control. Still worrying, that shock dart hurts. Camo's still got another.
Both tagged up as well.
Yeah, this is going to need some magic from these two, and they're very capable players, but the numbers game will sit with Liquid.
Discipline here from Miniboo as well, just waiting for the right time to show his hand. Recall goes in. That's the opportunity, but Crashies finds the kill.
Yeah, they're making something out of nothing. It doesn't feel fair, but it's how it goes against Fnatic. 7 HP and Alpha still alive, of course! They get away with it again!
Die yet. So much.
It's just by the skin of their teeth. They were to clutch this out. I'm not sure what Crashies was down to, but I saw Alpha dropping down to 7 HP. 14 for Crashies. And Nisling takes a couple of shots as well through the wall here from the Odin. But a perfect flash to seal the deal here.
And this has got to feel frustrating for the Liquid side too.
It's so tilty. To again have a good read on what Fnatic are going to do. They're doing the same thing again. Again, a little bit of a switch up in terms of a two-pronged approach towards A here, but all that thought. Kayak going hunted.
Yeah, much faster. Good flash in too. That's really nice. Popo looks dead to rights and he is. That's way better synergy. Much more play-in for Kayak. Because it felt like he didn't quite have that sort of option before.
Oh, no.
This is fast. And it looks like Liquid just want to try and take a brawl on it, take a bit of a biff in middle. Boaster, it ain't clean, and Camo looking much prettier on this 2v2 now. Anything you can do, we can do it as well.
He's got Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah, looking for a tag here. Don't think he's going to get it. Cancels just for that Hunter's Fury.
Should be able to get a tag here on the back, and he does.
Gosh, you are a lucky boy, but 30 HP. Alpha's got ult as well.
Spike planted.
Camo 2 shock darts to play with still.
Issue being Vekaj is so low that the pistols are still a threat. Camo actually gets out of it.
I quite like what Nats is doing as well. He's the one to play it ahead. It looks like he's still got a shorty as well. Can they clear Vekaj on this? Smokes up, tap on.
Well, no one's close now.
And yeah, Camo's cleaned it up. That's 4 for Camo. On for the 5. It's Nats to get it in the end. And Liquid finally punishing Fnatic here. I love that refight in mid.
Yeah, just so quick to get behind this. And again, there's nobody that actually sat back in anticipation because they're 3 towards B main. And that focus towards Miniboo is there, probably on the back of him being aggressive, a little bit aggressive early on. Camo just working wonders on this fast flank.
And Camo's been good recently. He's had a couple of big performances. Starting to see him really top of the board for these Liquid boys, and he's seeming to continue. 4 kills in that critical, high-tempo kills. Can they keep that sort of pressure up? This game feels like it's going to be a hard one to watch. See that tempo trying to find his place. Purchase far from pretty either. 3 of those Guardians in effect for Liquid, and obviously far worse for Fnatic.
Well, solid info at the start of this round now, so let's see what Fnatic attempt to do here. Obviously, the weaponry's not there. Kayak with a Guardian. Revealed. He's got to retreat. He's Alpha in an awkward predicament. Crashes again, looking to probe in towards A, but Liquid almost in a full retake towards A.
Yeah, it's caused a turn. I'm worried if they don't clear Alpha. They do, but take a little bit of damage for it. Good for Camo, but it does tee up Kayak, so great trade there. Hard to recover the weaponry, but then Liquid look like they want to take a fight on this. Investment of ult when they go swinging. Rest of Fnatic far deeper, but Vekaj caught on the back pedal.
He's got to be careful here. Nat's still firing though. Oh, he's 5 HP!
Man, what are these fights, Mike? What is going on in this game?
Liquid with absolutely the right focus here on mid once more. Again, completely conceding the A side of the map. I don't think Fnatic are maybe thinking, yeah, one top mid, one towards connector, but the pressure is just, there's nothing that Fnatic can do here. Just so happens they're on a slow clearance up.
I've got to say, yeah, the refights, the re-clears from Liquid have been good. Even, I get nervous in a round like that, refighting into middle, just because maybe 8 Nats was on like sub 10 HP, it looked like. But still, the fact you're doing it is the right read. These rounds are still close though, 3 apiece either side, and a walkout. There's the idea who comes out the flash first.
Everyone's blind.
Oh, Flash Alpha saves him! Purpo could have executed maybe 2, even 3 on that. Quick rotations, TP taken. Wayne's here. Camo's not moving. He's been the big man though. And you're right, it did get cancelled. Just the pop of Vekaj's ult in time, not sure, but Camo still close by, can deny the plant. Still gonna be standing, still swinging, can't get it. Nats catches the mid lurk, but the site is manageable in a 2v3, just not easy.
Plant only just going down now, so it gives Liquid another couple of seconds here. Kayak does have ult. Do have the divide for Nats as well, but they need to find a kill on the way in here.
Yeah, easier said than done. Kayak's position hard to deal with. Paranoia's gone in. I don't think it's as effective as they'd hoped. Alpha's still able to try and slip behind the line on the TP up. So can Wayne catch one? Here we go. He's gone for it. Nice! Even better! Oh my God! Can't connect! Alpha! Oh, you felt it there though, didn't you? You felt it there!
The adjustment on the second just doesn't have any safety to retreat to. Comes down to just one man for Fnatic. Again, both teams aligning on this aggression outside B perfectly. Again, really awkward exchange and straight up 50-50, to be honest with you. It's only really Kayak's hinder, I think, that probably swings it back in their favor.
Oh my God. What a reset. Look at the buy for Liquid too. Bucky for Nats, 2 classics. And with Camo, but the Guardian with Purpo. And on this side of the map, it's only Wayne currently on this B side, so not going to probably have too much, at least on the way in the form of a fight back. Getting in. Takes decent site control, the rest can filter through. Got the mid walk coming out, no surprises there. Burns a Paranoia very early.
Yeah, just to maybe prevent some aggression in, but that might be their downfall here. Again, the weaponry not ideal. Going to be revealed on the flank here. Got the null command and the divide here for Liquid, but a full 5v5 in the post.
Well, good luck, observers, and good luck, us. Miniboo trying to set something in motion. Tee up, Camo. Alpha's so on it right now, looking like he's ready to elevate above. Vekash does well to trade on the site. Alpha still posting up. Vekash getting involved. Yeah, he wants that one done. Cleanest round yet.
Great cleanup by Vekash. You looked absolutely phenomenal previously for Fnatic, even where they were struggling a little bit. That's just checking in. Another motivational speech.
He does love them.
That's again just a chance here to potentially get an upgrade, but shut down immediately. Alpha starting to stretch his legs a little bit. 11 and 4, coming into round 9 now.
This has always been the thing, though, isn't it? It's like, oh, what if you let Alpha off the leash, let him have a bit of fun?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what age it is,
Nah,
it's still
not.
just capable of rounds where he can just completely take over. Now, this was one of the biggest concerns. This choke point right here.
Yeah, it was kind of the scaling up from pressuring basically where Nats is
Good
currently.
indicator, they're waiting behind it. They don't get stuck in the gravity well.
That is true. Nats looking to maybe punish that second string forward, but he's very alone. No real help coming. But Vekash looked asleep at the wheel there, a little bit lost in what was happening, and that's the spike. So Nats playing in front a bit. That smoke could be an issue, though. The rest of the rotations on the way is getting a bit of help from Connector, but he's still standing very alone. Kayak, kind of surprised he got caught, it looked like.
The coverage here perfect between Wayne and Nats. They're cutting these sight lines.
There.
Liquid just have to be careful about this push through elbow.
You are divided.
Divide will split the sight here. Wayne looking curious already. The flash in.
Gonna go
30
on this.
seconds.
Boaster. Nice from Boaster. Just playing ahead of that divide. Camo's caught one on the cross-up, but still, Spike now well within hand. Looking at what Purpo can achieve, and he's got a limited time here. Boaster again tries to hold him back. He did well on the first two, can't find any more. And with 13 seconds, the plant becomes paramount here. Kayak bounds in. Can't do it. What a bit of work from Purpo. 11 HP, more than enough in the end.
And just not enough time for a recovery here at the end. The divide goes up. Boaster's obviously trapped in front of it. I thought maybe there was going to be a little flash into elbow there to clear him, but able to pick up a double kill onto Wayne and Nats. The cleanup here from Purpo. Sublime. Put another round on the board for Liquid. Just trailing by 1 now. Ultimates here for Alpha and Crashies. On the other side, it's Nats and Camo. So the pace here for Kayak.
Ooh, mini boost looking kind of screwed. Yeah, just not right positioning on that. And Purpo trying to backfill the space and create some
Camo.
slow down.
Doesn't catch Kayak. There's no confirmation that he's this deep already.
It's taking so much space. I don't think they've got an idea. No, none the wiser. Completely unawares of that slip through.
Purpo has to retreat a little bit here. Wait for the reinforcements. Do have the divide again, but Fnatic taking space away from Liquid.
That's not going in the highlight package. Alpha goes down, 3v3. Purpo did marvelous last time. Not given that opportunity now. Kayak and Crashies focusing on that CT side. Just Nats. I think he knows that he's got a very long road back if he wants to try and get involved in this.
And the judge just completely catching Liquid off guard here. Look to potentially hold on to this operator for Mini Boot. And neither team really getting a solid grasp on the finances yet. We've seen Boaster coming in with pistols, Crashies coming in with a judge here.
It's a messy game, Mike.
Yeah.
I think we can call it what it is. It's exciting. Don't get me wrong, it's a thriller, but it's just hot and cold here.
I think to come back to the joke we made at the start of this part, both teams showing notable improvements in certain aspects here in terms of the understanding, particularly on just this map. We'll have to see, obviously, as we progress through the series, with Split being next. A little more vanilla, I guess, in terms of approach for both teams, but certainly here, positives on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, and I like the mentality from Liquid. I know they're trailing in rounds, but it feels like they've got a good idea in it. And you look at those first couple, those first like 3-4 rounds, felt like it had gone either way. So many coin flip moments in that. the scoreline could be very different. But look, we know what Fnatic are like. They win those silly percentage rounds. But as it stands...
0% rounds.
Yes.
Which is a feat in itself, don't get me wrong.
Correct. But outside of that, though, it does feel like no one's got stability here. And I think this kind of rolls back a little bit to maybe what Mini was saying about even just seeing this map between these two. It doesn't sit in a super strong point for either, in my mind. And yes, we've seen momentum and positive changes, but that comfort isn't there yet.
No. Certainly not on considering the scoreline. I mean, Fnatic, for me, the biggest positive being there's a more considered approach towards these executes. They're mitigating the risks in the early round that was basically deciding rounds from the get-go, not in their favor. Minibu, a player that I think up until yesterday was tied for first bloods. So I think Lover's Rock, obviously.
Yeah. He was quite good.
But again, not really having the same sort of openings or opportunities to find openings yet. Back on the operator again. From getting aggressive with a rifle previously now. Got the mantle in mid, but Fnatic stacked 4-1 here. Heavy util dump, so they're going to commit behind this.
Has to be. Kaya going to go in, tries to focus up towards heaven initially. But I don't know how much they know about Camo's position. He has been maybe noted on the knife, but even then,
on the drone.
And look at this like ratty little corner he's got in the smoke. If they get complacent, he could be their downfall.
Nats has given up heaven though, so there's no second swing off this. And just so much time passes that Vekaj can clear the site here. The plant will come through.
Recovering it.
Certainly an opportunity there, but again, the second swing was going to be the concern.
Yeah, I was almost hoping he'd just like peek up with that, you know what I mean, go for a bit of a fight. That's a big ult to invest in this. But hey, if you feel like you want to convert, you really want to make sure, it does help out when Alpha will
easy pickings.
Do that sort of thing.
Blinding.
And then for Wayne, the want to be involved becomes less and less. Purpo, nothing to lose really, just a classic there, so the biggest investment being the flash. I'll be able to keep him close to sight in some form. But beyond that, very little to write home about. Vekaj comfortable in the end, and Wayne going to get out of there with the operator, bow out in this, and turn tail. So, all right, Fnatic numerically coming out much better on this attack.
Obviously, operator maintained here. Liquid will still have a divider TP to work with. It's super unfortunate for Camo, I'd say. Just too much time has passed where nothing happens. Especially with Nats under a ton. Did he have a Guardian or a Bucky up in heaven?
I want to say Guardian.
I think it was a Guardian, yeah. So, I mean, still ults here for Fnatic for sure. Alpha and Crashies, both of theirs. Unlikely to see any others. Stand through from mid here. Going to leave Alpha posted outside B. And a flip of the previous round now. 4-1 favouring A for Fnatic.
Boo, time to shine, man. Got the operator. You're on the right side of the map. Well, Nat's in support. And there is an underhand flash on this corner. We've seen it before.
I don't think that catches. It's not deep enough, yeah.
No, maybe just for that close angle. I don't know where that would fully flash, but it's certainly not done enough to take him away from this. But that loses that tip of the spear, right? It's harder now to break the deeper lines. And Boo going back in for more, and Boaster just not expecting this reposition. Great work from Miniboo, being very present.
Right, we're just going to slow down here. Hunter's Fury posted in. Again, they are grouped up here. Double tag. Can he get a kill? He does. Purpo will fall.
He's so good at those. It feels like Crashies is going to get you one. And it has brought it back within maybe the realms of reality, but Nats' angle is rough to deal with. Spike getting lost here. The cross now treacherous, and you're banking on Crashies to bail you up. But Alpha solo. This is great work, and Nats the penny drops. He reads it right. Can't quite get the shot. Crashies, you got some more. This is now getting a little bit concerning. It got close. 5-7 at the end here. Fnatic looking better numerically is the main thing in my mind. They have posted many, many more rounds. But Liquid still looking on the money. I don't think this is over yet. We'll find out after the break.
Left. One enemy.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
So what are your takeaways here? Because, again, I think most of our concerns were on that attacking side predominantly with Fnatic. Is this enough to appease kind of some of that mentality, or are you still not quite there yet?
I mean, you can certainly see the adjustment here from the previous performance. A huge positive, obviously, to take away in scoreline. Still very close to contested, though, so I'm excited to see what Liquid can pull off on the attacking side. Miniboo, obviously now the time to shine for him, who in my eyes has, again, a player that we certainly had questions about considering the history and the previous performances, but I think probably on the brink of finding his feet in this roster.
Yeah, and he was kind of saying in some of the interviews how working under Boo helped, but also now he's with Nats as well.
He feels a bit more free, which is crazy, right? To consider the change of IGL and actually feeling now as if he has the freedom to make decisions himself, get aggressive, and be a bit more assertive.
And I want to see how that kind of translates into game as well. Do we see that now in effect? He did fine on that first half. I don't think he's lit our world on fire. But on the attacking side, that is where your attention really will be focused towards him. However, of course, speaking of aggression, Fnatic taking space, and Kayak's going deep on this, trying to catch info. Just catching a jump back, I think, from Wayne there.
Yeah. Want to see a rash decision on the back of that, but Fnatic will get themselves into a position here where there's 2 or 3 people to defend this.
Oh, this is a lovely bit of utility from Kayak. Set up just to succeed. Purpo does send them back to at least a little bit of worry, but Wayne's got a lot of work to do if they want this to be competitive. I don't know if they've considered this yet, though. Looking at the positioning here, he might get a fair shake towards Crashies at least. Let's see if he does. No, he absolutely does not. Crashies sitting deep there. Looked like the penny had dropped, that consideration coming in. And all too direct and all too simple, it looked like.
It looked like Fnatic were about to try and crunch mid ahead of Liquid kind of showing presence. So another round that's very, very reassuring in terms of the composure, right? Obviously a plan in place here to...
Hey, where are you looking? Where are you looking? Look at me!
A plan in place to address some of the issues we saw, but again, no rash decisions made here in the pistol. We did have a little bit of concern in the round 2 on that first half. The purchase almost mirroring that for Fnatic.
Very simple. Wayne's.
Oh, wait.
Oh, he's had a terrible time. Not the way you wanted to get into that smoke, but Miniboo's got himself an upgrade. All right, but Sight's got a lot of players on it, and there's only really a couple of classics. These shock darts are going to sting here. Get the plant though, they've done well at that. This is good so far. They are ticking the boxes of the to-do list in a round you're not expected to win. So by that standard, all right.
Boaster, what?
All right. Maybe just get... Ooh, hold on. Camo's still alive, and Camo's kind of nasty. We're in a 1v2. This should be happening. Boaster! Apparently this is it. This is the one. But Nats on the other side. The minds behind the teams. Oh! All right. Give the man a sheriff. He's up. He's already up.
Looking like someone else in the clutch here.
Hey people, come on.
The Red
now.
Bull clutch, no less.
Congratulations.
Another sigh of relief in a round 2 here, but Boaster, yeah. I was so worried when I saw 2 left as well. If Nats could bait out one of those shots.
Yeah, if they hear that.
You shouldn't be surprised yourself when you're doing it, though.
No.
You know, come on. Where's the faith?
Our humble king.
He stayed on the sheriff. I don't blame him now.
I was questioning it in the first half. Yeah, don't buy guns. Stick to the sheriff. It looks damn good.
Apparently so. Just a pure one trick. Liquid now on the buy, however. Yeah, you're looking at the bonus. Actually not bad, considering, you know, Boast is on full buy. And can they dig out some of these players? They've taken away the wall, which is pretty solid. There's the mid catch, though. Nats on patrol. Managed to find Kayak, and they can now be...
Yeah, eyes on Boaster. Thank you.
Observers know what's up. Hey!
Liquid need effectively another kill here to figure out what the setup looks like for Fnatic. And nearly connecting for Vekash, but...
Are they walking on B2?
This is
was too far. But, I mean, it's also set up Crashies. He gets cleared. Diligence from Wayne. Yeah, maybe just thinking, why are they pushed out? Why are they that confident on it? And then still double check it on the corner. But they do drop a body for it, but they are down to 3. Most is still pretty far off too. Can be of assistance, obviously, on the Astra, but it's Alpha on the site. Gonna have to do his best. Aspas position.
30 seconds
An
left.
impression. He's got a lot to deal with, and he's dealing with it with sheer and utter grace. His camo clutched up before. He's seen him. I can't believe what I am seeing.
Like I said, doesn't matter what agent, every so often Alpha will give you magic like this. Absolutely beautiful to watch him play. And even when it looks like it's slipped through his fingers.
Come on, Alpha!
Let's go!
Vekash before he even got the kill.
That's actually unreal.
A bonus conversion off a round like that is a huge, huge boost to the confidence.
Nah, that jumping classic, stop it. He was so far. And part of you always has to feel for Liquid in a way because they're losing out to magic.
Those are 2 rounds back to back now, where it's just gut-wrenching to get to a final, but well, not even in this situation a final player, but the previously for Boaster in here, just have one more obstacle on. I mean, Boaster was on the other side of the map, so one more player basically. And Alpha just rips it away from them. Like I said, it's a bonus conversion as well.
I just want to see it again.
There's a weird buy coming out of Boaster, just holding on to one weapon from the previous. So a huge bailout for Fnatic to find double digits.
I'm still not over it.
I mean,
I'm still not over that.
2 rounds like that puts Liquid back into a buy from 2023, it looks like.
Vintage.
I imagine they're going to hit B pretty hard here.
Concealment, recovering it.
Deal with some of the U2 on the way in here. Mini Boot looking to lead the charge.
3 suppressed.
They would note 3 here, so it's drawn an extra body. Crashes towards top mid at least. I think it's just the wall now to deal with at the choke point.
What is the way to help it, though? I guess Suffer through for now? Alpha is hindered and gets cleared this time, so... Okay, Clutch Man's down, but Vekash going to step into his shoes, apparently. That's Miniboo gone, and keep in mind, it is just those stingers. So really hard to withstand against this weaponry, and Crashies has a go. Gets 3, and we're up to 11.
Dismantled, well handled by Fnatic here. It's the threat, but it takes so much to find Alpha that you've got to still favour Fnatic in this situation. Again, get an extra body here. Crashies just completely free from heaven. Buy's still going to be there. So, well, a couple more on the horizon now. It's still just Purpo with the null command, but Fnatic firmly in control now this second half. Actually, yeah, Hunter's Fury and
Eyes up.
Alpha's ult here to play with. Liquid switching things up a little bit. Boaster, potential here that he gets tested. We've already mentioned Crashies and his ability to provide a lot of support with his ultimate in scenarios like this.
Don't think gonna see too much here, but Mini Boot steady on the steps as Kayak on the corner. Oh! What the hell is going on? Good luck, Team Liquid. I don't know what's gotten into Fnatic, but it's just pure magic in these moments. Just things that shouldn't work do, but they've got the plant. Liquid trying to find some normality, stability, and it ain't gonna happen with Kayak still alive.
Finds another here. Mini Boot will fall. It's just 3 left for Liquid now. Again, sitting very deep on this. And Paranoia still here. They've still got the fragment, but this is an awkward post plant now.
I don't know how you deny it. You've got Nats as util, and that's really it. And then you've got to fight back in, just face check forward. I don't think you can do much. Wayne's going to try. Hold on. They're giving it a go, but Fnatic just come out for the fight. Where has this team been?
Just waiting to strike, it seems. Certainly got themselves back on the right track this week. And certainly here to start the series, a 12-5 lead now. Liquid, that is filth.
Nasty. It's too early in the day to be shown.
Again, for me, Vekaj in certain situations, shining once more for this side. And they've obviously been practicing their French.
Yes.
A notable improvement from last time.
Correct. That has been the Duolingo approach, not Spawn. But gotta say, it feels like a little bit of old Fnatic almost. Just the mentality, the easy. Time to run away, flee, try and escape. Why you're not winning that? You're not meant to win that. Mini Boo's been backhanded by Boaster after having so much put towards them just to isolate. Vekaj comes around mid, clears that out. Liquid are just left stun-locked.
Crash is already posted on this now. Camo gonna have his hands full on this peak.
Oh! What a way to close it down! 13-5. Fnatic looking like a different beast today. Liquid, I thought they had the lead in the first half. That fell apart. However, we're gonna have a treat for you now. Stick around as Alpha will be standing by with Lou.
Congratulations, Fnatic. Congratulations, Alpha. Let me grab you for a second. I know for how long you've been wanting to switch and play something else than Sentinel, but how does it feel to be one of the best Vices in?
Easy.
That's it, easy. And next map?
Let's see.
See for next map. Okay, good luck for next map. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can do as good on Corrode on Split after a short break.
I killed Natso. That is the
Gym Brothers. Gym Brothers.
The Gym Brothers.
Yeah, you see this muscle, bro? Bro, you're looking like a red guy, bro, with that neck. You're looking like this, bro. Look.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
From Mini, what was it about Team Liquid that made you pick Corrode again after the defeat last match?
I think we had some like pretty obvious gaps in our attack side, and we knew that once we would fix those, it looked pretty good. Played a very similar comp to Foot as well, so it was pretty, yeah, it wasn't really that difficult of a decision, I think.
It wasn't hard to fix the mistakes from Fnatic because they were playing against a similar comp. I think that's something Billy brought and Minu as well during, you know, when we were watching the game. So I think this is a pretty strong analysis from your side. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's something that we were kind of speaking about in the green room when we were like theorizing why would they pick this code, and then we were looking back at the game last week and we're like, oh, okay, this is a very similar composition to what Foot play. So having the validation from the coaches on that point is, I think,
always
nice.
feels nice,
Yeah.
right? And do you agree with Milando? Was it, you know, just the attack? Was it enough? Actually, it was a pretty solid win. Mini.
I mean, I'll be honest. I need to go and study a little harder to know exactly what they actually did change, but something seemed to change. There's still a lot of slowness. There's still a lot of slowness going on. So yeah, we'll see.
But
to me, it felt more like just an individual effort. It felt like it wasn't so strategic. It felt like Fnatic were happy, vibing out, just having fun, shooting their shot kind of thing.
Bringing
and
up
one
the
player
good vibes.
doing that was
Alpha, yes, indeed. Bringing up the good vibes, yelling, standing, clutching, acing as well. And it's always nice to hear the crowd in Berlin yell for some Fnatic aces, even though, you know, you can always be surprised by the Team Liquid players. So yes, an impressive effort from Alpha. The question I wanted to ask you is about the Vi's impact, because yes, he fragged, yes, he had an insane impact, but are we convinced of the agent and the way he plays it on this map?
I think so, yeah. I think that we were highlighting the defense more particularly in those clips there because he was such a great site anchor, especially on that A site. And he doesn't need to play double duelist when he's performing this well on the Vise. You know, I really like the KO and Waylay composition that they've got going on there, and I think the Alpha performed great.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause on the double duelist stuff. Once they get deeper into competitions, deeper into the year, then I'll start bringing this back, and this idea that I don't know if Fnatic can keep playing this slow style that Boaster wants to play in this meta. But right now, it's working, so I'll shut my mouth.
And thinking about Boaster, thank you, by the way, but thinking about Boaster, I think he enjoyed himself watching round 4, his two teammates clutching a 2v4, and I think that was also one of the key elements of this Fnatic first side, right? For me, this clutch was impossible. You have Freshy's super low HP, you have Alpha that's starting to get, you know, spammed through the wall with the Odin, and yet they managed to do that. How do they do that? How do they do that?
They're just pretty good at Valorant, aren't they?
Right. They're just good at the video game, yeah. I think it comes down to experience, right? And like, I think when you have players such as Alpha and Crashies being able to, you know, perform in these moments, in those kind of clutch situations, is actually super impressive considering how Fnatic's clutches were looking in their series earlier in the week. It wasn't great for them, which is crazy because when we think back to 2025, they were the #1 team in EMEA in terms of clutch statistics.
Yeah, I think that's something from last week, like the difference here. The difference this week, well, not last week, sorry, between this game and last game was not looking sharp in those late round situations. Foot were winning clutches against Fnatic consistently, and in this game it looked completely different. Fnatic able to do usual Fnatic things in those disadvantaged rounds.
So the next question is going to be, can Liquid bounce back? Let's hear a little bit from Coach Lohan.
You lost both pistols on Corrode. How important are these momentum, confidence in the team, confidence about split pistols? I mean, yeah, it's quite unfortunate. It's very hard to play the game when we start losing both pistols on both sides. Hopefully, for split, it's a different story. And yeah, let's reset and do better for the next one. Yeah.
Pretty minimalist answer that I take from Lohan, to be honest. Confidence seems not to be broken, which I take, but you know, there needs to be results. There needs to be a better start of the game, better clutches also, as you said, because if Liquid starts losing as many clutches as they were losing on Corrode, the mental battle is going to be hard to
I think on the flip side from Liquid, it is like they were in advantages quite consistently in that game, and they weren't able to kind of close them out, making silly mistakes there. I think Split is a map where they have a lot of comfort on. They have historically been one of those teams that has been one of the teams that we would watch, think is one of the best teams in the world on that map. So those kind of small mistakes, once you're in your comfort zone, shouldn't be happening as much.
For sure, and I think going on to Split, it very much is a comfort zone, right? We saw them keep that double duelist composition that they were running throughout 2025. Of course, Camel getting to jump onto that Yoru is something that They played last year too, so yeah, I think for them moving on to Split, this should be their bread and butter for Team Liquid, and they should be able to bounce back.
And pretty interesting also to see that both Camo and Purple can flex on the reveal and initiator role, which seems crazy to me because it's always hard, you know, to move a duelist from, you know, his role to another role. What we usually tend to do is more like Sentinel, Controller or something, and now initiator for 2 players, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, Lohan was just saying that it was because Camo has a lot of history playing Euro on the map for them, a map, again, that was so strong for them, so he knows that theory very well, so it just seems to make sense in this map for them to switch it around slightly weirdly.
So we're keeping Camo Euro and I think nothing changes, right? Nothing changes, mirror comes.
Nope. Mirror match.
Excited.
You get to see your double duelist on
I get
Fnatic,
to
Vinny!
see my double duelist, I get to see the best split compositions coming out from both teams, loving the Astra, love the double dive on this map. We should see a little bit more explosivity from both teams on this map.
And I think that Fnatic starts attack as well, so they're gonna be able to prove you wrong or right for sure. Just one question about the initiator, because we know this comp, we've seen it for quite long now. Why Fade and not something else? This is an open question to both.
I think you can get a lot of value from Fade on this map in terms of the choke points, right? You think of the synergy that it's able to have with Raze and being able to punish any sort of aggression coming into the site, as well as the Astra here as well. I think synergizes really well with those.
On the attack side, is because you're able to work through that Viper utility in middle a lot easier than I think the Sky. You don't have to all in with one piece of utility in a composition that has not much util already. The Fade has more utility as an initiator than the Sky.
Right?
What's that?
So it would be about the Prowlers, right, to counter the Viper.
Prowlers, you have multiple Prowlers to go through choke points. On defense, you got that Seas, Raze, Astra, Gravwell combo.
It's great.
So insane combos, indeed, even though Fade is probably not, you know, my favorite initiator to play, but that's for another debate. I think it still puts a lot of burden on the shoulders of one player, especially when you're playing solo initiator plus Fade. Fade can be tricky sometimes, you know, checking corners and stuff. I speak about experience, of course. So I don't know. I want to have your prediction on this split map. Do we see a 2-0 coming, or do we think Liquid has it to come back on
I think if
map?
you're Fnatic, you kind of need to take away the lessons that you had from the Foot game, especially because that did obviously end up going to overtime. I will say though, in that overtime, Boaster was the one that ended up having some great individual moments, so hopefully that can be the same again here today.
A lot of question, and of course we're gonna get the answers with our favorite answer givers, Pensy and Hypuck.
Yeah.
The answer givers.
That's us. See you later, Mitch and Tom. Unlucky. Liquid against Fnatic, of course, map 113-5. A little surprising, honestly. I think both of us were unsure where it was going to go.
But a refreshing surprise, right?
Sure.
Again, I think this is just the trademark, like, Fnatic confident, they win a few confidence boost rounds, and then it's like the energy's totally different on stage, and it's just this story of momentum that builds. Well, that carries across to the second map now. Again, certainly a composition that enables them to run away with that sort of approach to the game, right? Things certainly sped up in terms of round timings once they realized, oh, we do kill good.
Yeah, we don't actually have to execute on 10 seconds. There is other time slots. I do want more from Liquid, though. I think it was a frustrating map 1. We saw glimpses of when it looked good.
Still positives, but yeah, not enough.
Yeah, let's show us a little more, just in general, Liquid, because look, we all know it was a heavy loss.
Recovering it.
The previous roster.
There.
Kiko hard to replace, but I want to see that new identity, and I also want to see Minibu have a really good series. We've had, you know, a couple of flashes of it here. Looking all right. Last map didn't light my world on fire.
Already here. Perfect timing on the Prowler, just to note presence. It should cancel part of this rotation. Yeah, you can see now Minibu make his way back towards B, and Fnatic's audible will be towards mid. Still plenty of time left, so not necessarily concerned just yet, but Kayak has got himself up ramp.
Yeah, he's scarily positioned here. I don't know how aware they are.
On Flower or Rafters? I think he's actually on Flower. Yeah, so there's going to be freedom towards Heaven here.
What do they do with all this space taken? You've got Vekaj somewhat split from the others, just holding this push, but there are 2 players working down mid at the same time.
Does it get hard cleared?
They don't dig deep enough for it. They're just going to try and spin it.
Vekaj, he's missed it.
Don't think he's seen it either. And Wayne, though, finds Alpha. Boaster on the trade. Camo's still on site. Spots one Heaven, but he can't stand the pressure coming through.
Open plant, though.
Oh, that's nice from Nats, though. Just patrolling the edge of that smoke. And now they kind of split apart here. Two working through on ramp, but a very deep position from Nats. And Crashy's just controlling that ramp push-up. I don't see much else going through this one. Purpo's not given much play. Crashy's left, Boaster right. Tries to make something of it, does a bit of damage, but nowhere near enough to deny the outcome. Fnatic with the first.
Really solid audible call here. Again, just the timing of this flank coming through, it being an open plant as well, gives Vekaj so many late round options here in the post. I think that's even retreating all the way back to SWAT. I don't know if that was for a lineup or I didn't quite catch that, but...
No, he was sitting super deep on that spawn, so it was a bit...
But then went deeper, that's what I mean. I don't know if he'd gone back for a lineup or something, but I didn't note the snake bite throughout that.
Nice! Come on! Let's go. Nice adaptation. Love that from everyone.
Yeah, I mean, right, great adaptation to what happened. The perfect timing of the Prowler, obviously on the other side from Purpo.
There.
On the back of that pressure towards A. Fnatic with another slow approach now. More rifles on the board for them. Boaster still just... I mean, he's just tight, isn't he?
Yeah. He's not spending cash unless he has to. If it's not Pokemon cards, he ain't spending money on it. No, true. Oh, yeah, he's not
Milan needs to pick that up.
Yeah. Milan, pay attention right now. Let's get that upgrade a little. Slow and steady. Showing a little something towards middle, but again, we know the pace that we can expect here. Like eventual finish on the B site potentially, and the right read, whether it be with information or not. There is a 3-play stack on the A site, so it's just going to be Nats trying to come over, maybe just get into a slightly complementary position, but by this point, that audio cue alone has kept them very interested in this A site.
Yeah, Kayak just sent out. Cause issues. Purpo now going to have his hands full. Doesn't have a bandit, but... Oh, wow, yeah, he does have a bandit.
Okay,
He's got the first there.
Yeah, not bad from him. I mean, making a stand on it.
Yeah.
He's seen a lot of info. But it's just down to the classics now to try and do something else, and that's where it gets near on impossible. Don't want to lose too much, though. I can go farming a little. But yeah, this is all going tick in the box sort of stuff. Easily done for. Alive, no harm, no foul.
Well handled by Fnatic. And a chance here with the TP gets sent out. I think Nats is entertaining the idea of rotating, but... And Purpo just gets overwhelmed here. Obviously only losing the pistol here from Boaster.
I just want to see how they address Kayak.
Peripheral vision. Yellow light, purple light, liquid pants.
Is that a
Second
haiku?
I was going to
mean,
slam poetry. We've done it again.
I know,
Oh,
yes.
of course it is.
Of course it is. Bonus round for Fnatic, but we saw how heavy the investment was just in last round. So they're actually pretty well equipped for this, but I want to see if they address trying to keep maybe a track on Kayak, because he slipped through twice in those early rounds. Maybe just something he'll bring in later, but it has to be noted now by Liquid that there's been too much freedom. Obviously last round it was just a stack, so you're kind of expecting some of that.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to see Liquid posture up a little bit here. Looks like Fnatic might just revert to a set piece here towards B. Clone sent up, there's still 3 eyes towards him. Wayne's going to be under a ton of pressure here. Isolated immediately.
Yeah, just deleted. Side's good. Plants up. What are you going to do for the retake? You've got 4 standing and trying to get some late mid-wrap presence potentially, but there's a player already watching this. Kayak's found another. That's Miniboo gone. Oh, sorry, excuse me. It was Alpha to get the first, but still, there's not been a fight back here from Liquid.
No, they're giving this up already. Going to try and potentially find whoever's disconnected here, but Vekaj might just catch one. So Purpo actually finally finding the head of Vekaj there, down to 16 HP, but revealing that it's all but a save here.
Just need to see Liquid actually to get online. They feel absent.
Yeah. Again, I guess the comparison being Fnatic playing now with a bit of momentum and confidence. Liquid forced back in their shell a little bit.
It feels like it, because they've just, what? Just straight
Well, not even a little
execution
bit.
on B.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels very direct. It's not like they're like really working a map massively. They're not sending up, feelers here. That was very direct in approach, and it worked. That was ticking the box sort of stuff. Liquid, we need to find an answer. Give us something to look at here. I'm looking at the players who are yet to really find any footing, one being Miniboo. Love to see him activate. Timeout early from Liquid.
Again, because the approach here, the first buy round, they're set up in a 1-3-1. There's no real pressure towards mid. I mean, I'm certainly not saying it feels comfortable to kind of just guess behind the poison orb, but certainly you'd hope to have seen something set in place there. So I think as well, Miniboo's an interesting discussion. I was going to come in today kind of singing his praises in terms of the performance in where Liquid have struggled a little bit, and I think still, like I said, finding his feet here and putting some numbers up. Obviously, the other side of that discussion being Wayne as well, who, again, we certainly had questions if people weren't aware of the performance previously. I think had a few rounds to be quite proud of, but again, you have two factors here where we're talking about players really finding their place within
the system,
roster.
right?
Yeah, in the system, perfect, yeah.
Again, it's hard to fill the roles that they're walking into.
Oh, yeah.
The fact of the matter really in my mind is the fact that Kiko is such a versatile player. You had answers and options for a lot of things. Now it's trying to maybe just assimilate these new players, get them in the right place.
Isn't it funny? It's like one's picking up the duelist side of Kiko and actually the other's picking up the controller side.
He's taking 2 players.
Yeah.
And they're still not quite there
two
yet.
people to replace Kiko.
Yes, yes. For now, however, we have to see if they have got something in mind. The timeouts come in. They've still got a purchase. It's not a pretty one. There is going to be lacking factors, but there just has to be some stopping power. It feels like they've been completely at the behest of Fnatic.
Bring them down.
And concern being, do we see what happens the same as map 1, where Fnatic just stuck out, okay, cool, we got freedom, got space, we're making plays like this.
Yeah, do they get punished though? This time they do, but there's a good trade there from Alpha, keeping that well within check, doesn't spiral out of control, and they've got Heaven control too.
I think they're probably not going to be reading the sights free here. Miniboo.
This could be good.
Careful.
I needed that. Needed more than that. Because the other two are so out of this, playing towards CT, and Alpha's just tearing them apart. Does finally fall to Purpo, but the site is completely open. And as you rightly said, I don't think they expected it.
No.
They were like, surely someone's here.
Still waiting.
Okay, 2v2 though. It's low though, 28 HP. That's not much to play with. It's really on the shoulders of Camo to be something of an instigator now.
Monster will be able to cut sight lines here. Crash sent out. Do they sit on this or do they destroy it? Again,
Poison's off.
Camo and Purpo now stacked up, but the HP is a concern for Purpo.
It's a good position for Beckhand, but he's gone cleared. Purpo doing marvelous work as Boaster left in the 1v2, and it's just not going to happen. The crossfire decimated instantly. Well done to Liquid there. I thought they were out of that round.
Purpo hitting some crucial, crispy shots as well to make this doable. We'll see the first round on the board for Liquid. I think so, yeah, Fnatic think they've caught the rotation potentially with these players in spawn. First one to Alpha. Beautiful shot.
Nice!
We'll get Purpo his ultimate. Couple more on the horizon here, but Fnatic certainly with the advantage this opening stretch of rounds. Most notably being Alpha on that showstopper now. Judge in hand for Wayne. Got towards ramp right now. And the first time I think somebody's actually confirmed the whereabouts of Miniboo towards mid. Obviously previously sat behind the orb, but I think Nats was just acting as a deterrent.
Camo get more than a 1-for-1 trade is what I'm wondering. Well, that Prowler was keen on it.
Fake teleport.
So Camo trying to get himself at least an escape cord if he would like it, which he's just reinvested now. But Fnatic still kind of surveying the map. They haven't decided on a commitment, it feels like.
No. We saw examples of this in the previous few rounds, but...
God, it's such a
again,
temptation to clear.
Nothing really happening towards the A side, so I don't think Fnatic have seen what they want in terms of the checklist. What Camo! That must have been snappy.
Yeah, I don't know how he wins that fight. It feels like he shouldn't have, but he does. Okay, that's gorgeous from him. And he's sitting pretty, man. Barely took didn't take any damage.
Didn't, no.
You can see the paranoia building on Liquid. They want information. They just sent that Nightfall out in case someone had gone middle. They haven't. So now surely Camo's a bit worried. Yeah, no man's land. He's going to fall. Now you look towards the back of the site. Miniboo yet to get started. 0-4. Want some help from CT, but he's going to sit behind that smoke. 13 seconds. His support's gone, and so is he. Fnatic late in the day as ever, but potent on this hit.
Comfortable setup now. I don't think Purpo and Wayne on a judge really have much to say about this. Kayak still in control of mid. No possibility of somebody getting into the back lines here, and yeah, they're going to give it up again. Purpo already making moves I mean, Wayne can hang around, try and find something, but again, you don't want Kayak or Boaster potentially getting a kill here. So he might just opt to cover the rifle here, but Kayak's
close.
Chasing. Might hear some steps here if Wayne.
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't even matter.
No, and you can see the paranoia and the worry with Liquid when they can't quite get a beat on where Fnatic are going.
Nothing's actionable for them. Again, Camo's not even forced off.
No.
He's noted, and Fnatic don't push forward on that. They actually give away the first blood.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I say give away. I don't know how Camo
stole that first blood. See if we can see it here.
Oh, this was the re-clearance through
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Liquid, again, not making moves in mid or outside A where they're not feeling that pressure.
And it's got to be frustrating for someone like Nats when you feel like you're behind the curve constantly. We've seen direct
they're
approaches.
playing from behind.
Yep, we've seen Fnatic going full executes on site. We've seen that slow kind of work throughout the map being very elusive. So it's quite hard to get a beat, trying to get a rhythm, and then your money's broken. So you don't get an opportunity to really get that good read on the game and be able to kind of maybe implement those ideas you've been working on. As it stands, Liquid need a solution, and they need it fast.
This is another round effectively where you're not giving away, but assuming Fnatic are going to capitalize on this advantage.
Time to jump.
TP going to get sent in. I think we're just going to see the same rinse and repeat set piece. I mean, it was Wayne previously here as well. Now, just on a classic.
And they're struggling to hold this site with weapons. So see how they fare with something a little bit lighter. Not so good. Miniboo rocking a hard place. Pick your poison, and it's Alpha to find him in the end. Sight looking under control. That's ult now for Kayak too. And this is woeful, really, to watch. Liquid are just so behind the curve.
So we saw the right sort of ideas on Crowd, right? Again, Fnatic just over-delivering in some of these individual situations.
Call it luck almost.
Yeah. But Liquid here just...
I mean,
a lack of initiative in the early round, really, and Fnatic's just had so much time.
And it's like, remember, the one round that they've gotten so far was off the back of Purpo's individual bailout. Now, credit where it's due to Purpo, he's hitting some lovely shots. He's very much active today. But beyond that, there's no redeeming qualities here. I'm not seeing Miniboo played in. I'm not seeing them have a good either stop on-site execute or retakes. It feels like they're in between ideas. They haven't got that solid concept of what they want to be doing here to handle this. And I'm surprised because, again, I think all of us have so much historical credit to the coaching staff, to Nats, to how they want to deal with things. They've always had plans, but it just doesn't feel like there's anything here. How many times are we seeing Alpha doing this?
It's the lack of resistance in some of these situations that's most concerning.
Bruce Wayne on the B.
But again, it's like almost now you're at 5-1. Try something.
You might as well.
Yeah, like you're just going to let this half pass you by effectively.
That's how it feels. So what's the plan? I'm looking at you, Liquid, here. Tell me what the plan is. Show me something. Camo in a similar position. That's fine. He's been doing kind of 1-for-1 on this sort of spot. Purpo's interest is going to be kept maintained towards A, at least for now, as that Prowler did get sent through. They do have a lot more bodies leaning towards the B side of the map. You do have presence in Heaven, presence in CT, and obviously Camo then shouldered up early. And Nats isn't a million miles away. He's over towards Vents. But this is similar stuff, right? We've seen a similar round before.
Camo, same spot.
Cutting through.
Finds the same success. Fnatic poised once more this time around. It's even more concerning because there's a showstopper throw in the mix here. Kayak gonna spot the first player. Will reveal Camo's position as well.
He's dead to rights, man. This is all too obvious, all too easy. And what are you meant to do for your Miniboo? Now you've got a corner to play in, you've got a utility being flooded towards you. Wayne's done well to be slightly disconnected and play it back in. That was a valiant attempt from him and Purpo. But beyond that, everyone is just down in numbers. Purpo, what a try! But the final full stop to this is Fnatic having their way.
And Camo's just half a second behind, cutting sightlines here. As soon as he's spotted, it feels like the round is done again.
Yes.
So they take casualties on the way in. See, he tries to TP away here. But he's so desperate to find something before retreating. Maybe it's a lack of faith in their ability to retake these sites, but Again, if that is the reason though, let's again Minibu, Sao, and Seven. I'm not saying it's black and white. Send him forward. He's going to find you kills, but proactively go and try and dismantle some of these setups that Fnatic are able to just sit in comfortably.
And I think comfort is the main word. It doesn't feel like we've had many disruptions. We haven't seen them trying to get, taking high risks. Any risks, really. I said it looked like maybe in that round Camo got a little more interested, but maybe just because of the panic, knowing that side hit's coming, try and play it forward. But it feels like you're halfway again in that idea. Do we sit deeper? Do we let them kind of burn this utility? Do we try and back out from site and just play back through? Conceptually, they are falling flat, and that's unfortunate here because Liquid have done better in the past.
And here's the other side, right? The utility discussion. Are we forcing anything out from that? But at the same time, when they're set up as 4 or 5 and potentially it's only kayak split in mid, they're going to commit behind this utility. There's never going to be a util dump where they don't then try and take site.
But it's also like, I haven't seen a fight on B main. I haven't seen anyone digging deeper. I haven't seen them trying to push through on towards A. I haven't seen really Fnatic even eye up middle that much. Yeah, we've seen Kayak maybe once in a while split that side. But give me a fight on these extremities, fight for some control, but now it becomes obvious. That's the issue, right? That's the problem, is it's the typical solution, but we're only seeing it now in what, round 8 coming in. And there, finally a reward for Minibu, finally on the board, he's gonna go back in. He's doubling down, go for it, why not? Drops 2 bodies. Finally, a fight has happened. The Liquid actually, even on a lighter purchase, walk away from with a man to the good.
Boaster's gonna find Nats as well. It's leaving Purpo solo to hold down B site now. Prowler sent out, so confirms there's nobody tucked into B main just yet.
Are these weapons recoverable, maybe?
Yes, late round, but certainly not now.
Yeah,
there's still plenty of time for Fnatic to sit on them. Boaster and Crashies both have ultimates here if they feel they need to secure this.
God, they're so worried that Boaster maybe continued that walk up middle at some point. You can see them re-clearing. I think it's a misread. I mean, it's a gamble. It always is, but it's late no matter which way you call it.
are divided! 30 seconds
go on
left.
top. Maybe just look.
I think now they
weapons.
know. Yeah, now they know they can grab
vision.
these. Again, they're going to be so far away
They're
from
so
this.
late. Yeah, and I mean,
And there's still the question mark of Boaster, right?
yeah, he could be anywhere at this point. I don't know if you just cancel on keeping these. You're coming back in, you've got no information yet. Okay, they're going. It's going to be last minute sort of situation. What are you meant to do? This post plant is... Does he even get spotted there? I don't think he did. Boaster's still alive. He does get cleared on the corner. Camo's going for it. By hook or by crook, he will try and make this happen. As Fnatic now need to fight back in. Finally, a decisive Liquid.
Again, a big gamble late on in this retake as well. So it's going to come down to just a couple of seconds to find this defuse.
Huge.
But the right sort of decision you want to see them make.
I'm just glad they sent Minibu in, right? Fight on one of these extremities. Get confident, take a gamble. He's the one who got them these weapons as well. Jeez. But still, that's huge, right? That could be a spark. That's the idea. Don't let Fnatic have their way with you. That's just ridiculous. You can't. Maybe just a reminder.
Let's go, boys.
To feel like you can actually do something about it. What's the reaction, though, from Fnatic? That was the first time that really Liquid, it feels like a solid team effort.
Obviously 2 big ultimates removed now from Fnatic. At least Liquid have found their response now. Alpha not too far away from another showstopper. Again, just seeing Liquid set up the same once more. Again, nothing really pressuring any position here for Fnatic. They can sit comfortably once more, and well, effectively you're going to have another 4v2 here if Fnatic decide to hit. Now, if he rotates off that Prowler, it's going to be even more concerning, but Purpo not moving just yet.
Time to jump.
They should be ringing the alarm bells. Get ready, they're coming your way. Purpo's still going to keep space towards ramp, but has to turn his attention. It is a main site here. It's all coming in through main. Great pathing here. Alpha probably surprised at the freedom he's been given. And now we get ready for the retake. Maybe this is Liquid's solution. If we're not going to take the fight early, we play for full retake, 5 standing.
Burn off some of the crucial ults here. Alpha's found the kill already. Prowler going to come through. Purpo finds a response, but Kayak good for the trade.
Yeah, great spacing for Kayak to still stay in that fight. Here comes the kind of pressure point from Miniboo, but they're losing out in numbers. Nat's found isolated. Wayne and Miniboo, what can you do? Nothing again! Fnatic, far too comfortable, Mike. I feel like a broken record.
Yeah, it's... Again, this can't be the response. Now, obviously, going to be in an awkward position in terms of the finances. You can't really justify some of these risks in the early round. I mean, Nat's sitting on a pit now, but... All right, Kayak just looking clean.
Come on, boys!
Also, that was pacey from Fnatic too. And I do think that has always been like the thing in my mind that I maybe look forward to is if we get to see Fnatic toying with the ability to play fast and slow, right? And we kind of never got to see it at their strongest points. We saw that mostly that slower style execution. But if they could ever harness that, it's always an interesting concept. Very hard to pin down then round by round. But beyond that, does this deny anything? Does this keep anything in check?
Obviously, the pit going to enable a heavier lean towards mid or A. Still Purpo and Wayne tasked with holding down that site. But this is a crucial kill here, Camo. A little bit of an exploration, we'll find Boaster.
That's sick though. I don't know if they've seen the Alpha was there too. That's the first time we've kind of seen two players exploring this, but whichever way you cut it, that's a clean man to the good. Good reposition from Camo as well. Right place for this. Let's see where Fnatic decide to take this approach.
Just curious, really, with Alpha's position, if they're looking to pivot through mid here. Kayak still curious towards Heaven. TP sent back across from Camo as well, so going to be well equipped either side of the map here. Time starting to dwindle for
30
Fnatic.
seconds left.
Oh, this is still very early in the round, what do you mean? They can see the site.
Barriers just dropped.
I got the spike.
And 20 seconds, so we're going. Ooh. Well, I don't think that was the game plan, but Kayak gonna get towards site, but he's now in a lot of trouble. 14 seconds. But we know how this goes. Apparently the coin flip always falls in favor of Fnatic in this. 8 seconds. And they haven't cleared back site. Plant now, another go at things. He needs help on this. He can't do it alone. He's got it down, but he dies for it. Trades there. Purple still on the site. Camo comes into effect. Alpha, last man alive, and he is still in heaven.
One kill and showstopper.
Does he get it? Still got Boombot, still got bits to work with, but Nats is close.
Yeah.
And that is the slam dunk. There we go. Too late in the day, not enough information to clear that backside, and well done to Liquid to keep control of that space.
I mean, a miracle that Kayak even gets this plant to put them in a position to reset here in Heaven. A couple of crucial kills coming through. I think it was Miniboo in the chaos there. Oh, Camo actually finding 3, sorry. He'll be the one with the final kill here, and Nats to clean up. Nice! Ultimates heavily favouring Fnatic here, though. Alpha, Kayak, and Vekaj. Looks like we might even see a pacier hit here. To maybe just catch off guard 2 members on the A site. Kayak will try and pave the way here.
Last time it worked quite well. We've seen a lot of information that should allow for at least an additional body to come over and try and help. Kayak's cleared site this time. Spike is in the hands of Crashy, so yet to scale through. Now it is. Looking like almost a pre-take was considered for avoiding that seize, but still, they get security from the smokes. Still hold a little bit of Heaven control. Maybe not the flash he was dreaming of.
See the pit here, Lay. Again, awkward timing for him. Miniboo going to find Alpha on the way in, though.
Well, there's a pit. It's going to go down. That was a good amount of space on this. Then Nightfall on top, play back in. Liquid need to work as one, be on the same page. Or Crashies, he's going to do this to you. 3 kills from backside. And now Purpo and Nats having to navigate a treacherous path, leaving just Purpo alive. And as good as he's been, this is another clutch you'd have to give them. Another round on his shoulders. And you can hear the time, you can hear the clock. All too fast and too little time to change the outcome.
Purpo will fall as well. A couple of concerning numbers in terms of the finances behind that for Liquid. See what the last purchase will look like here as we come into round 12, but Fnatic once more just stretching their legs.
In the business. Was it sick?
Even an opportunity there. Vaka's pit isn't optimal, but still cuts off and creates enough of a safety net here. I mean, Crashy's finding 3 kills like that is just, it's just Crashy's things.
Yep. Yep.
Still got his ult to work with as well. Looks like Camo, they have his, but again, the byproduct of weird finances throughout this is now 3 SMGs in the final round.
Oh, you hate to see it. Camo, that's got to be gutting as well. Don't get me wrong, he tried it in the last couple of rounds to get a little bit more active in middle. This time, that Prowler looks like it was just fated to get to his feet. So, what more are you meant to do? Down to 4. Have to hold here for Nats as well. Just SMG. Does have help from Heaven, but that's with a Stinger.
It did spot the first, but he's going to have to burn the Snakebite here. Now that the Toxin has run out, Miniboo has to go nuclear. Fnatic decide to progress through. Actually, he ain't going to wait for this pressure through mid to come. Nobody here watching it right now. I mean, Miniboo's about to head back up into Heaven, but...
Face your fear!
Who spotted on main? Nats is in a world of trouble, man. Nats has got 1 HP. You can see that Miniboo's trying to help it, but yeah, he's seized up. This is hard to watch, honestly, Nats. Where do you wanna die to? You got Heaven or you got main? There's only so many choices you can pick from. Purpo, the one with the rifle, really could have something to say about it. Does really well to find Crashies. Wayne's still only on that SMG though, but trying to maybe create a pathway for them. One's gonna do well. Should reveal the player in towards hell. That's stunning! Another? Oh, Purpo! The saving light for Liquid, but he still needs another. Good damage. He's hungry for it. He wants this done. 24 HP, 2 bullets. And Boaster's barely alive on the other side. 18 HP, 5 bullets. He's got the time. Oh, you'd be bold if you went for that. Purpo looking to save the day here. Boaster playing with time. Purpo, you made a damn good go. But it feels like Fnatic can't be stopped at 9 rounds.
Again, just such an impressive grasp of the macro here from Fnatic. And Liquid, unfortunately, just unable to recover in some of these situations where they do find themselves at a disadvantage. And they can't deal with the site hits either.
No, it feels like nothing was going right, barring Purpo's impact, really. He's the one who stood out to me, but that's never going to be enough. And it's going to be a rude awakening
Harry
for
Potter's
Liquid.
here! Avada
Fair enough. Okay, well, we do have a treat. Now, if you did want to beat Fnatic, we have someone who might actually have an idea for it. Down, waiting in the wings with Lou.
And IGL in upper finals join me, Geldin. Rosé coming even on an off day to the arena. Wow, what a dedication. I wanted to ask you first of all about your glasses. You're doing a little bit of a Turkish Harry Potter cosplay here, but I know there is a little bit of, lore history behind those broken glasses. So can you share it with us?
Like, I broke the glasses when the kickoff starts, like the first day, I guess. And like there is no chance to fix it like insta like at the same time, and like I just tell to myself I think it should be like my totem.
Okay, like good luck totem.
Yeah, I bought a new one, but I just want to use it right now, like because of the totem. Yeah, that's why I use it like this.
Until the end of tournament, you keep them broken. Okay, I see that, and it worked. And you've beaten Fnatic last week in quite a fashion, but now they're looking pretty terrifying. So maybe you've woken something in them, by beating them. So I want to know, why do you think they're still a good team?
I think like their game style and gameplay is like with the discipline. That's why I guess they're not playing like on the fly. That's the main thing for them, I guess. And they're just doing their like the strats, and the basic gameplay is like perfect right now, and that's why I guess.
Right, and your ex-teammate Comeback real quick is going to be playing the next game. So I want to know if you're going to stay and if you're going to support him.
I'll stay. I will watch the game with my team, I guess, but I'm not sure about gonna support. I think we're gonna see who is the better today, like Giantix or Heretics.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
May the best win, right? Thank you so much, Teşekkür ederim. Thank you for joining me, and let's see with Spencer and Hypok who takes the win on Split.
Oculus Reparo. Once I make my move, you're free.
No.
Why not?
Because we can't do that. Wow. But interesting there. I do feel like this is the byproduct of a reality check for Fnatic, right? Let's get back, again, remember who the hell we are. Champs, grand finalists here. Like, let's get ourselves back on the right page. And I think there's been so many examples here. This is not to take away from some of the... Well, hold that thought for a minute. Yeah. Hunting.
Well.
Wow.
Well. Just needs a Sheriff or two. And I'm pretty sure that's the one that Boaster nabbed at one point and used. Maybe that's OP. Maybe he needs it back. Maybe there's something in that. A little bit of magic.
So Miniboo's Sheriff does hit good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there's another Fnatic player walking middle. No. This... What's going on?
Well,
most curious.
2 down, 3 to go. Crashes now next on the chopping block.
Mate, why are they walking everywhere on the map?
This is just to try and get in their heads, potentially lean into the scoreline. Just Vekaj and Boaster left. Expecting somebody to have slipped the net towards A.
That's a wall. Oh, that's not. Hello.
Well, now they know.
They are
immediately. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All good.
How much space can they
30
guard
seconds
here?
left. Look, I'm just saying Boaster wants that back. He's coming for it. He's like,
planted.
I want that one. Give it.
Well, 1v3. He's already clutched one up today.
You believe?
31 HP Miniboo.
And that's the Sheriff right there.
Oh no. Oh my god, he's got the Sheriff.
Get it, get the Sheriff, get the Sheriff.
No, don't forget it.
No! It was the Elder Wand. You could have had it. Oh, I need to get Harry Potter out of my head. This is foul. All right, 1v2. I don't see a world where he's going to get more than this. No, not even going to get half. And Liquid. Oh my god, Liquid.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Liquid. There we go. Back in the game.
Still good for 3. Was Boaster.
If he had that Sheriff, mate, all I'm saying.
If he'd have picked it up.
If he'd picked it up.
Would be having a very different discussion right now.
See, look at that thing.
Reload.
I mean, there is a scenario there where Alpha actually gets both of those kills. I don't think necessarily expecting the peak when it came, but certainly set up.
Oh, I didn't even see him.
I've seen a little spin on a diffuse before. 4-9 though, Liquid given a chance to play the game, which is very nice of Fnatic to do, honestly. So let's see what Liquid can do. Fnatic are running at them again.
Not giving the chance here.
No, but Wayne's coming out swinging. That's good for the confidence too, man. You get back in this game. You could be kicking yourselves.
Boaster and Crashies left here. Get only classics, so not expecting anything in this 2v5.
Obscuring vision.
Liquid still so cautious. Now starting to pick the pace up a little bit.
I'll find you.
Crashies obviously going to hear all this. Boaster still marked by Nats here. Yeah, does get a catch.
Feels like
outside.
these two just constantly finding each other on like various lurks, that mid timing. It should be 5 standing. Crashies. Not going to even get a consolation on that. Good stuff. In zone flawless. And look, if Fnatic are going to just run at you with classics, if you're Liquid, you're going to take that every day of the week.
See now what Liquid can make of this. Let's see a flawless round 2. Big opportunity now to try and convert the bonus.
Bane is back.
Whether or not Fnatic are going to continue playing as aggressive as they have. Obviously the pistol, a couple of solo pushes down mid, but again, that was what was lacking from Liquid, so that's something they want to try and tap into. I mean, Alpha's there, but Liquid actually sending bodies up ramp very early on.
Lovely C's, actually, and Crashies rewarded too. I mean, I feel like Crashies does go unsung sometimes with the amount of impact he can have quietly.
Yeah.
Just doing so well. You just don't see mistakes that often from him. Verkash as well. Oh, come on, mate. Did you just give him a little bit of hope just to take it away? Wayne, the one who got 3 last round, needs to keep going on that sort of pathing because he got 4 more to find, and Crashies shuts down the chapter. 10 for Fnatic. They want this one done.
Money in the bank, obviously, for Liquid. Wayne already does have the divide. Nothing else really on the brink for them. That's just such a beautiful catch by Veka. And the third as well.
Yeah.
Just everything littering his view.
I'm putting in CT, come on!
Clean comms, like that, good energy.
Yeah, so Boaster just one away from a divide of his own.
Cutting through.
See what the plan is for Liquid now to back into a more even affair in terms of the weaponry now. Both Boaster and Kayak looking to greet them at the front door.
Let's see if they can handle it, right? This was the thing that was working out for Fnatic, but Kayak already going to do well to deny Camo, and that second layer of pressure never really got off the starting blocks.
It's still the other side of the smoke. Orb retrieved, and advantage now firmly in Fnatic's favor. And have to now readdress mid at the 60-second mark. Bekaj delivering in the previous round here. Catch the cross, but actually a swing on here. Purpo will punish once more.
Bring them down.
Okay. 4v4, 45 seconds. And Crashies, I think this is a nice idea, actually. If they are not...
The timing of the jump!
That's a little unfortunate. Second either side, it could have been different, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, and Wayne will take that every day of the week. Kayak is on site, and so is Alpha. A scary duo to try and get past. Great heads-up work from
30
Nats.
seconds left.
Trying to create some pathway in here. Spike back in the hands of Miniboot. Kayak still on site, though. Boaster a little bit further away.
And not rotating just yet, either. And Kayak does have a TP to get away. Nats is going to spot him, though. Almost made out here. The bait is beautiful.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
You've not had the best game, but this would be the one. Did he get seen crossing over? I don't think he did. Okay. He's trying to get the timing right here, but does he get caught by Boaster? Already on the site, Kayak, waiting. Patient. This could be an absolute masterclass.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Players are going to start turning around when the audience starts getting loud here. We go! Brilliant discipline from Miniboot. That's a round to get you back with some confidence.
Left scratching their heads. So well played by Miniboot. Again, an opportunity here as well to just take the freebie, get the showstopper, but heads up play. I mean, Crashy's heartbreaking moment for him. Certainly in a position to shut this down before it even gets to... No! Let's go! Miniboot starting to put some numbers up here. Still 4 rounds for Liquid to tie things up. And an age-old purchase.
What do you call that one?
Summon FC.
Also, chat made me giggle on that. The Americans could never. When the audience, they're not giving away the round 10 out of 10 EMEA. We love you for that. However, yeah, the 3 Buckies. How you feel about it?
I mean, they're about to walk into the blender potentially. Showstopper invested here. Bekaz might have an opportunity, but Miniboot will find it.
I just get nervous in these rounds because it always feels to go, you know, topsy-turvy, but...
They haven't necessarily figured it out just yet. Obviously shut one of them down, but Alpha's going to have another opportunity here.
Ooh. An attempt, but mostly HP sitting pretty nice as well. But the original Summon FC man showing up how it's done. Gonna get 1 and 4. So this is all fine. Liquid are doing this step by step. It's good.
No more 30
Well,
seconds
Kayak's got a
left.
rifle, and he's behind Liquid right now. If I was going to say, if Crashies can slow this down any further, Wayne is watching though.
Last player standing.
Oh, they traded headshots as well.
Oof.
Spike planted.
This could be 7. He's trying to get the timing right, but I think, yeah, the window just shutting there. Well done to Liquid. Managed to navigate those rough waters.
Fnatic certainly now starting to stack some of these ultimates and maybe just relying on one of these bigger rounds in terms of investment. Side of Liquid.
1 enemy remains.
Still the divide for Wayne.
Too close, but close enough there.
but certainly finding their footing here in the second half.
I mean,
clawing their way, clawing their way back into this.
4-1.
Now only 3 left to find. So they might just commit towards a site hit now.
Cutting through.
And Kayak's got ult. Crashes too. Really, Vekaj making moves this direction as well. His snakebite could be crucial here.
I think a good couple there. Kayak set up to isolate one. That's Minibu gone and he gets out of danger. Really good hit and run there. You can see how frantic it is on the site, but the spike is going to make the cross. That's in Purpo's hands. Plants in. Said that with a little bit of hesitation. No, it's fine.
So divide for Boaster. Kayak does have his ult once more, so could convert this advantage in the retake, but Liquid taking space away.
Yeah, they are. Camo trying to get active in this post plant, which is a very dangerous game as Vekaj just dropped Nat, so now Camo really needs to get this right. Double swing, he's dead. Purpo, Wayne on the side, back to the wall. Valorant now. Great shot coming in from Wayne to take away Vekaj, but can they try and come together on the side? Can they make this work? No. Crashes takes away Purpo.
Boaster's back through vents.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right.
They're blocking again.
Yeah, man, how are they so good at this stuff? Fnatic. Breaking Liquid's hearts. The second you think they might have a shout at it, they're in for a shot. Just gets ripped away.
A Boaster plays so late on this. Wayne just teed up here to obviously succeed with an open plant, but Fnatic get basically everything right on the way in. Going to cause some concerns here in terms of the buy for Liquid. Nothing to offset this. I mean, Camo potentially just 1 point away, so a chance to find it here. Alpha, one off the showstopper. Vekaj, a chance to slow down any push through mid with the pit. He's just left guarding right now.
Just leaving Boaster to keep a real active hand on the B site, as Liquid are looking towards it, but all off of this plan. Running really patient.
Here.
A lot riding on this for Liquid.
My ult's ready.
Look at the ult here for Camo, off the orb.
Spike drop.
Maybe just reverting back towards mid here to send out a feeler. Purpo's making a big wrap towards Nats.
50 seconds.
Find you.
Really trying to buy.
Yeah, plant the seed, draw an extra body, which they have done. Alpha's rotated.
The Prowler just goes down ramp. It was a bit too shallow to catch. So Nats gets to get a little more active, but the reclear is good. They see nothing behind it.
Yeah, awkward timing for Nats to fall here now. Fnatic in a position to probably just give this site up a little bit.
Yeah, Vekaj with a good bit of damage on the cross, though, catching Minibu pretty low. But chip damage is all they're going to report here. Do they try and fight back in? Liquid unwilling to give up the site now. 3 players left standing for Fnatic and 4 for the Liquid side, and a plant on their side. Paint shell could be a problem. Minibu.
Oh my God.
Breathe in on that one. They're all starting to get down to the thinner end of the utility. Camo with a pop flash to the swing. Lovely synergy on that as Alpha's options become near on 0.
They're really tagged up now, even with HPs for Liquid, going to give this one up. Liquid able to fend off Fnatic here in this post plant. A little bit of well, call it hesitation, but maybe just trying to absolutely make sure they can weaken this B site hold before hitting. We'll find them their 8th.
I feel like that's the round that gives you a real chance at this, though.
It certainly does, especially with 4 standing. I mean, the money's been in tatters again throughout this half.
I don't know what the finances are like for Fnatic. I think they're on the lower end of things. So this could bring the game back within, like, touching distance. So, key stuff.
Vekaj, I
went
think,
a little early on that.
Yeah, rightfully, probably a little bit tilted it himself. It's an opportunity certainly to at least trade out there. It's only really chip damage, as you noticed, and actually credit to Wayne there to pick up the slack. So I think that information is relayed. Boaster's looking to punish that immediately before they can get the plant, but probably explains that facial expression.
Potentially.
Yeah, certainly a crucial round now for Liquid. They have Fnatic up against the ropes. Only Vekaj with the pit. Obviously still 1 point missing for Alpha as well.
And I do want to return to what you were saying about Wayne. Just in general, very high-end work from him already. 18 to 14, top of the board throughout this map. So credit to him, because it felt like Purple in the first half was the only one really having anything to say about it. Good upswing from Miniboo as well. I mean, it's not...
Miniboo went from 0-8 or something to now,
12,
again,
15.
yeah, being fairly active in some of these rounds.
I said it's not his best performance, but at least he's on the server.
Steps in the right direction for sure, which is something we were left asking coming into this year, obviously with the roster change. So certainly a positive, especially considering, I mean, just played out of map 1, didn't even have an opportunity to put some numbers up.
Play stack middle, Fnatic in a weird buy. Couple of rifles though, Alpha 1 kayak with the other, everything else a little bit here and there. On the other side, of course, an opportunity for Nats to farm 1. And I'm only seeing like shields. The bait is just foul. I fell for it.
I was like, did he see him? And then kayak, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh, go get him. Okay, but that's not over yet. That's fine. That was just like a little trap play. They're trying to go for a lot of trap plays. Little C's, paint shell combo. Kayak's taken a little bit of a backseat now after Miniboo's taken him out of the equation, but still, 4v3.
Oh, it catches on Wayne. It's going to be noted here. Won't find a timing through B. I don't think they've noted Vekaj's weapon yet. So Purpo could get the surprise of his life if he clears vents. I think Liquid now going to try and split through B.
Yeah, what's on this side of the map? Okay, Alpha's got the Vandal here, and you've got Crashies. Oh, with a Phantom too. Oh dear, that is a little sketchy. Alpha still unchecked on, now going to be noted, but look at the side pillar. Crashies tries to swing on it, loses. Miniboo still alive. We're going to have our enemy battle in the air. Don't win that fight, Alpha! That's horrible business, and Boaster down to the 1v1. Okay, he's going to invest the ult on it. Swing, and he hits Purpo! The backbone of Team Liquid right now.
Right down to the wire. Fnatic almost sticking the landing here. It took everything from Liquid. They'll get another chance to catch their breath. Yes. Fortunately tries to make moves. It's drawn out a big ultimate though. Like I said, it's taken everything to get them to this point. Bulldog for Alpha, but the buy is here for Fnatic. Showstopper and a pit still to work with. Invested towards mid. Maybe quell some of the last few rounds in terms of Liquid making inroads here. I haven't necessarily staked their claim just yet.
Here. It's quite interesting. This is probably one of the quieter games I've seen as of late from Nats. Kill-wise, right? The guy is an incredible in-game leader.
He's got his hands full.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And it's such a night and day difference. You see some of the more recent series with Liquid. He's been pretty instrumental with just like the numbers on the board. Here, it feels like you can see, I mean, you can see him talking through the vast majority of the start of this round. He is very much in IGL mode for a good reason. Wayne noted on the Prowler, but not the end of the world. Still about 50 seconds.
I'll find you.
Those lineups down.
No commitment, though. Again, now we're past the point where it gets a little concerning. 40 seconds, Liquid have to roll the dice effectively. Elsewhere, though, Camo slipped the net. Supposed to catch this.
30 seconds.
That's a great catch, though, for Camo. Slipping past and getting Boaster. Now the backlines are not secure, but they're still struggling on the front door here. They have to get towards the site. They're still not out of main. We're down to 18 seconds, and the discipline from Kayak is key. They forgot about the front door. All worried about that flank that they can maybe get away with, and it falls short.
One of the more frustrating ones to watch, but certainly more frustrating to be a part of that. Again, they're so eager for Camo to find something here. Again, the catch on Boaster, brilliant. But something has to happen at B main here.
Good job, boys. Come on, boys.
The focus is split. You have to capitalize on those opportunities versus a team like Fnatic playing like this.
12 rounds to their name now. Sporadic at best, but close enough already. Liquid with a chance to fight back, but Fnatic now taking the main space, putting bodies behind it.
Gaps in the buy, though. A Bulldog. Spectre here from Wayne as well. Guardian in the hands of Nats.
I just got ult as well from this.
Still showstopper
Oh, and was that just blind? I think Vekash might have just got that straight through the smoke, if I'm honest. And that's going to sting. Losing out on Miniboo, who's been pretty solid here. What are you meant to do now? Oh, and Alpha's... Wait and see if he got timed on that. Nats trying to actually get back into this kind of lurking position. But Alpha's repositioned, whether he knows it or not, is exceptionally well timed.
I mean, really, if they commit towards site here, it's not so bad, because I believe Nats is probably going to try and pit into heaven here. Oh my god, the timing on that. Might have even got the sound cue as well.
Yeah, because they had to scramble out of there pretty quick. Oh my god.
He's certainly caught it.
Run! Run! You can't get away!
Down mid.
Leaving them just in pieces. Camo and Nats, the last two alive. That slow and steady work isn't going to be good enough here. Fnatic within pretty much touching distance of getting past this game. Liquid looked alive in the second half, but it feels like all for a moment as Nats gets overwhelmed. Fnatic push up to 13 and walk away, winning this series.
It's certainly what feels like a return to form, or at least comfort here versus Team Liquid. Certainly in control of what feels like the lion's share of both maps.
Yeah.
Liquid, unfortunately, I think maybe just rattled a little bit. We may be expecting Fnatic to still be struggling in some regards, but again, once they got rolling on map one, they really ran away with that. Liquid able to make them sweat a little bit here on split, but just such fine margins. There wasn't really anything sustainable to then act upon and repeat.
Hard series for Liquid. They've got a lot of work to do. I think they'll go back to the drawing board on that and know they've got a lot of work to do. But for Fnatic, as you said, looking at first map, they put in some... Easy. They put in some work there already. Second map, way more on the same page. Starting to see some of those ideas line up, right? They look like a very different side here today than we saw before. You can't help but miss that.
No.
Fair play. Fair play. It was good to watch, and I think just curious where it goes from now.
Yeah, I definitely want to see them obviously come out of today's series well, feeling more confident, maybe not as much pressure in terms of the prep, but certainly as we develop through kickoff here, I mean, the stakes get higher and higher. We're already talking about a middle bracket here. These are teams that already shouldn't be here, so certainly not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, and the man on the screen, another great performance from him. I know there's a lot of question marks around how he'd blend with the roster, how he'd fit into probably one of the biggest shoes there are going. No, he's done great. He's answering back. No,
he's impressed me again. Like I said, those opening series where it was sometimes difficult to watch, Vekash for me still standing out. Crashes as well, putting up great numbers once more. So yeah, overall massive positives in terms of improvements here for Fnatic.
And speaking of positives, we are going to be hearing from the delightful Boaster and Luke.
A captain, an IGL, a vibes merchant like no others has joined me. Boaster, it feels like Team Liquid got their boasties after this victory on your end. I still don't know what that means, but congratulations still. The first thing I wanted to ask you is, we've seen an evolution of your team from the first match and even from the game against Foot. We've seen more synergy. You could even chill on Corrode and watch, you know, Crashes and Alpha clutch together and stuff. So what are you the most proud of today? On what have you evolved in a positive way?
It's like what we said, even when we were going to play BBL, we didn't feel quite ready yet. And yeah, we said, boys, it doesn't matter. The more games we get to play, the more chances we get to scale. And we're a team that relies on like a lot of VOD footage and a lot of like working out mistakes. And that Corrode against Footballist allowed me to have a look at the attack side and see what I could fix up there. It still looked a bit squeaky, boys pulling out big rounds, but that's what it is. Every day, 1%.
Yeah, scaling, right?
Yes.
Exactly. And we're seeing you playing Astra, which I love, way more than Omen right now. We only see your Omen on Heaven, I think. So why do you love this agent so much, and why should we definitely get rid of Omen?
Well, you know, sometimes on Astra I die in astral form, as I've seen, but I just like her cross-map help.
Right.
You know, with Omen, I'm like, oh, I'm smoking for you, I go into form, and it's like slowly going there. But with Astra, I'm able to kind of like preempt the enemy's movements and stun. Like, for instance, on that A post plant on split where Austin's on the elbow, I thought they were going to swing him when the Yoru TPs, so I instantly just put a star stun for him, and I wouldn't be able to do that on Omen. On Omen, I'll be like, Yeah, you go.
Yeah, it's coming. The smoke is coming, right?
yeah.
And now you're being more reactive. And we know, you know how many supporters you have that came also to the arena and that always come, of course, for you. So I want to know if you want to give maybe a shout out to someone, the fans, whoever helped you through all these past weeks to reach the victory today.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to shout out all the fans that came today. I really appreciate you lot. And I'd say shout out to my roommate Yinsu. We're waiting for Vitality. We're coming for them, for the Bumblebees.
She's going to have to make a choice at some point for sure. And last but not least, Rose is in the crowd. And I had the opportunity to interview him. And he has some nice words about you and your team, saying you're a great team with a lot of discipline. So is there anything you want to say to him nice in return?
I think, yeah, your boys are shooting really well. The way that you work the map is quite different to the standard, and I think it's inspired me when I watched our games back to think a bit differently about how I can default in this meta.
And have
if he
fun,
understood
right?
that, how good's your English? Is it good?
I think it's good.
Sounds good to me.
He said, I think it's good. I think he got you, of course. Thank you so much, Jay. Congratulations again for the win. We're looking forward to your game, so good luck. And let's see who takes the win between Team Heretics and GX right after a break.
I'm the best IGL. I'm the best IGL. I'm the best IGL. I'm putting in C6 mod. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Come on, then. Come on. Hey, 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 Malfoy. Purple. Harry Potter's here. Avada Kedavra.
Girl, when I was with you, strolling around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. Now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say. Got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. Playing with my heart, you're playing with my heart. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah. I always go all in. swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking.
Alfie, Alfie.
Alfie, carry me.
Alpha, yeah.
Oh yeah, young boy.
Alpha, yeah.
Woo!
Nice.
I died!
Really good combo.
Nice recon. I have my ult.
Becky, you can't stand like this forever.
Ah, but I check you already. Spilla.
No! Come on! Holy sh...
Holy sh...
I won my first match in VCT. Yalla!
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard, but
we just literally let this Nafik 5 people smash us. Are we build that team to Nafik them let to do that to us or what? No, right? Everyone wants to win, right?
Nice. One more. Okay, let's
face off Camille.
Nice.
Let's face this together.
Let's go.
Camille.
Okay, one by one. That vibe.
Mic check.
Don't yell. Can you put coach 2 like 50% down?
Yeah, you can put it. Yeah, mic check. Oh, bro, you're so annoying. I'm actually gonna.
Nice.
Nice,
Nice. Enemy remaining.
come on, baby, me and you, brother. Me and you, even though you got him off, that's fine.
Yeah, me and you.
I'm slowing default off. I'm
Let's go!
Oh my god, bro.
Oh yeah, I cannot call anymore.
Okay, reset.
Call ambulance.
In the long smoke. One more long. One long, one out. Nice long.
Still on, long.
Nice scroll.
Nice scroll.
Ben kurusum ona. Oku attım.
Having fun and bringing up the good vibes on stage seems to be very important, and Fnatic is no exception. Welcome, Kayak, to the desk. Congratulations for this win, of course. And I'm instantly going to ask you the question I really want to get the answer to. What do you prefer between Yoru and Waylay? Because you're doing amazing on both, but we must say that Yoru is unmatched.
No, I think I prefer Jet, you know. I prefer Jet, but sadly not many maps you can play Jet on right now. And I mean, Waylay is fun, but sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's hard, like when you just and you don't have you don't have util, or like you're getting shot from 4 angles. So, so sometimes it's hard, but.
So would it be Yoru still? Would you pick Yoru if you had to pick?
Yoru, I mean, Yoru. Maybe I'm just Yoru one trick. No, I'm like I'm actually good on Yoru sometimes, but it is how it is.
I mean, it seems like it's a pretty natural thing to you, of course, and I think we all agree on the desk, right, Billy? He's amazing on Yoru.
Yeah, I think we all know that. I wouldn't say just quite a one trick though. I think you got some more flexibility and diversity than that Kayak.
For sure.
I mean, yeah, I can play different agents, but depends how good, you know. Like I can play everything, but not everything is good.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I wanted to ask you, did you get a chance to watch the skirmish between the coaches?
I was cheering for Milan. He was training yesterday. He played he played against Bekash. He played against Alpha. He played with Desmo, so he was prepared.
Did he win any of those practices?
No, against Desmo. Against Desmo, he lost like 320, I think, maybe 420.
So he didn't even beat the assistant coach, Desmo?
No.
Why don't you send Desmo next time?
Oh, we can't, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Desmo would beat everyone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the best.
Does it bother you that your coach has a better skirmish win record than you right now?
No, he's better than me.
Right. You can't do anything against humility, to be honest. But yeah, you were looking quite in shape today, and I think Mini has a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to ask, like, last year kickoff, you started a bit slow, and this year, today was good, but you started a bit slower in those last games. Like, is there any reason why?
It's just the Fnatic way, I think, you know, like starting the tournament slow, making a lot of mistakes at the beginning, and then fixing everything. So, like every game, we are looking better, I think, but there is like still some stuff to improve on.
What about individually?
I mean, individually, I think since of season after the champs, I'm not happy with how individually I play right now. But I think I don't like overthink it or anything. I just play. I'm here for the vibes. You know, Alpha carrying me, so I'm just here for the vibes.
And do you prefer Alpha being on the Vise, or would you rather him be a double duelist with you? What's your
That's a good
preference
question.
right now?
It's a hard question, to be honest. I mean, like he played a lot of Raze and stuff, but I like him on Sentinel. I think he's a really good Sentinel.
He can play everything, you know, and he can play different roles, that is for sure. Everything maybe not, but I was wondering because it's a burden, you know, on the shoulders of a player to be like solo duelist, but at the same time to share the spotlight. So if you had a preference, do you like being solo duelist? Is it something you enjoy in general?
To be honest, I liked solo duelist more, but I don't know. Right now it feels a bit different. Like when I was playing solo duelist, like way before, it was like with Breach and Sova, like simple meta, which I really enjoyed. But right now it's a bit. I don't know, it's a bit different with the KO and stuff. I don't like playing with KO that much, so maybe double duelist. Maybe double duelist.
I think that makes you happy, right, Mini?
Does make me happy.
It's not flaming Vekash, of course.
No, of course not, right? But it's hard for a duelist to play with a KO. I agree with you on that for sure. We're gonna ask you about predictions because what's next up is JNX versus Team Heretics, and we're gonna have a skirmish also. A skirmish going on between two players, Westside and Comeback. Who do you see winning?
Comeback.
Why? Turkish aim and that's it?
He's just gonna buy up. He's gonna op West. That's it.
So do you think, so you see him winning because he's buying up and that's it?
Yeah.
Because I think there is a little bit of a plot twist about the skirmish that we're going to be able to discover very soon. Thank you so much for joining us. Kayak, we're not going to, you know, have to ask you to be on the broadcast duty for the entire night, so thank you so much for joining us.
I can stay, you know.
And if you want to watch the skirmish with us, let's just stay, but I think we're going to be able to discover it now, if I'm not mistaken. Can we move on to the skirmish?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kayak. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the skirmish is going to be right after. Yeah, I wanted to have your thoughts, guys, on the JNX Team Heretics, a matchup that we've seen many times. How are we feeling about this one? Is the outcome going to be different? I think Team Heretics have been victorious so many times. Do we see something different happening?
I think it's just, again, like it's a nice thing that this day is all about these teams who are once hitting those heights and coming into kickoff.
Yeah.
A little bit battle scarred. Coming into form kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. I think that when we had the chance to kind of speak with Boo, sorry, I don't know why I almost my mind's on Team Liquid from that game. When we had the chance to speak with Boo and Neilzinho the other night on Postplant, something that we kind of quizzed them on was their kind of bind composition and what they changed to, because they decided to play double initiator and moved away from that double duelist, which was what I thought looked really interesting. I think that, in my opinion, Mini, this looked a lot better for them.
Yeah, I think that Heretics generally suit that double initiator better. I do think in general this meta isn't favored towards double initiators. Like all of those refresh utility has been nerfed, but the Heretics I know and love seems to want to play the game in a way that soaks in that information and plays around it.
Yeah.
A little bit like what I was saying with Fnatic, but I think Fnatic have that second switch where they can play fast, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it also comes to initiative. You know, when you have util-based agents, let's say, you're more keen on into like doing something mid-round, or like a player wanted to take space or re-clearing some space and stuff. While I think that in some tense game, when you don't have util to re-clear info, you're going to be a bit scared. You're just going to jiggle pick and that's it. So I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Billy.
Yeah, I think something that Mini kind of highlighted in the telestrator that you did the other day for Team Heretics Bind specifically was little moments of them not quite having enough information to be able to decide on those calls, and just having more information gathering utility I think has been a strength for them, at least from what we saw the other day, and not just running away from operators in that sense either, which was something that you highlighted.
Like they like to spread them, they're an EMEA team, they like to spread the map slowly and figure things out, and on Bind itself we saw them switch away from the double duelist into the double initiator. So my question going forward is, how many of these maps are they going to be looking at going back to what they are comfortable with, in my opinion, on that double initiator?
So if you hadn't understood it already, we're going to be taking a closer look at map V2 today to see, and also at the compositions to see if Heretics are going to be back for good on double initiator or not. But let's talk about the duelist. We've done it already on the last match, of course, but if we can briefly mention it, we've seen, you know, a sparkle of comeback on his previous match, especially on the second map, seeing that he's capable of why, you know, the reasons why he was picked in VCT in the first place when he was playing with the Pacific boys. How do we see that coming onto today's matchup?
Well, I think that kind of ties us back into the double initiator conversation still as well, because something that we got to see from Team Heretics switching back to that identity is that Comeback was much better supported in the terms of utility and being able to carry out those executes that they were struggling with previously. So I'm intrigued to see if this is something that they carry forward with and lean back into that double initiator identity like we're discussing.
Yeah, so on Bind was the map in which they changed. They went from the double duelist to the double initiator, but that duelist that Comeback played also switched then to the waylay.
Yep.
And he looked a lot more comfortable on that waylay, and he looked a lot more comfortable being set up on a waylay.
Right.
So the question mark is it about an overall team philosophy shift, and is it about making Comeback more comfortable? And if both of those things are things they're leaning into, then maybe they'll find a bit more success during kickoff.
Questions that will be answered during the match, that is for sure. But when we speak about Team Heretics, we also need to speak about their opponent, GIANX. A matchup that we've seen many times, wondering if GIANX can this time make the story a bit different. Let's speak about that big initiators question, because that's what all we've been waffling about for the past 10 minutes, right? Initiators, duelist, and GX is a team playing double initiator as well. The Breach, the KO, where do we stand?
Yeah, so again, the GIANX are another team, one of those classic EMEA teams that loves the double initiator, loves to kind of play a little bit. They mix up the pace a little bit more, where like early round they might go for some aggression. With specifically, I see their identity as Aura and Flickless. And we've seen a little bit of that maybe disappearing this year, because Flickless has been put onto more different roles. But one of the things that's maintained is Breach, basically.
Right.
And in my opinion, I was expecting to see a lot more KO from GIANX than the Breach, given the recent nerfs to Breach.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's something that we kind of discussed beforehand was, the nerfs that have come in with Breach, like you mentioned, it probably not being as much as a viable agent as it maybe was previously. I think the KO, we know Flickless is great on the KO, so it would be nice to see that synergy between the UCAM boys from when they came into this GIANX roster. But for me, I really enjoy watching Flickless on the Viper as well. I think that kind of leaned more into this kind of meta reads from what we've had from them. But that does mean that on those moments, it's when we see Cloud on the sky.
Yeah, exactly. Cloud on the sky. You're giving it to me perfectly, Billy. Thank you for that, because we need to mention him, right? It's an agent that almost disappeared during the last year, that we could barely see in pro games. So what are our thoughts on this? It's still an agent that remains situational, and especially on some maps, regarding, for instance, Bind, Split. I don't see it somewhere else. Are we convinced of Cloud?
Yeah, on Bind on Split, I think it was perfect for them. It made a lot of sense. Cloud was basically won them the game. Like, it was really nice to see him carry. I think, but what I said before, though, about this whole Aura Flickless situation, that is how I saw the team's identity before. It was Flickless setting up Aura. But right now, we're not seeing that maybe quite as much. And then when he is getting set up, it's more on a Breach than a KO. And I'll be honest, I think that that's a little bit more one-dimensional. Breach is an agent where once you've used that stun, that's it.
That's it. You can't really do much. But it's certain that even with KU, you have all that information and stuff. So I'm going to be curious about the answers for tonight for sure. But the answer I want to get is who won the skirmish between Westside and Comeback, if I'm not mistaken. Comeback won. But I heard, guys, backstage that they played only Classic to promote the bundle. This is what I heard, and from what I see on the footage.
Oh yeah, that's actually
true.
That's kind of iconic. I quite like that. I like.
Who's Classic's better? So I guess Heretics' Classic is better than the.
I guess if you're judging by the skirmish, then yeah.
I mean, by the skirmish thing, you would have to buy the Heretics bundle, but
I like that they had that agreement though. Like, I think that's kind of iconic that they both went into it and decided, like, let's just use Classic only.
I'd also like to say that Kayak is a fraud analyst. Sorry. No operator used the tool here from Comeback. Didn't need it. Classic was enough for him.
Yeah, I think it's great. I really have been enjoying watching the skirmishes as well. And it's like just nice little friendly rivalry before the match begins as well, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And we're going to be able to discover the maps already to see where we're going to head to on this matchup. Abyss, Haven, and Breeze. What are the thoughts?
I think the big interesting thing here is Bind not being played at all. There's a reason we spoke a lot about it, was because we thought that
we
might be one of the
Bind,
maps
right?
in this pool. Both teams have been picking it. Giant X lost it both times they did pick it, but we're seeing Heretics ban it second. So a little bit of a surprise there, given that Heretics also won it the last time they played.
Maybe you don't want to give it to your opponent and you end up not having it as a decider, you know, because if you pick it, it's kind of a gift that you make to the other team that's happy to play it. I don't know, like, up to which point this mind games, you know, take place, but...
I think it is a mind games thing, Lou, because I think it's really interesting that it's been left to the decider. Do you want to go to Bind? Do you want to go to Breeze? And in which case, it would be Team Heretics ends up choosing going to that. And let's not forget, they did just change their composition the last time that we saw it. So I think they don't really want to play into Giant X's mind games here or tricks. So yeah, I think firstly, looking at Abyss, I mean, Giant X were able to beat Pacific on that the other day. So it was clearly a pretty strong map for them, because when we saw Pacific's Abyss initially, we thought that that was a strong map for them. So yeah, I think for them, it's also picking into the unknown though, because we've not seen Team Heretics play Abyss just yet.
Team Heretics Abyss, that's what I was going to ask you, and especially which Sentinel do we see coming on Abyss? What do we see Benji on?
I think Benji's been leaning into Cypher a lot more than than say Westside. Westside leaning into this chamber. And what I've seen overall in the EMEA is that the Cypher players who've just leaned into Cypher have been doing well despite the nerfs.
So what's the prediction, real quick? 2-0 to 1? GXTH?
I think 2-1 to Heretics.
I agree. I'm sorry, we always agree.
2-1 to Heretics. So Heretics in the money time. Let's see if they're going to get the win or not as we head into the players' entrance.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, I can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Giant X. Heretics.
Classical EMEA Derby. We had the first one tonight with Team Liquid Fnatic, and now we welcome Heretics and Giant X to the stage. We've seen an interesting map veto. We've seen an Abyss coming first, and I want you guys to answer my questions. What do we see happening on this map?
I think, honestly, I think that it's just about Giant X having to win this map. I think as soon as we get to Haven, Heretics are going to be strongly favored. It's a map that they've been consistently strong on. So Abyss for Giant X, what it's going to look like is, if they're playing the same composition before, is that Teo Breach is going to be very all-in and explosive on their attack side. And on defense, we're going to see a lot of set kind of flooding in with heavy utility retakes.
You know that you don't need to convince me anymore of the Breach Tejo on Abyss, but when we look at the side of Heretics, even though they haven't played it, I'm waiting for something way more classical. I'm waiting for some Sova, KO, something like that. Rien Sova is already mandatory. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think Rien Sova has obviously been a highlight for Team Heretics throughout the years now. And yeah, I'm more just intrigued to what agent they decide to put comeback on, I think, here, because something that we were kind of mentioning was leaning into those comfort picks to be able to feel supported when playing through these maps.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a comeback unleashed, let's say, on this Abyss map, because I think it's a map where the duelist with a lot of mobility can also shine a lot. You know, you can do off-map things, you know, TPing back, and it's really hard to punish, especially on Abyss.
I think on that note as well, something that we spoke about yesterday was the strength of the operator on Abyss, and something that Comeback is excelling on at the moment is that sniper usage. So yeah, I think that will probably be something to keep an eye out on throughout this map.
And on the side of Giant X, who do we see potentially being the main character on this Abyss map?
I'd like to see the West Side Chamber going off, but the problem with it was that like Ara was the one who was like using the operator more, and we can have a debate about that.
I'm okay
but
with that. I'm fine with
I think
that.
if you're picking Chamber, it's because it needs to be the main character.
I get that, but I think if you're West Side, you're going to hit them in the head anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you're using an operator.
Then you might as well just play
not.
Cypher at that point.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So
I mean, the main reason in general why you would pick a chamber as a sentinel is because your play is insane with operator, isn't it?
yeah, pretty much.
But
So that's something I
Westside is not
got
playing
asterisked over this chamber right now.
I think on that note as well, something that we've seen has been the Cypher has usually been paired with the double duelist composition, so that's perhaps why they've maybe not gone for the Cypher. Maybe we see a Sage. Giant X have been loving Westside on the Sage recently, and I think that that's a pretty good agent.
I think they
Abyss.
just keep the same.
Yeah.
Do you like the Sage on
I
Abyss?
love the Sage on Abyss, Lou.
I think this is one of our first point of disagreement throughout the whole week, Billy. Actually, I'm glad that we're reaching this point, but
Okay.
Westside won't be playing Sage. He will indeed be on the chamber, and as expected, Heretics lean on into a classic comp. Sova, KO, Cypher, no surprises.
Yeah, Heretics just leaning into complete comfort, both stylistically as a team and individually. Come back on Jet, maybe not the best agent in the game right now, but it makes him comfortable. And then the double initiator too, we're getting that from Heretics. So in a way, I'm really liking it, because it just suits them.
I think as well, something that you highlighted yesterday, Mine, was the teams that are doing best in EMEA Kickoff right now are the ones that are stripping it right back to basics, and I think that that's exactly what Team Heretics have been able to do by putting this composition together, and it's nice to see them lean into what they think and believe to be their strengths by coming through with this.
Exactly, an EMEA banger, and I'm going to be really looking closely to the head-to-head of the duelists, because we know that Comeback and Hara have a lot to prove also on this game, and it's also a possibility for them to recover. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think so. I think more so stylistically, I'm looking at, again, the chamber. How is that chamber player going to dodge all of this util, all this server KO, Cypher util? So that's the thing I'm looking for personally.
And when it comes to an EMEA banger, we need to have, you know, banger casters. So Tom and Mitch, that is for you.
Thank you very much, Lou. Indeed, what a banger matchup we've got set up down on that stage here today, Tom. Rounding out week 2 with some fireworks, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one that, especially after watching both these teams, you come in that like very first upper bracket and you go, okay, all the top seeds, we expect big things. Both lost. Had to go up against what was, I don't even say arguably, against weaker opposition to make it back here.
Yep.
So I still have a lot of questions. Like, I'm looking at both these squads, not really knowing where they currently lie. And I am curious to see who's going to come out on top here. And I think it was set up nicely on the desk by Miniblitz, saying that you kind of look at these first 2 maps and go, okay, if GX are going to win, it needs to be Abyss. And if the Heretics are going to win, it needs to be Haven. And then the third map, a little bit more up in the air. So we've got what looks like a 3-map series, but I look at Comeback coming in on the Jet and I go, I don't know, you let him do what he wants, and maybe this will be a little bit closer than we think.
Well, it was a crazy strong start from Westside when it came to the chamber on this map. No surprise to see him sticking with it here. I think in terms of the comp, so much to do in terms of flooding back into a site, retake ability that they're using constantly. We're going to see Flickless and Cloud dumping their utility alongside Rubinho to get them in to the site. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the buy rounds and those retakes that GX will be setting up for Heretics. They chose to start on the attack side here. GX choosing the defense for Haven and Breeze, so it's going to be a full defensive start for GX, putting them to the test, but this is the side that I've liked the most. Almost every map from this squad so far. Heretics putting the B side to the test. The wraparound is going to once again put pressure in the pistol round onto Westside.
Yeah, drone going through, trying to spot them out, but they've been flanked out completely. That singular smoke sort of keeping them alive, but they've been able to deal with Riens. That gives them some space to push forward, to almost lock their opponents in towards the side. But Woot's done well, and in fact, he's done incredibly well. 2 kills, turns this back into their favor, and there is another flank coming, and a turn of the tides once again.
Yeah, they might not have Westside leading the charge in the pistol this time, but plenty more to pick up that mantle. Good double stuns in. Woot should be done for, and it's Ara to take a 3K. GX winning out the pistol and starting out with their best foot forward.
Yeah, solid start for them. I think Ara especially is someone that, we sort of said it when he first came into the roster, was a little bit up and down, took some time to get his consistency. So I think him being on today is going to be a fairly important factor. I also think, looking at the Heretics comp though, that if I was going to go through and pick comfort agents,
yeah,
I feel like that's where we end up. I think the Boo on this map has always, I don't know, I feel like he always had a decent Astra with the post-plant utility here. Come back on Jets, a gimme, Benji, Cypher, Sova for Rians. I would say Woot you could argue between this and a Duelist, but I think his KO's always been decent. So I do wonder if Heretics are just kind of stripping everything back and going like, okay, let's leave things with a little bit more comfort. Clearly, though, they're willing to take some gambles because it's 5 Stingers.
Yeah, they've gone for the big investment. Not content with letting GX get off to the strong start that they did last time we saw them play Abyss. And at least to start, the picks go their way. Grubinho's already been dealt with. They're not playing for the retake either, going in early, trying to take advantage of what they think to be better weapons, but they've heard the Stingers now. They know that range is where they can find success, and here we go. The retake setup. This is what we talked about. The fact that you can have the stun go through, but Flickless has to wait for that to come back online. And then a flash right after to signify the execute itself, but they're slow rounding that corner. Rian set up with Benji, able to trade out to start and isolate a couple of fights. It becomes a very close duel in the end with 8 HP on Benji, but time ticking. And Flickless knows that he was close not long ago. He could be rounding the site, but the patience pays off. GX will find their second. It's costly, but considering Heretics went for the full investment, I think they can overlook that.
Yeah, the only worry I have with a round like that, that's that close, you get a plant, you get that many kills, do you go again? Like, do you roll the dice for a second time? Because you're now going to have even more credits than you did before. You're now going to have opportunities to maybe even get a Guardian or something additional in. Or do you just play it a bit safe, but you could still spend that extra cash? It leaves you with a pretty big deficit in terms of rounds in the early stages of it. And it does seem like they're going to go for the latter. Invest into a few pistols, have a few shields here and there. But this, for GX, even though they only had 1 player survive last round, it's great. They now buy in with rifles. If they keep this one nice and clean, they could have ults online, they could have all the rifles, and they'd still have a bonus round just as they did.
Yeah, exactly. So all that damage can pretty much go out the window, unless Heretics do manage to capitalize here.
Yeah.
Keep them modest, but...
couple of kills.
Yeah. The early risks.
Not a bad start.
Obscuring vision.
Working out, but yeah, Grubinho down to 52 is going to help things. A shift up from Heretics. Spike's going back towards that A side, maybe thinking they've got some aggression out of that defensive side, but especially in a round like this, I don't expect to see anyone on GX just running it down. The smoke, though, pulling it back, does well to deny information. Ara, going back out for more, might overstay his welcome, but luckily he backs off before things get a little dicey.
This is the thing I like as well with the Teo is
he's gone back.
You can have those salvos ready to go wherever they want, and well, realistically, keep playing like this, might not need them. Ara's reclaimed the space. They've denied any pressure in middle. It's getting to the point where even damage might be a little bit difficult. Boo's at least made it to the side, but I think it's clear that he's here.
Oh yeah, they certainly know about it. Westside's ripped his head clean off. Nice return by Woot, but 2 players filtering back through will make this a much more difficult task than it was moments ago. 20 seconds, a shot onto Grubinho with that Marshall will be enough to drop him. Rotates coming through though, those salvos on Cloud still online with 12 seconds left, and we've seen this from GX before, putting the stun and the salvos into backside. No stun this time, just looking to force them into a fight, make this uncomfortable, and already guaranteeing the win on time. They'll clean it up with the guns for a 3-0 start.
Yeah, that's exactly what GX needed to do. Make sure that the credits are still in a decent spot going into round number 4. This is where the buy finally comes up for Heretics. The good thing is that Woot did go around and sort of claim some orbs as he went. So he is going to have that null command available, and especially with a couple of agents that like to get aggressive, like to have their escape mechanics. It's something that you definitely have to think about if you're GX with the Chamber, and of course with the Waylay on Ara as well. But they're not going to mind. That force buy has helped them get off to a wonderful start on their defense. And well, last time they played it versus Pacific, they didn't need help. They ended 9-3 on the defensive side.
Team Heretics going to farm up some orbs early. You've already got null command online for the entry. And this is something as well that I think Heretics will come into today prepared for. GX having this setup with Chamber on the defense provides them so much value. Looking for that mid-fight early, containing information, making you burn utility, all the while the trap is just sitting here outside B, keeping info. They pressure it, but Heretics, they're under pressure themselves. GX have responded, reacted, and it'll at least be the trade. But coming back through, Heretics going back to the spawn have caught that. They've reacted perfectly. And now with an advantage and no information for GX to work with, again, I know they still have the trap there, but they've been denied that A main info. Apart from a passive enough position from Flickless, Cloud has to stick on A. This should be an easy plant.
Yeah. The utility denial as well. Doesn't leave much of an escape plan for Westside other than fade into the smoke. He was hoping to maybe get one, make the chance of a retake a little bit more likely. But even still, they do have the credits to spare. Our flank is coming in a little late. Flickless, I wonder if they'll be waiting for him. No, they've already thrown out some of their utility, trying to force them into fights, which it has done, but they've not won those fights. And now Westside walking back in, and then the flank comes through. It's just way too late. I feel like they needed to wait for Flickless to be in a position to do something before making a move.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that there wasn't that big dump of the breach utility that we'll often see from them going back through. There was someone missing on the retake, and that's why we see Boo so patiently waiting in the spawn, knowing that there's likely to be a flank, and even if there isn't, it's just a player dry on the util belt. He'll have his stars to play around for that late game, even from so far away. Around on the board for Heretics. And look, they took that risk early on. The second round forced by. Sometimes it works, but it's a cruel mistress when it doesn't. So now they got on the board late, but it's not exactly a slow start. They took a gamble that didn't pay off.
Yeah, my only worry for them is just looking at that ult economy. Their opponents have got 3 pretty high impact ults coming online, which will also help them economically. Westside, alongside Ara, trying to make a little bit of a play. I like that he gets his teammate to shoot out the trip, just to make sure that maybe they doubt that someone's there. They don't. Benji is still watching that angle and will be able to give that information over to Boo. And in fact, after seeing that early pressure, they're now going to bring 4 players back. A reaction again from Heretics, just going, okay, this is where you're looking to get aggressive. So we're now just going to try and counter what you're doing.
Seconds on the clock. And that passive stance from Heretics. Eventually, they've got to go walking around, looking for some map control, fighting towards B main. Immediate information obtained. Ara's already filling in the gap. Look, ready to wrap up behind them. If they went towards the B site, big problems brewing. But instead, 35 on the clock. Heretics go the other way.
They know this.
It's going to be very heavily telegraphed.
30 seconds left.
Like, not just the cam noise being made, but look where Ara is. He's already gone through. There's 4 players ready for this XX.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury might need to play a big part here. Immediately popped. Used to try and take the space. Comeback pushing in off of it. And while there is Riens to find one, that time is ticking, but they managed to get the trades. The problem is, there's still going to be that convergence path, leaving them stunned. And well, already just dropping another. It has to be the kill. Needs to be the kill for Boo, and he won't get it. It's Westside. Holds on in a moment of need, and GX immediately respond.
Oh, he was so sneaky there. Making his way up into heaven, tucking in the corner. Boo thought he'd have to go for the wall bang, have to swing that little bit wider. And he emerges from the angle to take the headshot. Very cleanly done. And yeah, it just feels for Heretics there like it's too slow of a round. A few mistakes. Obviously, Riens was safe popping the Hunter's Fury, but it's got quite a kickback to it. So he ends up going out wide and dropped in the back lines. And maybe that does end up playing a big role. The fact that Ara's able to push up through B main, the fact that Heretics were spotted so early on by Westside. Again, he does end up winning the round in a more conventional way, but even that info early on, it set them up for success. Now Westside is holding this angle. Oh, and he hits the jump peak, Benji.
Right, you
jump
jump
away
me,
with nothing.
And then I'll peek and kill him. Neither of those things happened. And Westside now has the advantage. Opting to stick around, has supportive utility as well. The drone will still stand, but it's not like they didn't know where he was anyway. Still having the escape mechanism. They'll take the advantage, and well, all that's really happened is all of that flank control has now dissipated.
You've lost your flank control. You've lost your drone as well for the way through. Like, look at this is the second time now that we've seen Heretics have to use that drone just to get Westside out of position. Before it was here on this box, which is his most common spot.
Okay.
Now
that's one way to deal with him.
That will get him out of position, to say the least. And the B site wide open.
Just shoot him.
It's a free plant. Yeah, maybe they'll try that strategy a bit more.
Heretics have been good at that in the past as well.
They have, yeah.
It feels like the meta for that. Well, Rolling Thunder available.
Left.
This time I expect to see Flickless join up with the rest of the squad. Ara's going to get quite a lot of space. Boo was in utility, but
seems a little bit more aware that that flank could be coming in. Rolling Thunder's moved at the same time, and already with Rian's going down, is he still going to be checking if Boo is in the back line? No, he's not. He's been caught. Wu in the smoke, dancing with death, avoiding the aftershock and managing to stay alive, leaving Comeback in position, who isn't going to miss either. This post plant working out wonderfully. And now Cloud, the only man standing, and Boo is there once again. Solid round from the IGL, and honestly, he was integral, because if he doesn't catch that lurker, those two players on site are screwed.
I have to say, that feels like a little bit of a miss, though. We saw the Rolling Thunder go through, but the salvos had already gone in like 10 seconds early. It felt a bit early from Cloud, especially when they're behind that Cosmic Divide. All they have to do is reposition. It might have been an attempt to stop the plant from coming in.
It was the same last time.
They jumped to a different spot, yeah.
He's done that both times. Very, like, it seems like those salvos have been a bit disjointed from the rest of them.
What I'll say for last time, normally there is a stun alongside them, but that idea is to force you into the open so the breach flash can get you and they can flood back through. There was no breach with them at that point, so it became an issue in and of itself. But it is just curious that in that particular round, I'm not sure what the idea was, because the salvos are there. Again, maybe just disrupting the plant, buying a little bit of extra time for the Rolling Thunder to get into position, but it didn't work out. And for GX, left the pistols here. It should be Heretic's way back into this.
Well, after gifting them an early 3-round start, and even losing the next round back, it's a good resurgence from Heretics and Chance. They do still have to be a little bit careful. A few upgraded pistols, but it's mainly that Armageddon that could get dangerous. I don't want to see them leaving it too late. That's my main worry, especially with the comp they're up against. Late round plants are just far too dangerous.
50, drone going through. Aura's been spammed. Down to 5, hey, down to 0. Through a smoke and then a wall. He cannot catch a break, or could not. Look who's up close. West side, the headhunter. It's going hungry tonight, but the salvos will keep them back a moment longer. 35 seconds on the clock. Cloud has ultimate to play with here. A stun is sent through, but the knife had already caught Cloud. Can't use that reactive ult the way they want to, but it's fading. Now he has a chance if he wants to put it through, and with that kill, maybe he will. Swinging back out on the back of the stun, but the cage, it keeps Benji alive. He's thriving as Blue helps out, and they clean up on the site. Heretics push up to 3, avoiding every danger.
Yeah, I was definitely very nervous there with Cloud having that ult so late in the round. I think he'd already decided not to use it.
Yeah, for sure.
But I do wonder if he'd maybe look back at the clock and gone, oh.
It's that one kill he got on side.
Yeah.
Like, oh, now that's your chance.
Yeah.
Still a gamble, though.
Either way, Heretics have managed to really stabilize after a slow start to this first half. Now, this is where the buying comes back up.
Let's go. Good job.
Operator in hand for Aura as well, so a chance for him to battle versus Comeback. And even an early knife, maybe expecting him to be pushing off Rib. Instead, this force back, and just look, they've used this util just to put Comeback on an angle to try and find Westside. Westside will escape though.
A drone's being sent out on A. Again, once you push Westside back, there has to be a response from GX. Sometimes it's the aggression. We've seen the 3-man push at A main. We've seen the response in mid push early. But this time, it's the drone sent through to the A side. It's posting Aura up with the op, although a smoke has just robbed him of that. And a little bit of noise made from Heretics. Look, with Aura now a little bit off the angle, a little bit further back, GX don't have a lot of info.
They're going for a
decide to, yeah, exactly, fight on mid, look for someone, for anyone, see nothing. And by the time they go back towards the site, Heretics might already be there waiting for them.
I don't think they mind this, though. Like, look at the ults they've got. That Armageddon Cosmic Divide, that's as good as you can really hope for. Maybe the Rolling Thunder as well would be nice, but those 2 ults should be enough to section off any deep post plants and also clear the back of the site. So they're pretty much setting up completely. I'm surprised Aura has not moved at all, though. This is the moment he finally starts to make that move, and the rest of the team already sending in all of that utility. Salvo's forcing them out, and Wu is just dancing with death, but he has been dropped for it instead. Spams from Benji! What? All 3 players dead within a second. Some assists came from Wu, who's on the ground, but other than that, he had no support in that moment. And well, I said Aura was late rotating. He's just gone right back to A.
What I'm really liking about Heretics here is the level of preparation, man. They are completely avoiding this space, realizing that this is the focus of GX on B-site retakes.
Wu wasn't.
Well, yeah, he most certainly wasn't. but the plants are always underneath this corner, and it's giving them, whoops, thought that was still the draw line. In that corner gives them so much space to play off of because that utility is constantly being dumped on backside. They're also dodging initial flashes for the way back through, and then they can take a fight that their opponents are not ready for them to be quite stabilized in. It was
After
a messy
the first
start,
view,
but,
yeah, I was like a little bit nervous, but
2 and 3 were as clean as can be. And indeed a timeout called by GX.
Come on, give me.
They got a 3-0 start. But now, Heretics not only hot on their heels, they've caught up.
yeah, no, a lot of it has still been, okay, the economy in the last round and obviously Benji in this one, just being able to get that little bit more aggressive. And for GX, this is a matchup that obviously you think how good Heretics have been over the last couple of years, but it is one that they've never really been able to win. They've taken a map here and there, and as it was sort of mentioned by the desk, if they were going to win a map, we kind of expect it to be this one. They will have known that Haven is coming, but to have a 0-4 record versus a side and have to go up against them in the middle bracket, even if we would say that, I think even over the last couple of years, even the first iteration of that sort of Heretics, they look stronger than they do right now, but they're building. And that's the thing we've sort of said. Like, I would go back to the previous series we just watched, the Fnatic Liquid, I would go in and go, oh, both these teams are kind of underwhelming. This is going to be close. Wasn't close. And that's all it takes. All it takes is a team to start adapting a few of their things, to look back. And I do think that both of these squads will have tried to do that. And maybe, if it keeps going like this, Heretics are the ones to get it right.
Well, history's on their side, at least.
Not on the map record.
4-4 scoreline. A timeout from GX. A moment. Take a breather. The difficulty has been in that early round, right? Westside's been denied that mid control a couple of times. We've seen the trap even in the spot that it's currently in be destroyed. Now he's set up on A, hoping to catch someone unaware, but they know who they're up against. Every time there's a drone around that corner, Westside is still posted. He's holding onto that control, and he'll get out of there. That shot was on.
Yeah.
Luckily, he was gone.
That's what you call having reactions down to the millisecond. Split second later, and you are gone. But even still, that's Heretics' main goal. It's not necessarily about finding a pick or clearing anyone out. It's about forcing them back so they don't have the information. And with this composition of having both a chamber and a waylay, you need some information. You need to have that little bit of extra aggression because you can't constantly get that from your, well, your one information finding initiator. Ara, a decent spot, and actually Riens is the one to bite the bullet. That's the only gun they have in play. The rest is only pistols, but the pistols are all here, Mitch.
Yeah, they've rotated in. They've made the read. Boo's fallen off the map. How's this happened in all of the rounds?
Yeah, the spike as well.
That it could have been. The spike retrieved and brought to site. 12 seconds left. No salvos at least, but an aftershock sent through is going to cause problems. Comeback, trying to bail them out. Got 3, but more needed as the plant finally comes in. But the player planting is all alone. The scary world, enemies all around, and he catches Flickless. The info there for Cloud, at least. But it's Ringer Rosie. He's trying to catch Benji, checking left, checking right, but he has to push in to that attacker into the corner that Benji's currently holding from, and Cloud catches the timing. The round win for GX. And hell, what a gamble. 4 players were on A when Heretics were about to hit the B site, but that rotate came in just in time.
Yeah, no, they were there so quickly. Ara did well just to buy that little bit of extra time.
And a great pick on Boo as well. I mean, you know, the fact that they took him out.
No,
crazy mind games.
Grabinho did it. There was a grav well behind him, right? Grabinho did an amazing grav well that we didn't see and he didn't get an assist
no
for.
Assists, no, it's, you know.
There was definitely, guys, there was a grav well,
He was right on the edge of it. Oh, nothing he could have done. We got your back. I think we've convinced them.
Yeah, everyone believes us.
Round 10 for Heretics.
I'm a trustworthy guy.
They've taken a bit of a fall in the previous round. Back out of the lead. Giving it to GX. A round up.
See ya.
Player down. Nice early pick. And from here, they can just burst straight into the site, but with the cam still outside B, the trap behind him, and a little bit of info to play with. They can do as they like. It looks like the A site weakness is going to be exploited. These salvos are buying a hell of a lot of time.
Well, yeah, and the players on the other side are still doubting this is an execution because they've been going back so often after forcing them back. Come back. A nice opener, but the trade's thick and fast. Util sent out. Cloud's got through, though. A third kill for him already. And now Boo's the last man standing. A chance at redemption. He fell. So that maybe he can fly in this round, but he needs 2 more. That's the spike. He knows where it is, thankfully. But the other 2 players have already grouped up, already looked to swing on him, and he's looking the wrong way. It's as easy as can be for Westside.
Yeah, you can see Boo trying to put the pieces together. Why weren't they in heaven anymore? Why weren't they fighting? Thought maybe there's a wait for a flank, a freeze in play, but no, not today. And Cloud is a strange one there. The first is whatever, he reveals the guy through smoke, but look how long he gets to set up that 3rd kill of the round.
Yeah, I think it's because they've thrown in that fragment, but I think it's maybe gone a little bit further than they expected, and they didn't expect him to be on the edge of it.
And but he killed the 2nd player after that, and then it takes a minute, and I guess in the chaos of it...
The fog of war.
The fog of war, yeah. The comms couldn't make it through the thick old fog. A timeout now from Team Heretics. Each team burning up 1 in this first half, but it's GX who are 2 rounds in the lead, at least for now.
Yeah, and I think especially with the start they had, they would have hoped that it would be a little bit more. I think losing a round to basically Benji alone, but that big clutch coming out of Cloud. And that's the thing, like we talk about obviously Cloud as a leader and having to sort of like bring this team through, but the individual showing he's had over the last couple of weeks has been fantastic. Like he's basically been their best player. Like he's single-handedly won them a couple of maps, and with the way he's playing in this half, if he can keep it up. And the thing I've enjoyed with him on the Teo is that like a lot of the time we talk about that drone as like, okay, it's a very quick single piece of utility that maybe gets you a little bit of info. He's using it as like not a pop flash, but a pop reveal that's like, guy there, kill. And just using it for himself or to just force people back earlier in the round. So if he can keep it late, it's really valuable for him.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, just because of how Westside's being pushed and pulled around the map, it comes down to, if they don't play direct, if they don't play fast on that attacking side, then GX have to use it to plug that information late. But if he has it online, I think that highlights the importance of baiting out that utility early on in your protocols and playing those defaults. Otherwise, very valuable utility left online late. Trap's going to be destroyed, but a player has snuck onto the site. Grabinho just about dodged the knife, but now he's being revealed. They know he's up close, and they'll look for the battle as the Hunter's Fury is sent through. Flickless tagged and sent backwards. That's the backup of Grabinho down, and because of that, everybody falls. The dominoes tipped by Heretics, and it looks like a clean sweep for the attackers.
Yeah, in zone flawless. Good work from Comeback, but I also think, again, you always have to give shout-outs to Riens in that moment. Like, his reveal gives Comeback a free kill on the corner. That player also, if he's just allowed to sit there, he probably wipes out multiple players. And also, the other danger gets killed out by his Hunter's Fury, and the other one is being pushed by it at the same time. So, realistically, Comeback gets the kills. I feel like Riens should get the credit.
Without a doubt, yeah, no, the assist coming in, not just from the information on the reveal, but the ult. This is what made it so uncomfortable for GX, the team that we know for those retakes. They didn't get a chance to even think about one there. B-site under threat, and again, I mean, it's just the enemy of Westside at this point. That drone constantly causing issues for him. The trap again going to be destroyed as really the battle. Oh, close! We come down to the shorty. Comeback, dove in, sprays through that smoke and runs out of ammo at the wrong time, but the work seems to be done. They've taken the B site. They will dodge the ult. And it's onto GX with the Cosmic Divide in the way. They can't really punish, except for the salvos. That does well! Ara trying as he might. The round will still fall to Heretics neck and neck at the half.
Yeah, it's funny because each time it seems like a lot of the players are doing really well to avoid all that util, and then one player doesn't. But for Heretics, after a slow start, very, very good resurgence into this game. The fact is, though, there needs to be a little bit more. We'll find out who's going to take this one after the break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Well, it certainly has been a close game so far. 6 rounds from each. It was Heretics who came in today, starting on the attack side by choice, Tom. Do you expect their defense to look stronger here on Abyss? It's kind of hard because obviously we know we've seen GX, but Heretics, I don't know.
The thing is, I feel like for GX, a lot of this time, the attack can be a little bit more difficult because you don't just have these two sort of like prongs constantly aggressing that can fall back. You need Ara to really take space, and then the follow-up can be a little bit more difficult. However, I do think that, again, with Jet, it shouldn't be too hard to just counter a lot of these aggressive peaks. You just need to be able to come back down. The problem is he's been having a great game so far. So I am a little bit nervous about that. And also having the double initiator that can get you information but also deny all of that utility is also something that's not going to be easy to deal with.
It definitely feels like both teams coming in here.
Oh, he's
magazines
held the
loaded, plenty
He
of ammunition.
times as well.
Going to be destroyed, so that utility makes it through. Not sure how many the drone spotted, but Ara wasting no time with getting in there. Spoo on the other side, though, he's going to be caught by the flash. So unlucky. The timing there. Really what costs him is Woot sneaks his way out to the backside, finds one planter. That's who he's looking for, but it's a little bit of a bait. Ara's wrapping around that side, looking to take Woot down, and, well, he'll get him in the end. Even on a sliver of health himself, and Cloud survive, and
they know where they are.
Key parts keeping this round going. Comeback's completely alone and almost gets a double.
They're just trying to plant. They've had 3 attempts now, and every time someone has managed to sneak their way in. Both players tag low, both players' positions relatively well known. Now the util revealing, at least towards the backside. Cloud is doing well to at least chip away at a couple of these players, try and give a bit more of an opportunity to Flickless within the site. He needs to at least get one with the right click, though, otherwise this is going to be incredibly difficult. No utility to fight with. Another shock dart just trying to delay. Cloud has to avoid it, and well, what's the worst weapon you could face off there? Definitely a frenzy.
Yeah, that's going to be another orb for Rianz as well. Another solid round from him in terms of the utility put through, making it uncomfortable. Shock darts almost dropping players, but for Heretics, a pistol round win, that's them in the lead. They haven't managed this so far. Managed to put the scoreline equal, but GX always put that little bit of distance ahead. Each time Heretics caught up, now the shoe on the other foot. The defense off to a good start. Do we see the same thing from GX? The confident second round, full force up, the stingers across the board? No, this is a much more normal concession of the second round.
It's looking like he's going to be in the right place at the right time. Again, hitting them all early, but this is an immediate sprint back. I also think as well the difference with this composition is having Benji. Like, you can just take these gambles, leave him on one side of the map, and a lot of the time, this is his comfort. This is, all right, guys, I'm alone, I know, but I will hold on to a lot of these positions. The salvos could make things a little bit more interesting. He actually hasn't taken any damage as of yet. I thought he'd at least be a little bit low. Now he is, and taken out. The Classic's doing quite a lot, and considering there's now only 2 players left, and Westside actually still has a couple of bullets, it could get interesting.
Well, this is the scary thing. As long as Ara survives, Westside could have a fight. But of course, he has to move. I mean, time is ticking at this point. He assumes no one is coming his way. Ara, I think he was spotted there. It certainly seemed like it. And they're creeping their way across, going to the backside. Westside doesn't have the angle, but he will on this cross. Woot, though, quick to land the shot. Perfect fragment. And Ara had no chance of getting out of there. Very well handled in the 2v2. The Heretics, 8-6.
Yeah, still not a bad round at all from GX, though. Come out of that with 3 kills, drop some of the weaponry, force any rebuys or even just some low buys going into this next round. And they just managed to swarm all over Benji's setup. And that's even just a good sign going forward. Like, if he's struggling to take you down when you've just got pistols, when you have the rifles, yeah, maybe it gets a little bit tougher.
Round number 15, full buy for GX, and because of so many players being lost on Heretics, they decide to take a lot of pistols into this one, a lot of weaknesses, but you got an outlaw on Woot.
Yeah, Woot's been given the sniper.
And I mean, a tag there is going to make it very easy for everybody else.
Where is comeback going?
I suppose.
This is not an angle.
Yeah, he's not, just in case you don't know the map that well, he's not stood on a little edge.
He's holding on with his butt cheeks.
He doesn't exactly.
He's not holding on with his hands.
Yeah, spray control is going to be quite difficult, I would imagine.
You don't need to spray if you always hit the head.
Yeah, that could be the thinking. I think first bullet accuracy may also be quite difficult here, Tom, from that rope, but we'll
see.
See how he fares with the Bulldog.
If comeback believes, I believe.
Oh!
Hello. Oh, that made me nervous for a second.
Just for a second.
I thought he was about to boo.
Thankfully not.
Because if there was a Gravwell behind.
Yeah, there's no star, Tom, so how could that happen?
I'll tell you, there wasn't one last time either.
He's ready for this play, though. On the A side, in time, Benji's already got one with the Bandit. Okay, now we're in trouble because that nade kept the rest of the team back, so Ara dove completely alone, fell flat on his face. Now, Rians finds another, and in the side is comeback. GX have got next to nothing. 3 players left to deal with, 25 seconds, and comeback ends up with a triple. Oh, he was on the ropes to start, but my goodness, he got there in the end.
Yeah, he's definitely been missing in a couple of matches, or even a couple of maps especially. But putting him back on the Jet, there was a part of me, I said at the beginning, I was like, you just know that he's going to be comfortable. You take the Turkish guy, you put him on Jet, and it's going to go well.
Come on, baby! Come on! Come on! Nice, let's go.
I think Benji liked that one. But also, again, like, talk about the supportive utility, talk about comfort. Woot's fragment, it just delayed everything. It allowed for the full rotation. Not see you later, Rians.
Yeah, that's more what I'm
That's why you have Westside on Chamber, because he gets that gun.
Yeah, it was last time, it was like a 3K in the pistol. When they play this map. Oh, dive in again from Ara. And the cage this time separates them completely. Benji's able to get a double here, and yeah, just not capitalizing off that. Again, utility from Heretics makes it so difficult. We're down to a doable scenario here. Comeback playing this like a madman. And in the open, he'll be dealt with. Okay, GX, 2 versus 1. Only Boo left to deal with. He finds a low HP Flickless to start, though.
Oh, the other guy was planting, so he should have a decent idea where Westside is going to be, maybe expecting to be pushed, expecting some aggression, but instead, Westside just repositioning, taking a bit of an off angle. Maybe even trying to bait the drop down, not sure. Or a misclick, we'll never know. For now, Boo needs to get on and tap that spike, needs to try and bait the fight, needs to try and get his opponent in, but he's not going to be able to. Westside, 3 kills for him in the round, an opener. And one that, I'll be honest, halfway through I thought was going to be a wasted ult for Ara, but it ends up working out.
Yeah, that looked a little bit spooky for a second. I actually think with the position his mouse is in, I'm not even sure he could have hit his keyboard. I don't know what that shot was. Just a misclick, perhaps.
He's actually just flexing.
It almost gave the game away. Boo was looking in the right direction, but couldn't land the shot. And 9-7, the gap closes in. GX winning a very important round, but for Heretics, right back in the saddle, Bladestorm for comeback, and a very early piece of aggression on its way. A flash catches him, but they've got one primed and ready to fire back in the other direction. Great land from comeback. Now he holds that angle, and good luck fighting it. In fact, you don't want to fight that angle. They're looking to fight even deeper towards A main, while Boo holds the line on B, has backup as well, plenty of util. GX, they need an answer, and they're going to seek it out in mid, but here comes the drone. Cloud's going to have his work cut out for him dodging it. Fails.
Not really anywhere to go. That was the one sort of thing that they had going for them after losing the 2 early fights. Nice stun. Will at least make things a little bit tougher for Benji, but I think the second has been dodged. They're in the site, but doing anything here is going to be tough. Nice work to clear out comeback, though. This definitely makes things a little bit more interesting. Cloud, Ara's actually managed to get 2. Back to a 2v2 scenario. The site holders of B have fallen. And Ara's still getting aggressive, still looking to take the fight, but this time the spray wasn't clean.
Yeah, the spray, the running during it, I think might have caused a little bit of an issue. Flickless. Well, he has his ult, but he can't use it. They know where he is now as well, thanks to that shot fired out. Repositions, having baited the nade. Great spray! Catches Rien's, not even the intended target. And now a headshot onto Woot needed. He's so low! And he won't catch him in the end.
Unlucky.
Double digits found for Team Heretics here. Hell of an effort by GX, though.
Yeah, no, this round was back and forth, and I feel like a lot of these rounds have been very, very clutch. Especially with the way they started again. Lovely flash coming out from Woot to help, but it's that backstab combo of Arrow and Cloud that turned this round into a winnable scenario.
Let's go, baby!
Now 10 and 7. The economy looking a little rough for GX, but Rolling Thunder, Tour de Force, one away from having the Armageddon. Actually, one away from having Cosmic Divide as well. So even with all these weaknesses, there's still a very good chance they can steal this round away.
Here comes Comeback. He's looking to take a big risk here if he goes around that corner. For now, just posted, looking up top. They can see that, though. Yeah, they've pinged it. That barrel's sticking around the edge. Ara's got a freebie in terms of information, but what do you do here?
He's got to go forward.
You got to, first of all, cross, then you're swinging into that off, and he can always go back. That's exactly what's just happened. Comeback has faded out, and now posted up a bait he didn't know that he just sold. That's nasty. And a shot.
One health.
That has landed.
That's so brutal. I don't even know how's he on 1 health? He should be dead. He's a dead man walking, and somehow I would bet on Woot getting a kill in this round.
Kill? You're setting the bar low for a man like Woot. That's his last flash gone already, and 3 players just about to be grouped up outside this A site. Woot, 1 HP. It's got to be Boo to do the damage into pistols. Ooh. Very nearly gets the whole job done, but leaving Flickless alive is a big problem.
30 seconds
the
left.
plant can come through. The post-plant Rolling Thunder, but in particular, it's this man, his position. A mid-rotate from Comeback could cost them the round, but Westside's already bailed.
Yeah, with everything they have, this time no Woot to deny that ultimate. A man that's important to clear, but I am looking at that Hunter's Fury instead.
Towards main, it's over.
If they can figure anything out, Rians might just be able to end the round.
Clear sight.
First not hit, second not quite hitting either. And now they're able to hold on the line. Tour de Force tagged up, but there's the Rolling Thunder getting ready to just send it home. Already pushing one back, but Rians has landed the shot, needs to get onto the defusal, the aftershock. He might be able to get into half before he dies, but there's nothing more to be done. The post plant was enough, and GX bounced back with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Flickless has always been a phenomenal utility player, and you see here the patience on display right back in main. Hunter's Fury being thrown out. Obviously, in a 3 versus 2, it's useful to have, clearing out those extra angles on the site, getting your boys in. They don't have to clear the right side or you know, minimize the angles. The problem, if it went towards main, I could have taken Flickless. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. 149. He died in the end anyway, so it's okay. But your stats, they don't get that little boost. But yeah, the fact that Westside was the one to get tagged, he could take the tag, he could take the hit. In the end, Flickless is the one to win it. Now, Boo walking up here, playing a risky game. The same thing happening on mid. A lot of aggression coming out of this defensive side. How did they kill Cloud? And now there should be a reaction. GX want to take back some control. They fight in mid, and they fight on B, winning both. That puts Heretics on the back foot.
Need that back.
Just Woot doing Woot things, I guess. See if he's got any more. He's going to need to. As he's now got the full pressure of this round on his shoulders. The rest of his teammates a little bit too far away, and now are even going to just catch one on the rotation. First shot connects, but there's nothing more. Westside with an important trade, and a relatively clean round coming back the way of GX. That's 9 for them, just 1 behind. Of course, bear in mind, with Haven up next, we've already spoken about it being fairly integral, or it feels that way, unless they have a plan coming into the next map.
Remaining.
But as of right now, they are still a round behind, and after a couple going back and forth, even a clutch in their favor at one point, it's the coaching staff of Heretics that have decided to just take a moment. Someone zoom in on those notes. I want to know what he's saying.
Oh, don't you worry, Tom. Someone most certainly will. But for Heretics, 1 round ahead, calling the timeout now. You can see that they're feeling the pressure, and they haven't had the solutions. 3 out of 4 rounds going the way of GX. You know, Ara feel that little more comfortable. Clutch plays as well, swinging it back in the other direction. It hasn't gone too far yet, but we're getting close. Close to GX finding the momentum they need to close this one out, take that lead back, and come back 20 and 13 at the moment. Most certainly being a highlight. I think he really has had some games where, again, I think we've said this for a few players, the ceiling is there, reaching it is the problem, or I guess being very close to it as an average is where we want to see. Lifting up that floor. And, well, solid showing at least on map 1 from Comeback today.
That goes there.
Going to invest into the glass cannon. No shields behind the operator. Clearly feeling like it's worth the risk. But looking where some of the players are, he might be right. An immediate Cosmic Divide. Now this is just to put a spanner in the works. Your opponents have just taken a tactical pause. They've got an idea. Let's throw in a set play. Let's throw in a strat. Immediately taking space down mid. Drone through. Allows you to clear all of this space for free. Boo, under serious pressure. A decent piece of utility back to maybe slow them down. Now Comeback's waiting. Can he get anything more though? The ult forcing them forward, but he's managed a second shot and then spins back around. Boo still standing. And with the 2 players on site, the set play so far hasn't worked.
No, this has not gone according to plan. Now we need a hero play, some risks to be taken. The dice roll comes in from Grabinho. Nice shot to start, but too many players waiting. Flickless again, alone in the clutch. This time, no Rolling Thunder. Still has the Aftershock, but 3 players to deal with, and he's completely surrounded. The first seems to come easy, but this double swing should be difficult to deal. Flickless! He was given a second, an inch, and he took a mile with a Red Bull clutch. It's 10-10.
It was just disjointed enough from Heretics that they gave him the fights that he needed. Of course, he still needed that first one isolated, but he knew exactly where the next man was coming from. A perfect read on the scenario. And wow. You can see why Cloud's over the moon. That's the scoreline level around the, as said, failed in its initial plan, but was dragged home by Flickless. It puts them level, and if anything, it should put them in the lead.
Yeah, not just putting them level, 3K from Flickless gets Rolling Thunder online. And we've seen big impact from low by round, so not even going to overlook the potential of that. To course correct if things do get dicey. Nice flash, play up behind from Heretics. The mid push gets trades at least to start with, and huge damage onto Flickless, the player to clutch out 2 big rounds that have kept GX in this game so far. Now it's Cloud and Grabinho, but they are still only up against pistols.
But that's the thing, he's the one guy you'd really want to kill, because as you mentioned, he can now just fall back and be an absolute rat with his ult. Like, it's going to be so difficult to try and get him out of position.
2 shocks.
The shocks are from Rians could be everything. It's not perfect, but it doesn't matter. Comeback spammed him through the wall. Already the first salvo goes. They need to trade out. This kill on 1 HP. Cloud is still standing. The next salvo goes down, but he's managed to get it to half. There is still another piece of utility to come, baiting that in. Know that he's not on it. No, they don't need to peek, but the next time they will. The tap coming out, stunned up. There really isn't an escape this time. Cloud will close. It's incredibly close. In fact, he ends up still surviving on just 1 HP. But GX got the job done.
That was a cheeky little play. Attempt to defuse almost working out. I love Heretics' idea. You got the low buy, play straight down through mid, put the pressure on
1 health.
It was close, but not close enough. The pauses burned through for Heretics. The solution's not found. That's 4 in a row for GX. 4 out of the last 6. Sorry, 5 out of the last 6 going their way. Heretics, they've got to lock in here and now. It's do or die as GX look to push up to map point. Set themselves up for at least that map 3, if not even worse.
Early drone, but oh, they are actually going to send Aaron off the back of it. A stunned up Benji, cowering in his own utility, but I think because they got the kill on the other side of the map, they don't really feel the need to overcommit, to risk a life. Flash is almost just to sell the idea that they're still here, but there's no plans, at least for now, to go this way. Falling back passive after the opening pick. And especially with Comeback, who had that Blade Storm available. Not a bad player to take down.
A really valuable pick. And I mean, in a round like this, where you've got that initial aggression towards one side of the map, Westside is left completely on his own to take that fight. That is just a heads-up duel against the player who's top bragging on the server. He falls and falters there. It pretty much forces GX into playing into this setup on B. And instead, 30 seconds on the clock, GX can wait And after the drone goes through,
30 seconds left.
The B side's wide open, only one player there. Rolling Thunder going to cause problems. Right side completely open, and the ult hits the other Benji. Stunned up, hindered, and Ara. Even the Gravwell couldn't keep him back. West side somehow got 2 on mid. Cutting the rotations off is an understatement. And 12 locked in for GX. Some brilliant play to get them an in-zone flawless.
Yeah, really nice round from them. I love the sort of re-hit. Like, okay, we've got the opener. Like, we even saw Ara diving in after they got that pick and immediately just backs out. It's like, no, I don't need this fight anymore. But then just the double ults, like just using one side's going to be hit by the Rolling Thunder, the other is then hit by the Convergence part. There is nowhere for Benji to go. Wonder what he said.
Sit the fudge down. Should be standing, not in this tempo.
Okay.
12 to 10, 2 left to play for. Heretics needing both. A judge in the hands of comeback, but Blades floating around. It will be the point of contact straight to the temple of a GX player if they look to face it. The flash we've seen before. I imagine the other side, Rubinho's playing, indeed, playing around the corner not to get caught by it, and it's a good thing too.
Or even just look at the trap position. Like, they've got it super far back just so that it can't be destroyed by any utility. They're well aware of everything Heretics have been doing, and it allows them just to basically adapt and pick things up as they go along. I think GX have done really well to sort of initially pinpoint, especially Benji, after those first couple of rounds, but then just be patient to catch comeback on the other side. Like, he has been high impact, but not over the last few rounds.
No better time to step up, but GX are taking this towards the B site. We look to Boo. Benji not even that close by. Boo's very isolated here. Cosmic Divide still available for this squad, but a shot landed. He has time to get that up if he wants to, but Boo seems to still want to fight. He will post up on top of the box, and it's West side to rip his head clean off. Now the pressure onto Benji, who again is alone, who again is looking for this fight. But this one might actually catch them off guard. He's looking the wrong way in heavy traffic, and Benji's being flattened.
Yeah, he heard someone in the cage and thought, oh, well, there's a guy there. Doesn't realize the second was at the back of the site. Comeback, looking to lead the charge. Counter utility slowing him down, but he has managed to find one. Needs a little bit more. Bladestorm already gets a second, but it's now down to the 1v1. Judge in hand. Needs to try and fight Grabinho quick, and again Grabinho, just like a knife in the back. Moving in the darkness has closed out this map. A solid response from GX after a little bit of a staggering start. But Mitch, they're the ones to take their choice.
Oh, they've got to be very happy to get this dub on the line. Let's hear from Flickless down on the stage with our sideline interview.
Flickless, let me grab you for a second. Congratulations for this first map. I'll let you join me. I want to know what's going on inside your head at that 10-10 1v3 clutch, and do you want to warn Team Heretics for next map for something?
No, to be honest, the only thing I want to say is buy the GX bundle, please.
Buy the GX bundle. Wise words from Flickless. Thank you so much. Good luck for next map. Let's see if Giant X can take the win on the second map after a short break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got your name in lights. You give me a reason to stay
we haven't seen Westside on Cypher so far this kickoff. What's the thinking behind him playing a wider region pool? To be honest, after a little bit of the Cypher nerfs, because we played the previous year a lot with Cypher, we decided to play with a little bit different agents, because right now Cypher is still good, but his main ability became his cage, which you see on Abyss, that for example you are allowed to hide in cage, or you are allowed to float with cages towards the side, which for example BBL is doing a lot. But the removal of ability to kill out of the trap meant a lot for us, for our vision of the game. So that's why we decided that he will play a little bit wider pool, especially that he has a really strong game, and we want to utilize it as well. That's why he's playing these agents.
So Cypher is a sneaky agent, but when we think about sneaky persons, we have Pao here ready to anti-strat from the green room backstage. Welcome, Pao, Vitality's coach on the desk. It seems like you're very involved in the preparation of next game, because you're going to be facing the winner of this match. So I want to have your thoughts on this first this game. You know, we've seen Heretics with some momentum, but in the end it's Giants who managed to take the win. So what have we thought of this first match?
It's not really surprising how close it was. I think both these teams bring something quite unique. They both bring their very clear styles, but are both at probably a similar level of form at the moment. So I'm not surprised that map was as close as it was, but we're seeing a lot of the very strong individual performances we know out of players like Kam, etc.
Yeah, and mental-wise, it must have been complicated for Heretics, right? They were leading a little bit, then they're getting comebacked without any pun intended. So
yeah, I think Giant X being able to build up that bit of momentum at the end to be able to close out the map was really nice for them. I think it is a little bit concerning because you don't want Team Heretics to slip back into those old ways of not being able to close things out and having those choke moments. I think, yeah, for Giant X to be able to build up that momentum, it really helped them close out.
Right, and on the side of Giant X, we should also mention a big strength that they have, according to me at least, is, you know, having an IGL that put up the numbers quite frequently, right? Can we speak about Cloud's impact, both as an initiator, but also when it comes to firepower? He's been insane, and we're going to see also on this clip the impact he gets with his util.
It's the impact of the Tejo, right? Since we've seen the changes on this agent, having that scan now as well, kind of similar to the Sova in that sense. Yeah, I mean, it gets so much value in this composition, and I think as well, something that you really highlighted there, Lou, was the fact that Cloud is someone that is a fragging IGL, which of course, Pal, you kind of have one of those on your team as well.
I think it would be nice to have one for once, yeah. No, thankfully I'm also very lucky. I think Cloud is quite similar to Yampi in a lot of that sense of they take a lot of leadership over the calling, over the structure of the mid-rounds for both teams, especially on the attack side. But they do actually get to show their individual flair quite a lot as well. And it's definitely a pretty big asset to a team, I've got to say.
And I think GX can build from now on a huge momentum, but we're going to arrive on Haven, which is Team Heretics' pick. Do we have any expectations? Do we think that Heretics can come back on this map, Pal?
This has got to be a big win for Heretics, I think. They've been so strong on this map for a long time. I've been on the receiving end of it a couple of times last year as well. I don't think things really change negatively for them in this meta. I think, in fact, it actually leans into what they're strong on this map as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think that we've kind of already touched on the fact that Haven has been a very strong map for Team Heretics throughout the years. So, throughout the history of the organization, which is nice.
Yeah, let's see and let's hear from Nilsinho and Weber before that Heaven map.
For a long time, does it feel different playing the map in this new meta?
Not particularly. I mean, I think there's some things we've had to change, obviously. We're still good at Haven. We're still confident in Haven. Like, for sure, some stuff's changed in the meta. But it doesn't really, like, that's the most important thing for us going into this next map is we don't make stupid mistakes. The meta doesn't really matter when you make fundamental mistakes like we just did, so that's all I kind of care about right now. But no, we are chilling on Haven, hopefully.
Yeah, I think people are kind of forcing a Viper meta, so I think we have a fairly decent understanding of how to play against it. We're not sure what we're up against, but yeah, we're comfortable playing Haven, so not a problem for us.
Let's not be too problem-focused, but maybe solution-oriented on the side of Team Heretics. A little bit of frustration from the coaches about some stupid mistakes. I am quoting their words. Do we have any thoughts on this, Val?
Yeah, I think certainly from a coaching perspective, we've all been there. We've all had days when we've had bad fundamentals, team play, individual, etc. And then, like they said, your strategy, your meta considerations, etc., don't really make too much of a difference whatsoever. So I think they go into this one with a bit of just return to the basics, start focusing on that a little bit more, and yeah, they get the boys individually cooking as well, they'll be absolutely fine.
I think so as well. Something that's been a strength for Team Heretics on this Haven side is leaning into that double duelist. It worked out for them last year. It's worked out for them so far throughout kickoff as well when we see the Neon and Yoro, which is what we'd expect. I don't want to see them lean away from that. I know that we were kind of hyping up their double initiator towards the start of the day and how they might lean back into that identity, but honestly, I think comeback on the Neon is super strong. It's something that I was raving about. I think on that last map, the things that he was getting away with on the operator as well was super impressive. So yeah, I want to see them lean into that.
You know, that might be a hot take, but I wouldn't be mad if comeback switched, like at the end of the agent select to pick Jet. I wouldn't be mad at him. Like we just cancel the Neon and we have Jet and Yoro. I wouldn't be mad. What do you think about it?
There's no way. I would be.
I know there is no way, but can you give me some hope, pal? Why do you have to be a killjoy?
I think if they're doing that, then there's got to be a big consideration. Okay, thankfully they haven't. They're sticking with what they know works for them stylistically on the map. Come back again. Okay, this is going to be interesting from Giants. Because actually, there's not a huge amount in Heretics' comp compared to their double initiators they've been playing on other maps that actually the Veto can directly counter. The Neon doesn't make a difference. The Yoro TP's not really going to make too much of a difference. It's only really these Yoro flashes and those Sova recons as well that Veto interceptor is going to counter.
This is probably one of the best, like the first Vetoes I've seen on Heaven, if not the first. Billy, do you have any thoughts on this one?
I think something that we need to consider with Giant X starting on this defense specifically with this composition is how much they're going to be able to rotate around the map when we consider that Veto, when we consider that Neon.
I think that's going to be the biggest thing, absolutely. You look at the way that Heretics plays this attack side with the double duelist, they're going to be sending it. They're going to be really strong in these set site hits. Giants know that. They know they can't necessarily hold all of these sites against them, so they should at least be using the Veto to make those rotates, like you said, Billy, and flood into the sites as much as they possibly can do, rather than trying to hard hold them.
And we can also see probably the strengths of the Veto on this map. And who better to cast their first Veto on Heaven in VCT EMEA than Tom and Mitch.
Thank you very much, Lou. I am excited to see this one. For GX, you know, Westside, big topic of the conversation, and we heard it there from Pipson during the coach confession in between the maps as well about the logic of putting him onto Chamber. Now, yeah, I'm moving him away from Cypher as well. This is quite a departure from the role that, well, not from the role, I suppose, but in terms of how it's going to play, it's going to enable Westside to be a little bit more of an individual. You push his site, your utility doesn't land, well, he already gets a bunch when it does. So I'm excited, but also a little tentative. I'm not sold on him just yet, on Veto, not on Westside. I'm very sold on
I've not
Westside.
necessarily been sold on it, but I think the best time to use it would be up against a team you know exactly what they're going to do.
Yes,
so
disruptively, sure.
I think that's, like, realistically, if they came in with a normal comp versus Heretics on this map, are they going to win? No. Like, it's the Heretics' best map, and it has been all of last year. So I like the fact that they're going to try and ruin their opponent's comp rather than try and beat them with something that already works. So I'm quite excited to see what they have planned. They get to start on the defense as well, which I think is where Vito's definitely going to have the best opportunities to do that. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what has been cooked up by Pipson.
And think about last map. Heretics came in with the same thing, their opponent's map pick, and they had a good idea on how they wanted to play it, how that utility would be put in on retakes, and played off of those positions, bar that little oopsie from Woot.
Yeah. I also think the chokehold versus a sliding Neon is going to be another very irritating piece of utility to try and face off against Ara. There's no way out, but he has managed to at least find himself one. An early fight, but a lot of what they're leaving is just having Westside as that anchor for A. I think they are reading into the fact that their opponents are going to go back in this direction, and unfortunately for them, they are wrong.
Heretics have decided to take it to C, so as you say, GX making the wrong play,
30
leaves
seconds
Flickless
left.
They've realized.
Up against the numbers. He spotted 3 now, but goes down. No delay anymore. The orb falls, and so too does the C site. GX remaining players too far away to really do anything about this, you would imagine. Paranoia is put through, so is Reveal. Hold on, they're going to float in on the back of it, trying to get some picks inside the smokes, but no, Reveal's coming through, and Benji hiding in the corner, manages to catch Grabinho off, putting this down to a two-dimensional push, both from spawn, both spotted, and soon, both to be swung. That one done and dusted. Heretics 1-0.
Yeah, I think just a decent pistol from them in terms of just having a read on roughly where their opponent's setup was going to be, finding the weaker of the sites and executing on it in the fashion that we've always seen them do. But the question will be for me, what happens when they do run into that veto? Because obviously they've got the firepower to deal with most opposition anyway. Benji looks very pumped up for this the pistol round, but hey. Clearly wanting a little bit of revenge after the last map. As I said, the expectation in this series was always that both teams would win their own pick. GX have done the work. It's just whether or not they are able to break apart a team that, well, has already played this map a couple of times and looked very good on it.
Well, pistol round's a good start for the attack, and I think the main danger here being staying away from the stack up, which has now shifted to this A side as the attackers shift to C. Another gamble from GX. And another mistake, it would seem. I mean, they are sticking around A. It looked for a second like they'd rotate back. The drone going out on C hasn't fully sold them just yet. You can see that it gets broken, and Benji goes down, sure, but unless Westside gets a lot done in this corner, it should mean nothing can flash out, but they just swing it, and the numbers are enough to crumble that C side. And as well as that, GX, obviously the player they killed on A, only had a pistol, so they get nothing really.
Yeah, that's sort of the power of just having a singular pistol. It's whether or not there's going to be anything more from this. Well, the Jungle Peak made that a bit easier for Boo. Grabinho seems like he's waiting for Ara. Never mind, no he's not. He's just going to take the 1v1 and he's going to win it. Rest of the players locked into the site, but more importantly, that is a Bulldog down and into the hands of Grabinho. Now, he doesn't necessarily want this for the next round, so he's going to try and run in and make this one even more costly.
I'll tell you what, someone on Heretics will want it. Potential upgrades being brought back to them, but Rienz is gone down, and it's a 1v1. Time already, very low, but Ara catches Wood immediately. An unbelievable round down to a hair's width, but enough with 2.5 seconds in at any other position under the sun for Woot. And this round was done, but he was boxed in that corner. What a fumble.
It wasn't even that close yet. They only had about 2.5 seconds left. That's a fumble and a half. Like an initial win, but also the fact that Flickless kills the player behind. And then they're so distracted by everything going on that Ara manages to slide back through. That is just, I don't know. For me, that's unacceptable. I just don't know how Heretics have let that one slip away from a post plant with all your weapons still intact while your opponents have nothing.
I can't believe it. Genuinely, any other spot from Woot, any shot hitting for Heretics there, and I think it goes back to what Weber said during Coach Confession as well.
Boo not taking a 1v1 on his own on long.
Yeah.
And losing to a Ghost.
And that, yeah. It is just silly mistakes, and all the counterplay in the world, all the preparation, all the comp diff you like cannot make up for those silly mistakes, at least not from what we've seen so far. GX with a chance to steal the lead away from Heretics, and it will be Ara through the smoke to pick up Woot again. Following on from the last 1v1, he's ripped him out of this round too.
Yeah. A bit of an investment just with some extra credits. A surprise. That hasn't been a surprise at all. I don't even think they will have realized there was a Guardian in play. And for Ara, well, he can look for the ace. It's not going to benefit him in terms of anything other than skill. And, well, it's Westside. There you go. An in-zone flawless for GX, making sure that their fight versus a low buy is no trouble at all.
That certainly seemed like this Westside story is going to have a very happy ending. He's been looking very good, but Ara here, 4 kills picked up. I mean, it's easy when just one shot to the body is all you need, but the confidence builder that is, he's on a 7-1 start. And for Ara especially, that's so important. This is a guy that, you know, I'm going to say it again. I think we've actually seen way more of the floor of him. Initial pickup, he didn't look good. It took him a long time to get comfortable, but towards the end of last year, we saw him start to heat up. That's already a tag. 140 onto Woot.
Was there supposed to be someone else peeking there?
It did look like it, yeah.
It looked like Woot was baiting the shot, but there was no one to swing alongside him. Like, he ended up just having to fight that one alone, and he lost. Lucky to be alive. Wow, this early look from Heretics on their own map choices has not got me feeling too happy. That's not bad, though. West side down. All that talk about what the utility can do, but he's dead within the first few seconds. That leaves a lot of space, a lot of positions that are now opened up. And for Heretics, they've decided to just slow for a bit.
My ult's not ready.
Well, that was the peak from Woot in mid-window. They tried to trade him out, but he didn't even take a lick of damage. A clean one, a freebie, and it gets them now aiming towards this A site, knowing they can use their util when they break through. That drone broken from far back. They don't know about Cloud just yet. You might grow suspicious with how quick they were to react to that utility, but still need to be so cautious in breaking through, and they are. Boo picks him off for free. No trade coming in, and now Grabinho under heavy pressure will pop a smoke up, trying to play inside it. Emerges to catch Benji, and on the backside, Flickless on a tear, leaves this down to Ara. A solid performance from this man so far, and a chance to really hammer home the lead. He's hot on his heels. Oh, popped. Good stun as well. It's an easy win for Ara.
I thought for a moment there Boo was going to have him. But the TP across, I think it caught him for a split second. But the main hero of that round was Flickless. Like, I was looking at that site here, 2 openers already, and just able to, again, just isolate these duels so clean with it. Again, we talk about his initial look into the league. We talked about him as a utility player. Like, this was a guy who would throw the setup and everybody else would get the kills. And again, as the season went on, he got better and better individually while still doing that as a bonus. But we saw it in the last map. Probably the round that you'd say broke the camel's back was him winning that clutch. And he's done it again. 3 kills in a high impact round. Economy in the bin once more for Heretics. They'll have to wait for the next and see if they can at least do a little bit of damage in this one.
That's a phenomenal reveal that goes through there. Clears absolutely everything. And you can see it's already forced GX back towards that C site, giving up Garage completely. And as a response, you know, losing all that map control, having the Fog of War go back up means you got to clear something else. Drone sent through to see if A is open, but it's not. There's players waiting there. And so GX, with a minute 5 on the clock on this defense, they have no information. At least Westside is pushed up, but especially against the Pistols, Tom, that does represent a decent risk. He can obviously TP back, but if they round that corner too quickly, you won't have a chance to get out. He's pushing as well.
Oh, okay. Boo's clearly got some sort of spidey senses because just decided to look back at the perfect moment.
He's got ult.
If he wanted to try and take some space, Heaven would be a nice spot to try and move into. Or maybe he's just going to try TP to the back of B. Grabinho's got one for free, though. An angle given. Dodges the flash, and they are leaving this close. 20 seconds, they're now looking to try and run back towards the C site, but these steps have been heard. The call has been made. Flash deep into the site. Counter utility already spammed out. Flickless able to hold until he can see once again, and he has seen the light of day. All 4 wiped out again for Flickless. This man is carrying at this point.
This guy's crazy. When he came onto the scene, like you said, we talked about his util because you could feel the impact that it had in so many of the rounds. He felt like a standout amongst the support players in the region.
Nice
but
flick! Nice flick, nice.
Nice flick. Which one? Every flick there landed. That was unbelievable. 9 and 3. And that's the thing about GX. It feels like, you know, a lot of these names were new to us or in new roles and we had questions, but it feels like they have such a depth of talent on that roster.
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting because you kind of look at this as a squad. You talk about this team, and I think one of the things was mentioned in one of the opening video by Commend is that it doesn't necessarily look like they have a standout star player. A man who might argue with that a little bit would be Westside, but it's interesting. We've spoken so much about the agent that he's currently playing in Vito, and the fact that he's now added another to the tally. It has been a lot more variance in terms of what he's been playing so far this year, something that I think that is clearly a case for Pipson of saying, like, I think these agents are still good, but we can try and make these work a little better. Haven't seen the impact so much of it just yet. Obviously, I feel like that's always the case. You focus in hard on a new agent, you go, okay, what is it doing right now? And a lot of the time it's like, well, Flickless is killing everyone, so he's just kind of there. He's like, he did a cool rotation once, like where he TP'd.
But if they didn't have Vito, who knows? Maybe Flickless wouldn't be hitting the shots, you know?
He wouldn't feel confident enough.
Yeah, knowing their abilities could be taken off them on the other side of the map anytime now. Well, there you go. In the dirt, and that's exactly where Heretics are at the moment. A 4-1 scoreline, trailing on the attack, and investing here. Looking to make the difference. They kept that ult on Boo. It didn't clear backside C. It didn't give them the info last round, but now it can have that impact. A slow approach, and evidently they're looking for a fight early, and I think a lot of this will come down to what they're hearing there. There's abilities online on A, ready to steal theirs away. You might want to bait that out first. I think that's going to be a facet of this attack side coming out of this pause, is taking some of those tools out of the hands of GX before they're ready to use them.
Oh, okay, a reactive Viper's Pit. But with the deep control of Ara, it does leave a bit of a gap. He's now rotated back towards the site. It's worth mentioning as well that there's that aggressive push coming in on the other side, and well, I don't know if it's the West Side utility that did anything there, but he sure can hit headshots.
It's unreal. Again,
30
part of
seconds
the
left.
chamber that
Are
we
they going
talked
through
about.
this now?
The Headhunter. Yeah, they're going to walk in, contact in a Viper's Pit through B. Through the smallest choke point of the game against Flickless. Have you lost your minds? 5-1 and in zone flawless, and a massive fumble from Heretics. That, I mean, to say they ran out of ideas in the end there is an understatement.
I guess the only thought process you have is,
let's end it quick.
There's probably no one else here. I've seen 3 people on the other side.
Oh, it's only Flickless.
It's only Flickless.
He's 9-3. It should be easy with 12-3
It's
now.
only Flickless, but yeah, not gone to plan. And for GX, this is a great sign. Looking back to the previous results for Heretics on this map, they had 2 9-3 attack side halves versus Ult and Na'Vi, only scraped the victory versus Na'Vi 13-11. So the fact that they're already shutting down what has been the more dominant side to this map shows that the work that GX is doing is good, but also I do feel like there have been a lot of fumbles from Heretics so far.
Yeah, the fact that it's carried through to this map as well, to their comfort, to where they chose to play, that's the surprising part. You can see it being off guard elsewhere. Come back. Here we go. They talk about it. Heretics fumbling, and it stops just as it's brought into your mind. Ara is going to make it back, but he won't be able to line up in time. Comeback 2 already in this round before falling. May just have set Heretics up for the win, at least for the plant. And, well, Cloud overstayed his welcome. On a few lead gifts sent his way.
Evolution popped. No utility will affect, which, hey, if they try and use a Hunter's Fury on him, he'll be okay. There are, however, 3 other players alive, so I'm not sure that this is really going to matter too much in the end. We'll have to see if there's some magic that can be had from Westside to make this interesting. Time a-ticking. This is where he will just get onto that defusal, try and dodge any utility. It should be the spams that get the job done, though. And yeah, that's kind of what I expected to happen. I'll be honest with you. Heretics, second round onto the board. A little bit of individual magic to get them back on the right track. But they've got a long way to go before I feel like I'm convinced.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this also as a little bit of a mistake, a bit of an oopsie maybe coming out of GX. The fact is, they lost garage control again, and I understand the idea of we can't just keep giving it up, but up against the low buy, decide to just contact double push back in. You know also there's a player, I'm pretty sure they knew, that could be underneath the window, could have already crossed, could be wrapping around, and that's what the reaction is too, right? They could be coming from spawn, we gotta fight somewhere. But the wrong battleground was chosen, perhaps the same here. Landed shot by Comeback, puts Westside in the dirt, but Ara has snuck up behind. Gravino in the corners, well and truly noted, but the third player, they might expect the first, even the second. Well,
But that's the thing, there's also a fourth. There's another player deeper down on A long as well. So there's no one else anywhere on the map. So if the due diligence of Heretics is done, this round is done as well. We'll just have to wait and see. And yeah, this might be a problem. Yeah, he knows there's a problem, and there's even a trip there. Just trying to escape. Should be impossible. Cloud's actually managed to land one on the operator. But now they definitely know that they're both on A. So this is a free plant on the C site. Yeah. They're not even checking anything because why would they?
Yeah, Boo's been holding the rotate as well the whole time. So fast as Neon could be, there's no way Ara could have made it there in time. A plant goes down. And honestly, after losing the previous round, there's not much of a choice here for GX. You could go for it, but you're not going to really damage the Heretics economy. They've built up quite a bit. The last round victory, as clean as it was, is giving them more than enough credits to fall back on. So a save called by GX. A 5-3 scoreline, though, and for Heretics, a team that was looking shy of any answers. I mean, it came down to 3-man contacting into a Viper's pit against Flickless, who's having the game of his life. But now they've really found the reins again, back on the saddle, and well, maybe this is where they hit that extra gear.
Yeah, but the last couple of rounds, it does feel like it's just come off of some comeback individual brilliance. Like him and Woot getting an opener in the last round, and then him just taking 2 players with an operator in this one. Like, if he can step up, we've always said it, we know what sort of level this squad can bring. It's just whether or not they can keep this sort of play going, where you're getting 2, not easy kills, but 2 kills that I expect him to get.
Another big investment coming up, and another big fight. Check towards A, a lot of red outside those barriers, and the op on Ara is looking to go down on short. Smoke, though.
Dart needs to be good.
Smoke's blocked him off immediately, but he's waiting for someone to come walking through it. He knows it's a possibility. Boo, close as he may get, I don't think he's foolish enough to go walking through that. Or that at least like a drone or something sent down. There it is.
Yeah, this is where... Well, like Ara should be forced back, but they've still got that. The thing is, last time they did this, we saw the check. Drone going through on the other side there. There should be quite a bit of information on the other side. But they're already being flanked on Hunter's Fury going through. You'll know there's 2 players on the back of the site, and that could be enough to find one. No, not quite, but Woot has taken space, but he doesn't actually realize that Ara is still on that short spot. They've lost a man, but bear in mind how many they've seen. That was, I think, 3 spotted by the Dimensional Drift, and then the 4th that got the kill. So they know there is a big gap on the other side of the map. Utilities already destroyed. They've been doing that a couple of times, same as you would with, say, an alarm bot or a trip. That's going to be the C site open for business.
Surprised to see that even after that context dissipated, even after the trap broken in the garage, it's only now that GX start to move. The 4-player A stack stuck in position until the plant was attempted, and now the steps heard because Boo was so late on the rotate, but he only gets 1. It's not enough. Someone's going to need to put in that extra shift in a 3 versus 4 TP taken to the spawn. It's going to be just 1 in the form of Flickless left to take that battle onto Benji Fishy while the rest of the squad battles for the site. Long could define it, and now the wall's closing in on Team Heretics. Players coming from all sides as comeback trades out on Tara, but these players isolated, and Rienz looks to drop Flickless, knowing that he's coming from Long. The shot's sensational, but Ara, the swap out to the Vandal. It gets the round for GX. He's there just in time for the trade. 6-3 now. GX not letting Heretics all the way back in.
Oh, when comeback starts hitting shots like that, that's the moment you start to believe he's just going to wipe out everybody. But this time they were quick enough on the trade. I think that was the moment. And an opportunity for Boo. Benji also being caught on the flank. And everybody trying to make the play. And unfortunately, it was his comeback of Rienz that did the best effort. GX extend that lead a little bit further. Even still, though, both teams able to come back in with a bye. No ultimates online, but Cloud pretty close. By the looks of it, it's an early walk up C long. But with how much presence has already gone towards the garage, they are going to have to put some eyes there.
Boo in the open faces Ara, a man who started out kickoff with really just a poor performance, and since then he's been heating up better and better as the games go on. This one, night and day compared to this year's debut, and a 4 versus 3. But that operator on Ara still online. No ults to fall back on for Heretics. An early fight by Cloud, though, ahead of the pack, ahead of Ara. And Ara going down now. It's back in Heretics' control. And it seems like they've got a chokehold on the game with Westside's headshots being demanded, being required. And at least the first will find its way into his possession. But Rien's, he ran for the hills. They were going to play the time there even if Woot didn't land the kill.
Thankfully, he did. So we're not going to find out if that would have been a problem. But yeah, a bit of a resurgence. Even still, GX coming in with a half win. I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. But maybe a little bit disappointed with how this round went. Just giving solo fights towards the end over to Heretics. And although they've been winning a lot of those throughout the game so far, that was the one that you feel like when you already have that advantage, the benefit of just trading out would have been enough. Now, there is going to be some pieces missing. I'm interested that Ara's the one with the rifle, considering he has the overdrive online, but I guess it's such a limited time to use that ultimate. Maybe they'll save it for a retake. Back in the close corner again. This is something that he tried on the pistol, and it was checked.
He got one at least, but especially in this round where he's the one with the rifle. No one else has got anywhere near that kind of hardware. He's got to find something. They've seen him. Oh, whoa! Ara's won it! Comeback, knew he was there, had him locked in with an op, and somehow, I don't even think he knew that he was spotted. Like, Ara he just wide swings it. Fair enough.
It's a big early pick for the defensive side.
That's massive.
Locks them out of one position. Boo's still lurking on the other side of the map, and the rest of them trying to put pressure in towards A. Maybe Cell, bit of an idea that that's the direction they're heading. It's going to put the pressure onto Flickless once again, but Ara's gone walkabouts. He's gone pressing through mid, and the distraction is perfect. They just put out another player just to try and give him the opportunity, and when given, he takes over. 3 kills, the only rifle they had, and now only one man stands in his way. Boo's got no chance. 20 seconds, spike down. It was meant to be the beginning of maybe the comeback to a 6-6 scoreline. Instead, that half is guaranteed going the way of GX.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Ara's wrapping around. They're going to give it to him. Give him his 4th. Not quite the ace. Grubby stole it, but Westside's there to do the same in the end. A thrifty's a thrifty, though. A round win for GX. That never should have been, especially with how this started. Ara was trapped in that corner. They knew he was there, and he ends up with 3 kills, and effectively all. He's involved in every fight that they have.
I wonder if that Hunter's Fury was because they thought someone was close and the Hunter's Fury was just meant as a distraction. Because that's what it seemed like. The Hunter's Fury was almost on Ara.
Yeah. It was a peculiar one. I'll give you that. The thing is, though, I don't think Ara knew that he was spotted from the peak that he went for.
Early fight. Needs to escape and will do, even after being revealed. This is a much faster looking move from Heretics. They've been playing lurks, they've been moving back. Instead, they're going in towards that veto setup.
It's a great tag. They know where the danger is. Wall's going to go straight up to stop that op from having any impact. But Cloud is still holding on to control for a moment as he slips away, though. Grabinho, they well and truly know about him. Not letting him away with anything as Flickless. Well, he's been good for a couple of clutches that I definitely counted him out of, Tom, but a 1 versus 4 back into the A site. This should be impossible.
They could even, if they wanted to, just use the From the Shadows as a recon. There's so many variables, and you can already see that they're playing contact off the back of Woot. There are 2 players, make that 3 players ready to swing.
Toxins going up.
Now, the second he makes out of this smoke, if he gets past Woot, which is tough enough as it is, and even then the time will start to be an issue. We can just write this down as a 7-5, and that's exactly what it will be. Even still, one of the best defensive halves, or no, the best defensive half we've seen versus Heretics on this map this year. The question will be, is in half number 2, can they now convert it into a victory?
One enemy
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to dive into half number 2 of map number 2. Tom, you've already said it. GX with a strong defensive showing, and it could have been even better. Remember, they started out by losing the pistol, but managed to fight their way back, and now finishing with a 2-round lead out of half number 1.
Yeah, this has been, I guess, an interesting map for me. I'm looking at this one as like, okay, I expect Heretics to come in and win. I expect them to be dominant on their attack side, and I'll be honest with you, what I've seen so far hasn't been the case. They're always very good at flipping the map on its head whenever they needed it to be, but I don't know. I'm getting a little bit nervous for them, especially because losing here puts them on their last life, puts them in that lower bracket. And we always talk about, hey, you get 3 chances this time, but nobody wants to be left on their last life with the amount of teams that have already taken a hit.
Yeah, but how many games they'll need to win in a row? No margin for error. And we've seen the level go up across the board. Woot! That wall's going to come down. He's going to have a fight on his hands, and 2 players on the other side, west side, and a pistol as well. Not the ones you want to face. Drone sends Spoo back outside of A. Yeah, he's going to stay in the spawn, and they'll play this as a retake. Surely a plant pretty much guaranteed at this point. They're trying to make the best of this bad situation, a reveal and a spam through the smoke, but nothing found.
It's already looking like a tough retake from this point onwards.
Planted.
Post plant. Still got paranoia and a stun. They're going to have to be huge pieces of utility to try and make this awkward. The stun forces one out, but the orb is just making things so tough. They wanted to try and move off that, but losing some of your HP, getting decayed as you try and make your way in is so much more of a problem. And now the paranoia comes through. Past one they go, but the trades are just perfect. A singular kill comes up for the side of Heretics as GX are starting to get out of sight.
I'll be honest with you, Tom, again, just look at how that round plays out. Heretics, it feels like making mistakes, making gambles at least, and not saving all their eggs to put in one basket, which in this situation is probably worth it. Yeah, starting with Rianz, he puts through the reveal to try to punish them as they enter the site. And all they have to do is dodge it, which they do successfully. The only player caught takes a little bit of damage and gets out. Now you don't have your reveal to fight back through that orb, to fight back through the smoke. Then you have the stun coming out of comeback. It catches players under. It sends them out in the open. And 10 seconds later, the paranoia that would have blinded those players, but they've reset. They can go under because it's not stunned anymore. All those things put together, you've got the pieces to a very beautiful puzzle. Separately, though, very easily to dismantle, and that's exactly what GX did. Just dodged it one at a time. I think this is a strong start for the attack that Heretics, if they lose another 1 or 2, we could see that timeout. I think frustration's got to be creeping in with just the synergy issues we're seeing.
I like this as well from GX. You've got the sniper on arrow, which can definitely be taken into the next round. And then they've got the 2 pistol buy. So they could even come in with full rifles for the next round. Maybe even gather up a few orbs here and there, although he does have to be a little bit careful. I like the idea, the ruse, and that's already 1 kill. That was one of the players that did have a rifle in hand. Of course, if the pistols clean it up, it really isn't going to matter too much. The gun should be retrieved once they find it, and it will only be a pistol lost in the end, which is absolutely fine.
Yeah, think about this game, how it started, man. GX lose the pistol. the fact that they've ended up here 9-5 in the lead, well, it's thanks to the fact they won the second round in that first half. Went 5-1 up. It's such a heavy deficit to fight back into. And when you think about Heretics, this is the squad. This is the squad that you expect to see making that climb back. Albeit against GX, this is a tougher opponent than what we've seen previous, but especially with the results last year, especially with them looking a little shaky and then very much waking up. The Fnatic kickoff experience. This push from Woot. It's audacious, and he doesn't land his shots. Luckily, Benji was there with them. It looks like that's the end of mid-aggression for now.
It almost has to be, because they've left so much space, but Comeback is watching. Not going to allow for any shenanigans from Grabinho this time. And now the main hit, which is making its way towards A, or at least what seems like. Okay, you've seen one player. You know the Vipers there. West side managed to just stay in the corner. The spike was still on the other side of the map, so GX definitely aren't committed to any form of push. I am, however, looking at Comeback. That temptation to go walkabouts. He's the only player anywhere other than the A site. But that sound cue has got him locked in.
Toxins going up.
Trap and Cam to deal with. Drone's going to clear B, but it's all about the strike timing of Comeback. Does he come wrapping around behind them? A freebie if he decided to,
West
but
side.
no, it's West side who's going to be threading the needle. Flank come. Oh no! Switching to an ability at just the wrong moment, and oh, that's a tragedy in action.
Oh no. There's your veto highlight. That's what we were looking for the entire time.
I believe now, Tom. I'm sold.
Oh, it's still Flickless and Cloud. Late rounds, Flickless has been incredible, but this might have to be the best of the lot. And already caught, but no! I thought he was dead to rights. A couple of players waiting around the corner. 6 bullets remaining, and well, I don't think he lands a single one. Thankfully for Heretics, they have got away with that one, but when he hit that first shot, I was worried for them.
Yeah, it might look silly as well when you're coming up against a Neon to go that close, right? It's where they can thrive, sliding around the angle. But when you've got both the wall, potentially the stuns, we can see that's not the case, but for him, he doesn't know. Playing down on that headshot angle, you're going to get stunned up. You're going to get smoked off probably by the Omen. And now you're in a world of trouble trying to spray when you've already used the snake bite. So Flickless didn't have much of a choice. But with 6 ammo, he ran out of chances before that final shot was landed.
Three. Bro.
I've never seen a man look so frustrated with a 9-6 lead on a map that's famously solid.
He might have been watching West Side in that moment. I think that's probably what he was watching.
I'll give you that. I think I'd be the same, Pipson. I'm there with you.
Well, I like the early little bit of utility thrown out. If there was any sort of dart, it would have been immediately removed. Just trying to almost shroud the vision of this Heretic side and deny a lot of the aggression that they would have been wanting. Now, they've still got the sniper in play. A few players with light shields that would be one shot if they were to meet Ara. But again, it's very patient from the side of GX. They're expecting aggression, as they saw in the last round. But instead, they're going to meet the drone of Riens, which I feel like has been a general irritation throughout this series so far.
Definitely on that first map, causing its problems. You can ask Westside about that later. Pursuit of double digits, the plant found already, and Heretics will have to pick up the pieces. Evidently, feeling comfortable in the retake. No ultis to play with, but still so much utility because of that direct approach. The flash will already get them onto the site. The one-way smoke up top countered out by a smoke of their own. The defuse to be tapped and draw out some of that utility. For now, though, there's nothing coming their way. Booze caught a shot onto Ara as they blitz down through mid. What a swing from Comeback. They're fighting back on the other side, though. Cloud, the man top fragging the last map, comes in for more and takes a bite out of Woot. A 3K on the board, and GX have found double digits. They are only a matter of steps away from 2-0ing this series against Heretics.
Yeah, keeping themselves in that middle bracket, keeping themselves with a couple of lives to play with, and more importantly, sending a team that they have never been able to beat down into that lower bracket. We've talked about the story of Mates, the story of BBL, and how there might just be a new guard here in EMEA, but GX are looking to try and keep themselves in the top flight, keep themselves as one of the teams in contention for Santiago. And wow, you can see that for Heretics, this is a moment where they need to try and take a pause. It has been a couple of people here and there like comeback. I thought that was a good opportunity for him. And actually, to be fair, Boo's been having a pretty good game. I'd say on the last map, Cloud definitely took the biscuit, and in the last round as well. But this is where you really do need your leadership. For GX, it's about making sure you don't crumble, similarly to how Heretics did in the last map, like having an opportunity to take your opponent's choice. And for Boo, it's about keeping people in the game, because we have seen some of those stars. Benji right now having a much rougher time than what we've seen, say, for example, in their last series, where he was phenomenal. They're going to need them now, because otherwise, well, the worries about Heretics might just be coming true.
Yeah, it's been a long time as well since we've seen Heretics in the lead, since they felt that. I mean, since the pistol round, very much so. GX have had that lead even in the last map.
They had the lead for a minute.
It was this squad that was leading for the majority of the series. GX with a really impressive return to form, and I cannot compliment Ara enough. Listen, there's going to be more than enough people there when he falls and falters. Got to give him the praise when he hits that level that, you know, we haven't seen that much from him, but we know it's there. Straight through the smoke, the drone helped, but Wu hasn't been accounted for just yet. A big danger and dealt with after one. Nicely handled.
Yeah, shot connected by Rians, but
Shocking. We're good.
the only person that's really a danger is this Neon. Oh, that's already one, but he's completely blinded. Manages to avoid anything else. Oh, takes a second. But now Boo's still so far away. Doesn't have anything to play with, a couple of ults if they really wanted to use them, but
Spike planted.
I'd be surprised if they were thrown in at this moment, especially versus a weapon that they're unaware of. He could have a judge for all they know. Putting a Viper's Pit would be maybe a hindrance rather than a help. Instead, just playing in those crossfires, playing with an opportunity, and well, it's Cloud to beat him out again. Another triple for the IGL, and another round for GX.
And we just had the head-to-head comparison. You got to see it on the server there in that last fight. This is how the game is going. GX,
right,
with everything. I mean, the drone saw him. It was on radar. It's a little easier than it looks, but still frustrating on the other side. For GX, 2 away from closing this out. Ara on a tear, Flickless as phenomenal as ever. And Team Heretics, the one thing that we can criticize in previous games is like maybe Comeback hasn't looked like he's hitting the level we want. He has the synergy hasn't been there. Well, it is. He's having a hell of a game, and yet still the answers are not found.
Quick.
Deep play towards this A site, and a plan seems undeniable at this point.
Oh, that was kind of what Benji was hoping for. They had kill trips all over the site. One of them has been completely avoided, and now they got a Viper's Pit. Have all the kill trips you like. It doesn't matter. You've not found an advantage. The ultimate for Wu is the main thing. If he can get that online, great, but they're even going to throw in the Hunter's Fury. They want to make sure this round is confirmed already. An initial tag, Ara, another dropped, Benji gone, but they do get rid of the pit. It might not matter, though. Too many players gone on the other side, and well, with both of them low on HP and a Neon ult on the other side, you're not going for this. It is 12. It's GX with a pacey change-up that puts them one away from victory.
Yeah, this is the round as well where you expect, you know, at 11-6 that maybe your opponents are going to take that little bit of a slow approach. Let you make a mistake because Heretics back against the wall could come out swinging, could play aggro on a part of the map. GX, they waste no time. They come in as if they're the better squad, and so far this game, that seems to be the case. Individuals off the charts. The synergy's there, the game plan's good. We saw the retakes last map. Even though Heretics were ready, there were still troubles. And on Heretics map choice, it's looking more dominant than I could ever have imagined coming into today.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think that we looked at this map and went, okay, we're going to 3. There was a
100%.
necessary victory on Abyss. But the fact is, GX have, well, stepped up individually, but also been able to deny a lot of what made this successful for the side of Heretics. Early drone, an operator in play, a chance maybe for Comeback to get an opener, but really depends how far Grabinho's going to go. This is looking like a B hit all over it.
Oh, there's a nice opening pick, though. 6 in a row for Heretics. One hell of a task with how the game has gone so far. Doubling up without an error. and then taking it in OT, and then taking map 3. It's a laundry list of accomplishments needed for the defensive side to keep drawing breath in this series and avoid the lower bracket run. A long run, a ruthless one as well, unforgiving for the mistakes you've made. For now, at least, a man advantage. Start of the, oh, damn it, comeback, the resurgence, let's say. Has to be here and now. Ara, he's been such a problem, but this time he'll be dealt with right away.
Yeah, he was just a ruse, though. This was an idea to try and give some space over. They're hearing the steps, but they don't know that Flickless is here. They do check for it, though. They make sure that nothing is left unchecked this time, and while Westside has also been spotted,
trap triggered.
Both players trying to fight in this direction, but it gives a gap elsewhere. They know that eventually this attack is going to have to get aggressive, and while it would have had to be a 2-for-1, instead it's Woot with 3. Cloud for an all-time clutch. The first comes easy. It's the next 4 that should be impossible, given a slight opportunity, but they're already on that defusal. He needs to go diving in to try and find them. He's definitely making things a little interesting, a little costly, even taking down a 4th, but they've already defused the spike. It's impressive stuff. It's a showing of style, but he did still lose the round.
Yeah, sure, but hey, listen, at 12-6, now 12-7, I feel like I've won if I play like that. That was that's your IGL, man. Look at him. He took every advantage, every opportunity. That was a 1v5. Even how he avoids comeback to start, like doesn't give them the trade opportunity, gets in with the knife out to the shorty. Woo! All right, that was fun. 5 more needed, and for Heretics, that took what was a dominant round into a like, oh my God, we almost lost that.
Well, even just look at the guns. Like, you've got a couple of Guardians in there. You got a lot of light shields, Ara knows. So it will help out. A lot of potential. Ultimates not really available for either side. The Evolution is the closest. Realistically, I'm looking at the position of Westside already. He's got himself in the corner just in case there is a C-site push. It was there before out from comeback, but he no longer has that operator. And by the looks of it again, they're going to go straight back to this B-site plant.
Immediate retake attempted by Heretics. They're trying to catch the planter, but it doesn't work. Paranoia goes through. Grabinho sees one on the left, smokes it through, but Flickless already has a double, dodging down from the shots as the snake bite lands. Comeback steps forward to his death, and boom, the last to be sent to the grave, but he seems well and truly on his way. 2 shots left, and 1 from Cloud is all it takes. The IGL leading by example. What a series from GX. 13-10 on Abyss, and desolation of Heretics on their own map pick Haven. 13-7. This is a squad that you do not want to face, regardless of the bracket.
Oh yeah, we knew that one of our champions teams, or 2 of them I guess today, was going to be making it into that lower bracket. But the fact is, I think we at least expected this to be a close series, at least expected it to go to all 3 maps. Instead, the Flickless and Ara show, well, it went crazy towards the end of this game. 23-12, 21-9, an impressive performance. And for Heretics, well, they have got to fix things quick because they are now in some serious danger.
Well, GX, honestly, hats off to these guys. Coming into last year, I didn't know what to think about this roster. I think it was one that could be middling, could be lower, but my goodness, they have been a top contender now 2 years in a row, playing some beautiful Valorant. And the thing about them is it just gets better every time. Individuals off the charts, and you know what? Team Vitality better watch out. GX are coming.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some fun matches. That's the thing. It's like, I think with what we've witnessed so far, it is very difficult to place a lot of the teams. I think, as said, I think most people would have looked at this game today and thought it was going to be a close one. And especially with Haven on the cards, I definitely was looking at this as a 3-mapper, but even coming in with a difference in comp, I don't think the difference really did anything. I don't think the veto was a massive piece of the puzzle. It was just what they had on the other side. It was their duelist being the better of the 2, and it was Flickless having a fantastic game. And I think you then, again, you have to look at the other side and see what's coming up.
Well, it's not just seeing Flickless on the Viper, right? I've always enjoyed his utility, but man, the more I see him, put him on any agent. Just a phenomenal player on that server. Listen, folks, so that's all we've got time for here today on the server, on the stage, but plenty more coming your way. The show's not over yet. The post-plant is coming with Westside and Cloud.
Thank you so much, Tom and Mitch. GiantX finally managed to beat Team Heretics in a fashion 2-0 and some smiling faces on the desk. Cloud and West, welcome and congratulations on taking down finally Team Heretics. It's a pleasure to have you on the desk. As I was saying, first time for you beating Team Heretics in your careers. So does it feel like you've taken down, maybe your final bosses? How does that feel, beating them after such a long time?
I mean, to be honest, we didn't really think that they're our final boss. We knew how they play before the game. We rewatched, they were doing simple stuff. We played them on Champions. Game was really close. We knew that we could beat them, and there is nothing special, in them that could be like Thanos for us. So we just prepared. We knew what they are doing, and we knew what to do for us, So game was kind of in our control all the time.
Yeah, that's how it felt, at least from a viewer's perspective.
I agree.
You just agree? Not even super happy to beat Team Heretics? How does that feel for you, Westside? I know you've wanted to beat them for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's like 0-4, now skirmish also, but I said after the skirmish that I can give the skirmish, but maybe in return I'm gonna take something else.
And you took the win, so I think it's a pretty good trade. Cloud, my next question is for you. You've been one of our fragging IGLs in the league, so I was wondering, how do you manage, putting up the numbers while IGLing, while playing Initiator, which requires quite a lot of work, also individually? How does it not nerf you at some point?
I mean, I have good coaches behind me, and when I was becoming IGL, I said to them that, for example, I will tell them what I want, how I see I would like to play, and I think they are doing really great job. They are preparing everything, and they just know what to do. And it's just keep it simple, You don't have to be you don't need to have insane brains, And yeah, that's it. Just good coaches behind me.
Keep things simple and minimalist?
How much of that work comes from you versus the coaches then? Are you telling them how you want to play and then you trust them to come to the table with the strategy?
I mean, usually how it works, they have some idea and game plan that they can bring, and we all together sees it, talk about it, and then I say how I see it better, And if I don't like something, we try to find the compromise, how to play and stuff like this. Okay. I mean, they're also always open to hear my opinion,
Westside, we need to speak about your veto. Because, last match, I had an interview with you saying that you could play different Sentinels, Sage, Chamber, and now you brought a veto on Heaven. I think this is one of the first ones I've seen so far. So I want to know, where did that, ID come from? How are you evolving with that agent? Why do you think it's strong?
I mean, I don't know, we were trying different ideas, And for me, veto, it was something fresh, It was nice, and I still feel it is. Though I was not fragging this map, I feel like there was still some impact from the utility artists I've got, or rotations, for example, And I have fragging people in my team, so sometimes I don't need to do that,
Could you maybe explain how the veto, because you didn't really get much action on Haven. They weren't really coming to your site.
Yeah.
So could you maybe explain to the viewers at home what you were trying to do with the veto on Haven specifically?
Don't tell our stuff.
Maybe keep it simple.
Right?
Is it about rotating? You said rotating, stopping execs? is it?
I mean, I think
Cloud.
it's combined, a little bit of that, little bit of that.
Okay. Good answer, bro.
Don't big things. Look at him. He was giving him the death stare. I love it. No, you're going to be facing Vitality next. So we know it's a team that is definitely looking strong, even though they lost yesterday. So what do we think about them, and what will it take you to beat them? What do you have in your mind?
Same as always. We just need to prepare, be confident in ourselves, have some kind of game plan. They play the games. We will know how they will play, most likely. They have a superstar team, but we already seen from Vitality superstar teams that falls really fast. So let's see. We'll just play. I think it's gonna be a good match.
You agree once again, or you have anything to add, Westside?
I agree.
You always agree with your IGL. You know how to make your IGL happy, of course. And we had that IGL head-to-head between you and Boo. Cloud, you know, it's very different styles in the way that you're playing different agents and also on different paces, playing also the double initiators, even though today was not really the case, at least on Heaven. So I want to know, you know, what's the idea behind that? Why were you sticking to that double initiator and, you know, also sometimes switching, even though the bridge was a bit off meta, you know, the changes and stuff? How do you consider that?
I mean, I was talking to our coaches about how the meta is going right now and how simple it is to play, to be honest, with the meta, because in my opinion, agents that are playing right now on most of the teams Vela Euro, like they're in a way broken, in my opinion. And I think we will consider maybe playing them if they will not get nerfed, and yeah, we'll see.
Okay, and I want to have your thoughts on, you know, the upper bracket. We're going to have to wait until, you know, the next match. But BBL, Gentlemates, who do we see being the first team to qualify to Santiago?
You can answer.
I don't know. I think it's going to be kind of, you know, close game, I would say. But I think BBL is looking super strong right now, individual and stuff like this. I would say BBL.
Who are better on scrims?
Oh, good question. Who's better in scrims?
Both are demons on track.
Okay.
What about you, Cloud? Who do you see taking the win? Who being Santiago, demons?
I mean, to be honest, BBL, they have insane confidence right now, and I think it's still growing, you know. And both of these teams, they have like kind of honeymoon period in the VCT.
Momentum and stuff.
Yeah, momentum and stuff, most likely. But I think BBL is gonna win this one.
Okay, so we have BBL, enjoyers, maybe not, but believers at least, on the couch. I think that's it for us. I wanted to tell you once again, thank you for joining us, and also congratulations on taking down Team Heretics, because it's been a long while, and this was with a fashion today. So once again, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for being with us throughout the week. Make sure to tune in next week for some banger matches in the middle and in the lower bracket. And before that, let's enjoy the Razor end of the day highlights. See you next week.
Thank you. Bye bye. Bye Jake's bundle. Bye Jake's bundle.
Bye Jake's bundle.
You don't want to play me, huh?
Let's do something crazy. get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's